Chapter 251 Roy's Dragon Slayer Magic. Looking at the changes in Giovanni's expression, Roy could roughly guess what he was thinking and could not help but sneer inwardly. But he did not say anything. After calling out to Julia and Cassandra, he took advantage of the fact that night had not passed to begin his journey again. Lying on Fat Tiger's long back, Roy glanced at Giovanni, who was with the undead army below. Roy could not trust this vampire count. The so-called cooperative relationship was currently only a verbal agreement, and Roy could not even be bothered to sign a demon contract with Giovanni. This was because he knew that Giovanni was also watching to see if Roy could help him achieve his wish. Since he could easily betray Urander, he could also easily betray Roy. But this guy did not understand that the so-called cooperation could only be discussed when both parties' strength was equal. When your strength was weaker than your collaborator, and you still wanted the other party to fulfill their promise, it was simply a pipe dream. In Roy's opinion, a few hundred years of being an undead had made Giovanni's mind go stiff. Therefore, Roy only planned to squeeze whatever value he could out of this guy. After looking at Giovanni for a bit, Roy stopped paying attention to him and began to think about how to deal with Urander. He was certain that Urander would come back. It was impossible for this fanatic believer of Asha to let go of any demon he saw, especially one like Roy, who had already shown grave threat. After fighting Roy this time, Urander had already figured out Roy's methods, and it would certainly be more difficult to deal with him the next time he appeared. As a hero who had made a name for himself in the world of Ashan, Urander definitely exceeded most high-ranked demons in terms of strength. He was only a little bit away from becoming a demigod, plus he had that powerful spectral dragon, the Death Incarnation. It was no wonder that the Death Lords of the Kingdom of Haresh regarded him as a powerful contender for becoming the undead monarch. Although Roy had the upper hand in this battle with Urander, it could only be said that it was not much of an advantage. This was mainly because Roy's two elemental powers of frost and darkness did not have much of a restraining effect on the death power of the undead. It was the same for the dark lightning. Although it had the special effect of annihilating souls, due to energy collision, most of its power was expended to offset the thick death power on the spectral dragon. The theory of energy restraint was universal in any world. If Roy could use the power of holy light, even if he were just an ordinary high-ranked demon, he would probably be able to make Urander flee in a sorry state. But the problem was that Roy could not use the power of holy light. When energy restraint was not achievable, two sides of similar strength naturally could not form a crushing effect against the other. Thus, it was difficult to eliminate the opponent quickly. In order to kill Urander and seize his soul, Roy had to find a way to kill the spectral dragon so that it could no longer protect Urander. As long as the spectral dragon was killed, Roy had plenty of ways to get close to the fragile Major Urander. Therefore, while traveling, Roy sat on Fat Tiger's back, thinking about how to improve his strength. The first thing Roy thought of was flames. Although not as obvious as the power of holy light, the power of flames was quite effective against undead. So Roy's first thought was to create flames for himself. Expending souls could allow Roy to create some skill models that used flames through the system. But such skills would probably be activated through magic power, and their power would be limited to Roy's attributes and magic power output. The best way was to create a flame clone and then fuse with it to obtain a magic power circuit of flames. He could then directly transform this elemental power into his own source power and use it as he wished in the future. But looking at the number of souls he had, Roy felt a little depressed because there were simply not enough to create a second clone of the same level. After all, Roy now wanted to create clones that could fuse with him. Every time he made one, the consumption would double. In particular, when he battled against Urander's undead army earlier, he did not obtain any souls from those damn undead after killing them, as though he had fought for nothing. Roy's second thought was to target the spectral dragon specifically. In this world, dragons could be considered the favorites of the world. Not only were the elemental dragons revered as the dragon gods, but other dragons were also thriving in this world. Although Roy only encountered a spectral dragon this time, it was still a dragon after all. And Roy had just come here. If he continued to stay here, he did not know how many dragons would appear and oppose him. It could even be said that angels and titans were not necessarily more threatening than dragons in this world. Furthermore, unlike other races, dragons were naturally resistant to magic. Roy did not want to get into bitter battles every time he encountered dragons in the future. Therefore, he felt that it might be necessary to develop an ability specifically against these dragons, such as the Slaughtering Dragon Art, Dragon Slayer, or Dragon Slayer Magic? With this thought, he could not stop because he found that with the more than 30,000 souls he currently had, creating Dragon Slayer magic might be possible. According to Roy's estimation, this kind of Dragon Slayer magic did not involve any increase in strength but only used existing magic power to deal greater damage to dragons. Such an ability might not consume too many souls. Roy went to work right away. He patted Fat Tiger's neck to get him to walk more steadily, and then he summoned the system interface and began drawing. This time, Roy made an animated model. After all, just an item with the attribute was not easy to display the effect of Dragon Slayer magic. Thus, Roy planned to make this ability into a status skill similar to Cryogenic Fate. As the carrier, Roy chose his tail. Speaking of which, Roy had not used his tail to fight for a long time. In the face of increasingly powerful enemies, his tail had gradually become useless, and it just so happened that he could modify it this time. In Roy's memories, Dragon Slayer magic belonged to the relatively special Slayer magic in Fairy Tail. The so-called Slayer magic referred to the rare magic produced to eliminate specific things. In addition to the Dragon Slayer magic, there were also the God Slayer magic and Devil Slayer magic. The latter two did not need to be discussed for the time being. Dragon Slayer magic referred to transforming the user's physique into a dragon's body and was used to kill dragons. This kind of transformation often caused parts of the body to have dragon characteristics, such as dragon scales. According to the circumstances of creating skills in the past, Roy estimated that when he created this skill, the system might also read his memories to perfect it. Therefore, if he wanted to use this skill, some dragon characteristics would probably appear on Roy's body. In order to prevent the location of these characteristics from being uncontrollable, Roy simply chose his tail as the carrier. Through drawing, he depicted the gradual changes on his tail, making hard dragon scales gradually appear on it to achieve the special effect of this skill. Of course, it was only the tail. This special effect was naturally relatively simple, so it did not take Roy long to complete it. Then he defined the attributes of the skill. Dragon Slayer magic. This ability can be activated and deactivated at will. When this ability is active, all attacks will cause greater damage to dragons and dragon subspecies. When this ability is active, the user can consume the magic of the target dragon to gain increased stamina recovery, strength growth, and improved defensive capabilities. When using this ability, the user will not suffer from motion sickness when on any form of transportation. Roy deliberately added the last one after thinking about it for a long time. After all, he was about to become a demon lord. If he used this ability and vomited, how would that look? Originally, Dragon Slayer magic had a specific target. For example, Fire Dragon Slayer magic was used to kill fire dragons, and Lightning Dragon Slayer magic was used to kill lightning dragons. Roy could have set the dragon scales on his tail to change to different colors to achieve a better targeting effect. But the problem was that there were too many dragons. In addition to the commonly seen 5-colored dragons like black dragons, white dragons, red dragons, green dragons, and blue dragons, there were also bronze dragons, copper dragons, gemstone dragons, fairy dragons, bone dragons, spectral dragons, dragon liches, and so on. It was too troublesome to match them one by one, so Roy simply made it work for everything. After defining it, Roy consumed souls to materialize it. The next second, the souls Roy had stored in the system space started rapidly depleting. 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 20,000. Finally, after consuming 22,000 souls, it stopped. Dragon Slayer magic materialized successfully. Chapter 252 Abnormal Changes. The price of more than 20,000 souls was slightly beyond Roy's expectations. According to past materializations, he estimated that he would only need a few thousand souls, but he did not expect that it would be calculated in tens of thousands. However, when he saw the attribute generated by the system, Roy felt that these 20,000 plus souls were worth it. Dragon Slayer magic. This ability can activate and deactivate at will to enter the supercharged state. The effect lasts until magic power runs out. When this ability is active, all attacks will deal 200% damage and 300% damage to dragons and dragon subspecies respectively. When this ability is active, the user can consume the direct elemental magic used by dragons to gain 30% increased stamina recovery and magic power recovery speed for 30 minutes. For the improved defensive capabilities against magic elements, this effect is permanent. After consuming the same element many times, the effect gradually weakens. When using this ability, the user will not suffer from motion sickness when on any form of transportation. When Roy saw the attributes of this Dragon Slayer magic, he realized that the system must have searched for the memories of Dragon Slayer magic in the depths of his mind. This was because this Dragon Slayer magic's effect of devouring to strengthen oneself seemed to incline toward Black Dragon Slayer magic. In the fairy tale comic, the Black Dragon, Acnologia, was a super boss throughout. He was extremely powerful. More than 400 years ago, he was a dragon slayer. He was known as the Dragon King, the Wings of Darkness, and the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse. He was the first dragon transformed from a human in history, and he used Black Dragon Slayer magic. It was a magic that could continually devour the opponent's strength to become stronger. Now Roy's Dragon Slayer magic ability also had this devouring attribute. It was no wonder that the number of souls spent exceeded Roy's expectations. This was because the system had adapted and revised this ability. The magic used in most of the worlds of the Infinite Worlds was virtually the same, and they would not break away from the various elements. In addition to the common elements such as fire, water, earth, wind, light, and dark, you could also subdivide elements into time, space, spirit, curse, blood, wood, metal, death, and so on. Elements formed the foundation of magic, and only magic could fight against magic. This was the truth that the mystic side of the world had always pursued. In a confrontation of magic, what was involved was the confrontation of elements. Anyone who used magic could never say that they were the only ones hitting others and that others could not hit them. To attack was to kill the enemy, while to defend was to protect yourself. This was why Roy had created the Cold Winter armor. He was thinking of ways to increase his safety. Now, it was great. Roy did not expect that his Dragon Slayer magic could actually realize the attribute of devouring to strengthen. This meant that he could continually increase his resistance to elemental powers by challenging elemental dragons and devouring their magic in the future. Although it was foreseeable that the growth of the elemental resistances would not be unlimited, and the effect would be weaker later on, it could at least infinitely approach magic immunity. Roy reckoned that it was exceedingly difficult to achieve true magic immunity. If your magic was ineffective against an opponent, it did not mean that your opponent was immune to magic. It could only be said that your magic was not strong enough. The closer to the limit, the more difficult it was. Roy had already faintly noticed some clues when he tried to have his frost power approach absolute zero. Roy was in a good mood now. Although he could not experiment with the devouring characteristic of the Dragon Slayer magic for the time being, the increases from it combined with the resistance of the Cold Winter armor would make those powerful magic less damaging to him. Those with the thickest armor stacked suffered the worst beatings. This saying was not actually correct because stacking thick armor would turn beatings into a tickle. Now, Roy could not wait for Orander to appear again so that his spectral dragon could perform an experiment for him. Unfortunately, after 5 days, Orander did not appear, as though he had really escaped from the Desert of Death. This puzzled Roy. But what Roy did not know was that after Orander retreated last time, he realized that he alone might not be able to eliminate Roy, so he left the Desert of Death and went to the Kingdom of Haresh to try to convince the other Death Lords to join him. With the spectral dragon, the Death Incarnation, as a mount, Orander quickly returned to Haresh. But when he returned, he heard the news about Ulumbus. During this time, news of Roy destroying a city in the Kingdom of Brikada spread quickly. The news of the destruction of Ulumbus shocked all of Brikada. The mages of Brikada quickly informed their neighbors and allies about the emergence of a new powerful demon. Even though they had always been at odds with the necromancers of Haresh, they still informed the Kingdom of Haresh in the end and also wanted to use the power of Orander. However, when Brikada gathered an army and entered the Desert of Death in an attempt to find Orander, it did not know that Orander had already encountered Roy and that his army had been defeated. Although this world had teleportation magic, it actually did not have any good methods of instant communication. Especially when both sides did not know each other's whereabouts, it was difficult to contact a specific person, especially in the Desert of Death, where it was possible to become lost at any time. Even if Brikada sent a large number of scouts, it would be useless. The scouts would not be able to find Orander's whereabouts at all. However, although he had temporarily missed the mages of Brikada, after knowing this news, Orander realized that this might be a good opportunity to surround and kill the demon. So he quickly roped in a few Death Lords and assembled troops to enter the Desert of Death again, heading toward Iafol. At the same time, because of the existence of the fallen angel, Julia, by Roy's side, Orander had also sent a message to the Kingdom of Arathia. Although he had doubts about the current chaos in Arathia, his suspicions had not been confirmed, and he could only keep them to himself for the time being. He believed that the angels would not leave it alone after knowing about the appearance of the fallen angel. The messenger who delivered the letter was a vampire. This vampire tossed and turned all the way and finally entered Arathia through a teleportation formation. He risked being almost killed by the holy light of the priests and inquisitors. Finally, he completed his mission and delivered the letter to the hands of Queen Isabel of Arathia. Isabel was a beautiful woman with burgundy hair. She sat on the throne and carefully read the letter sent by Arander. In the letter, Arander described Roy's appearance and his evaluation of his strength in detail. Although Arander did not know Roy's demon name, he believed that they should not allow this powerful demon to enter Iafol. Otherwise, all the races on the entire continent might welcome a demon hero that was difficult to deal with, so he persuaded the Kingdom of Arathia to send troops together to intimidate Iafol and strive to eliminate Roy when he reached the border of Iafol. After Isabel finished reading the letter, she pondered for a while before saying to the vampire below with his head lowered, "Although, in my opinion, you Haresh's necromancers are no different from demons, this old man Arander is still a bit credible. Since he has said it so carefully, then we, Arathia, will not sit idle." With that, she ignored the vampire's reaction and waved her hand to dismiss him before looking for the Haven's Archbishop, Alaric. This Archbishop Alaric was also a fanatic-type figure, and he was similar to the Inquisition. He believed in destroying all dark creatures, and he was currently a commander of the front lines that Isabel trusted. After Alaric came in, Isabel handed him the letter and let him take a look. As soon as he finished reading, Alaric immediately shouted fanatically, "Blasphemy! This is blasphemy! Fallen angels are blasphemy against Helrith, the Dragon of Light. We must eliminate them." This reaction was naturally within Isabel's expectations, so she nodded. "Then, my Archbishop, I'll let you lead an army to do this. The troops I can give are limited, but with the mages of Bracada and some ugly undead assisting you, you know what to do, right?" "Of course." Alaric was holding a cross in his hand, and a savage smile appeared on his face. "In my opinion, it's a very good ending for those bone scum and demons to be eliminated together." Alaric then left while Isabel looked at his departing back with a meaningful smile on her face. She turned around and walked into her palace. After dismissing all the attendants, she moved a secret mechanism in the bedroom and then saw the bottom of her bed slowly open to reveal a secret passage leading downward. Isabel looked around carefully, and after confirming that no one was around, she entered the passage. After walking for some time, she came to an underground prison. And in this underground prison was actually a succubus covered in blood. If Roy were here, he might have recognized that the succubus imprisoned by Isabel was the succubus who had contacted him before, Binaya. After seeing Isabel enter, Binaya looked up weakly at Isabel before lowering her head and continuing to remain silent. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Isabel smiled strangely as she came in front of Binaya, raised her chin, and said mockingly, "My dear sister, it seems like you've already given up resisting." Binaya looked at Isabel and said expressionlessly, "What else do I have to say when I'm in your hands? My sister, Biara, you've always been wearing this skin. Don't tell me you really want to be a tiny human?" Isabel giggled, but at this moment, her voice was completely different from before. Although her voice sounded a little hoarse, it held a seductive charm. After Binaya mocked her, flames immediately ignited on her body. The flames burned her body from bottom to top. After they vanished, the queen of the kingdom of Arathia had disappeared. Replacing her was a succubus in armor with flames burning in her eyes. This succubus was who Binaya had told Roy about before, her twin sister, Biara. A powerful high-rank succubus. Arander's suspicions were confirmed. Now, the queen of Arathia, Isabel, was actually disguised by the succubus Biara. Moreover, this fake queen not only held the authority of the kingdom of Arathia, but she had even successfully won over the Haven Archbishop, Alaric, to work for her. Under the chaos caused by Biara, the originally powerful human Haven kingdom, Arathia, was already in a divided state. Due to the help of the angels, Arathia had always been the vanguard in resisting demons. But now that Arathia had split into the Queen faction and the Nephew faction, its power to fight against demons inevitably weakened. The demons escaping Sho and establishing the kingdom of Iafol on the continent was the greatest evidence. Chapter 253 Hope. After restoring her succubus body, Biara stretched her body and wings lazily, and her mouth emitted an alluring sound. She swung her tail behind her, making the chains on it jingle. Then she paced around in front of Binaya and said, "Binaya, my dear sister, twin demons sharing the same egg have always been a mistake. You and I are natural enemies. From the time we were in the egg, we fought for nutrients. It's the same after we leave the egg. But no matter in the past or now, you'll never be able to win against me. I just didn't expect that you would stupidly come to this world and try to kill me after becoming a high-rank demon. Don't you understand? Even though we're both high-rank demons, there's a huge difference. Although it's not divided into levels like low-rank and middle-rank demons, once I'm one step faster, all my steps are faster. As long as you're behind me, you'll always be behind me. Biara spread her arms, circled around, and smiled. Look at me now. Not only do I have a large army of demons behind me, but I also have the support of Demon Sovereign Ka-Beleth. I have transformed into the Queen of Arathia and have immense authority. I can start war at any time or destroy the entire country from the inside. As long as war and destruction exist, I can harvest countless souls to strengthen myself. But what about you? You're just a loner. Even if you want to kill me, you can only use stupid methods like assassination. Don't you think that chasing after me into this world is simply a foolish act? Or did your brain not develop well when you were in the egg? I'll kill you. Absolutely. Benaya could not hold it in anymore. She gritted her teeth and stared at Biara with blood-red eyes. You better not give me a chance. No, no. Of course, I won't give you a chance, but I won't kill you for now. Biara said proudly. You're the closest person to me. How can I not share it with you when I'm about to become a demon lord? If I can't see your envious eyes, the pleasure of obtaining powerful strength will be much less. At this point, Biara could not help but laugh wildly. Just wait. After completing this mission given by Lord Ka-Beleth, I may be able to obtain his reward and become a new demon lord. The first thing I will do at that time is to kill you in celebration. Before that, just wait obediently in this prison. Become a demon lord? You wish. Benaya forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart and sneered. How long do you really think you can last with this deception? Perhaps before you become a demon lord, you will be seen through by the humans. At that time, I'll have a good look at how you get destroyed in holy light, and even your soul won't be left. Hee, naive. How long do you think I'll need to stay with this identity? Biara said. And so what if I'm seen through? Lord Ka-Beleth's plan has succeeded, and everything is within expectations. The entire kingdom of Arathia is currently in an empty state, and it happens that a new demon has appeared in this world with a fallen angel. This combination practically attracts everyone's attention. I can also take this opportunity to send out the remaining foolish Haven believers and angels. I can summon a waiting demon army in Arathia to flatten all of Arathia and become a demon lord in the flames of destruction. In front of her sister, Biara could not help but want to boast and attack her. These words should have made Benaya extremely depressed, but for some reason, when she heard a demon with a fallen angel, Benaya's heart suddenly stirred. It can't be so coincidental, right? Benaya's demon heart suddenly started beating faster. She said calmly, Humph, stop dreaming. Haven't you thought that you would be replaced by another demon? Just like this new one you mentioned. If this new demon is stronger than you, can you continue to win the favor of Ka-Beleth? It's just a demon of unknown origin. Biara sneered. Although it's said that this demon is quite powerful, it's probably some guy who broke in accidentally. It's still a question if he and that fallen angel can last until they see Lord Ka-Beleth. Alright, my dear sister, enjoy the rest of your life in this prison. With that, a fiery light flashed on Biara's body again, restoring her image as Isabel. She placed her hand on the hilt of her sword at her waist and left the underground prison with a noble smile on her face. In the legends, demons like succubi had always been famous for bewitching humans. Although these legends had been exaggerated and changed, there was no doubt that succubi knew about temptation and metamorphosis. Charming was a kind of spiritual magic, and as long as it was a being with intelligence, it was often very difficult to resist. As for metamorphosis, it was a special magic that used magic power to change your own image. As a high-rank succubus, Biara's metamorphosis magic had reached a peak. When she completed her metamorphosis, not only did her appearance not have any flaws, but even her scent and magic power would change accordingly, covering the smell of sulfur and flames that seeped deep into her bones. This was also why Biara was confident that she would not be seen through among the countless angels and priests who use the power of holy light in Arathia. It was precisely because Demon Sovereign Ka-Beleth saw this point that he gave her this secret mission. However, although her appearance and smell were exactly the same as the original Isabel, in order to achieve the goal of dividing and subverting Arathia, many of the decisions that she made were still very different from the real Isabel. Perhaps the people in Arathia could not feel it, but the bystanders in other countries could see some hints. The existence of the Kingdom of Arathia was a beacon of the Ashan world. As a powerful kingdom that had resisted the invasions of demons for more than 1,000 years, as long as Arathia did not collapse, the people of Ashan would firmly believe that the world would not be destroyed by demons. Although the necromancer Arander was hated by the Arathians, as a believer of Asha, He believed that he had the responsibility to maintain the world order of Ashan. When he discovered and suspected Isabel's actions, he wanted to go to Arathia to investigate. Unfortunately, Roy, this new demon, disrupted Aranda's original plan. As an undercover agent, although Biara learned about Roy's appearance in Aranda's letter, she did not take it to heart and never even thought of secretly sending a message to Eofol to get the demons to meet up with Roy. Because in her heart, she did not treat Roy as a companion at all. The demons active in Ashan were almost all subordinates of demon sovereign Ka-Beleth, and a demon of unknown origins would not be regarded as a companion. Biara had only sent out the fanatical Archbishop Alaric to use his fanatical faith that could not distinguish right from wrong. She wanted to create conflicts between the necromancers of Haresh and the mages of Brikada and further disrupt the relationships between the indigenous races of Ashan. So after leaving, she forgot about this matter. However, what she did not expect was that the already desperate Benaiah had rekindled her desire to survive after inadvertently hearing the news from Biara. "It's Osiris, right? Definitely him, right?" Benaiah muttered to herself in the dark underground prison. The combination of a demon and a fallen angel can probably only be Osiris and Julia. But didn't Osiris reject me back then? Why did they appear in this world? Did they chase after me or? Shaking her head vigorously, Benaiah expelled these thoughts from her mind. No matter how Osiris and Julia came to this world, they're the best allies for me. Hope ignited in Benaiah's eyes. The demons of this world have already called themselves a faction, and it is very difficult for demons that they didn't summon to integrate into them. As long as I can escape and find them, with Osiris's strength, Biara is definitely no match for him. I may be able to assist him and create another demon faction in this world. After making a decision, Benaiah looked around and observed the prison cell. The only thing left was how to escape. Chapter 254 Snow Calamity. Finally out of the desert. When the scene in front of him was no longer monotonous yellow sand but a rotting poplar forest, Roy knew that he had already reached the edge of the desert of death. As expected, not long after crossing this poplar forest, a touch of green began to appear on the horizon. Farther ahead, towering mountains appeared. The terrain was different from the desert, making Roy feel relaxed and happy. Although they had only traveled at night, Roy and the others still passed through the desert of death very quickly. It only took them 10 odd days to cross thousands of kilometers. The number of undead troops under Cassandra's control increased a little. On the way, they found the tombs of 2 ancient warriors and gathered some skeleton soldiers and ghosts. There should have been more, but unfortunately, some low-level undead accidentally fell into quicksand and could not get out. What appeared in front of Roy and the others now was a humongous mountain range, and they could see some white snow marks on the top of the tall mountains in the distance. Vampire Count Giovanni pointed at the mountain range and said to Roy, "Your Excellency Osiris, after crossing this mountain range, you can enter Eofol. Earthquakes are frequent in Eofol, and there are many active volcanoes. The demons that came to the surface detonated these volcanoes and built cities on them. There were originally some humans and other races living in Eofol, but after the demons ruled here, the natives either escaped or turned into demon believers. Therefore, if you see humans in Eofol, don't be surprised." Roy nodded, not finding it strange. In fact, he had already come into contact with these so-called demon believers a long time ago. It could be said that these people who worship demons were often the initial ways for demons to enter other worlds. If they had not tried to summon demons, demons would not have discovered their worlds. In addition, you have to take note that there are outposts and fortresses of the other races along the way. Giovanni continued. 4 years ago, during the sudden lunar eclipse, Sho's demon army poured out and almost destroyed the world. Therefore, after temporarily repelling the demons, the various races on the continent were very vigilant against the demons in Eofol. They built solid fortresses near the borders of their territories. First is to monitor the movements of the demons and guard against a sudden invasion of the demons. Second is to provide support for the possibility of counterattacking in the future. In other words, there's a lot of troops in these fortresses? Roy asked. Yes. Giovanni nodded solemnly. Apart from the Dark Elves of the Dungeon and the Necromancers of Haresh, the other races have built fortresses in almost every direction along the border of Eofol. The reason for the Dark Elves is that they have formed an alliance with the demons, and for Haresh, the demons have no interest in the undead. Speaking of this, Giovanni shrugged his shoulders. His expression was really indescribable. In fact, the various races of this world have never been fond of the undead. For many races, death was sacred, but necromancers resurrected the dead. In their opinion, this was a form of blasphemy. It was not that the necromancers of the kingdom of Haresh did not want to build fortresses on the border to monitor the demons, but the problem was that the other races did not allow them to do so and constantly suppressed and ostracized them. The reason why Giovanni did not agree with Arander's ideas was here. He was not a fanatical believer of Asha, so he was puzzled. Since the undead were so unwelcome, he could not understand why Arander would still stick with the other races and please them by destroying demons. Demons were not interested in undead, so couldn't the kingdom of Haresh just sit back and watch the other races and the demons fight? Julia was listening to Giovanni's narration from the side. At this time, she interrupted, "You mean that we might encounter fortresses of other races along the way?" "It's not a possibility but a certainty," Giovanni said. "Because each fortress will send out patrols regularly to check every route to prevent the demons from running out. These patrols are very orderly. Not only do they have ground troops but also air troops. It's impossible to get past them. If I can't get past them, I'll just fight them," Roy said calmly. "Do you think I brought these undead troops to be bystanders?" Giovanni was stunned for a moment. He did not get all of Roy's words, but he still understood. He nodded, took out a rolled-up map from his waist, and opened it. He carefully looked at it for a while before saying, "From the map, if we continue in the direction we're going, the first thing we'll encounter is the fortress of the kingdom of Brikata. If we head toward the west, we'll encounter the fortress of the Elves. It's not easy to resupply in this place with the Desert of Death at the back, so the two fortresses of these two races have always been supporting and trading with each other." Roy took the map and looked at it. He found that the two fortress cities on the map were actually hundreds of kilometers apart. In other words, Roy could take down these fortresses one by one. But since the two fortresses were looking after one another, Roy guessed that these cities might set up spatial portals with one another. Once attacked, the troops of the other city could quickly arrive through the portal and resist the attack together. Therefore, if he really wanted to attack one of the cities, he should immediately control the portal as soon as possible. However, the location of the portal definitely required investigation. Roy turned to look at the people around him and found that there were no good candidates. Needless to say, Roy was a demon. Once he appeared, he would probably be discovered from afar, and then the alarm bell would ring. Julia was a fallen angel, and the black flame wings on her back were visible at a glance. It was impossible for her to pretend to be an angel and sneak in. As for the native Giovanni, it might be possible, but the nearest fortress was Brikata's. The vigilance of the mages against undead was no different from their vigilance against demons. After thinking about it, Roy raised his hand, and many big eyes with little demon wings appeared in it. "Go." Roy waved his hand. The demon eyes he created immediately flapped their wings and spread out like bats. They gradually turned invisible as they flew and headed toward the fortress. After releasing the demon eyes to scout, Roy waved his hand. "Let's keep going." The next step was to cross the mountains. Cassandra's undead army had an advantage here. He would not have to worry about their morale nor their fatigue, and there would be no delays when marching in the mountains. When he crossed the summit of a mountain and was about to go down, Giovanni saw a large forest at the foot of the mountain, so he reminded, "Your Excellency Osiris, you have to take note. There may be many animals and plants in the forest. They are the eyes of the elves. Moreover, such forests are often where the long-eared Elven Rangers like to patrol. I'm certain that there are elves in this forest because those physically weak mages hate traveling through mountains and rivers. They prefer to let the Elven Rangers patrol these forests in their place. If the Elven Rangers discover us while we're passing through the forest, they'll quickly spread the news to the fortresses. At that time, they might send an army to attack us first. But we can't avoid it." Julia looked at the forest below. "Unless we detour hundreds of kilometers." Indeed, the forest was so large that they could not see the end of it even from a long distance. Not only were all kinds of bug and bird cries coming from the forest, but they could also vaguely see a few large flying creatures above the forest. They might be young green dragons, pegasi, or firebird. These were all common creatures living in elven territories. "No need to go through so much trouble." Roy grinned. "I can use some methods after leaving the desert." Roy led the troops down and stopped when they were about 2 kilometers away from the edge of the forest. Giovanni looked at Roy in confusion, not knowing what he was planning to do. But at this moment, Roy took out Frostmourne and stabbed the tip of the sword into the ground, holding the hilt and half kneeling. Seeing his posture, Julia immediately knew what he was going to do, so she quickly called Fat Tiger and Cassandra to retreat. Although Giovanni did not understand what was going on, out of vigilance, he retreated a little. Roy half knelt on the ground, and surging magic power poured into Frostmourne. The runes on the sword began to light up gradually, and the eyes of the skull at the sword hilt gradually emitted blue light. A powerful cold aura flow began to form slowly with Roy's body as the center and continuously spread out. A large patch of black frost appeared on the ground where Roy was, and the ground condensed into smooth ice. But the ice did not spread out too far, only hundreds of meters away from Roy. Giovanni, who was watching from a distance, was inexplicably shocked. He looked up at the sky because he could feel that the cold aura emanating from Roy was continuously pouring into the sky. After the powerful cold aura entered high in the sky, the weather above the forest immediately changed drastically. Under the influence of the cold aura, countless water molecules began to condense and gradually formed an enormous thick layer of clouds. The coverage of these clouds was so large that it almost covered the entire forest. With Frostmourn's magic power amplification effect, Roy did not even need to make the temperature drop too low to affect the climate within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The animals in the forest quickly noticed this abnormal weather. At this moment, 3 patrol units of Elven Rangers were in this forest. There were not many in each team, but they were agile. While they were doing a routine patrol in the forest, they found that the animals in the forest were suddenly panicking, and they were either escaping or hiding. Even the emotions transmitted by plants were full of uneasiness. "What's going on?" The patrols carrying longbows looked up in confusion and saw the black clouds hanging low above. "It seems it's going to snow?" an Elven Ranger said with uncertainty. "Are you kidding me? It's snowing?" another Elven Ranger said in disbelief. "It's still summer." "But these clouds are like the clouds when it snows," someone replied. However, seemingly confirming their guess, a black, translucent snowflake fell from the sky. An Elven Ranger subconsciously reached out and caught this snowflake. Under the temperature of his hand, the snow quickly melted and turned into a black dewdrop. "Damn it! It's really snowing." Seeing the continuous black snowflakes falling, the Elven Ranger shivered. These black snowflakes showed strangeness everywhere. When the snow fell, the green plants and grass rapidly withered at a visible speed. The Elven Rangers realized that something was wrong because no matter how they looked at it, this was not a normal weather phenomenon. "We're under attack. Run away from here immediately." A ranger captain made a prompt decision. "Go back to the fortress of Bratica and report the situation here to them." However, it was already too late. The elves could not even tell where the attack came from, let alone who the attacker was. No matter how agile and fast they were, it was impossible for them to escape from the entire forest in a short time. The black snow grew bigger and heavier, and it became more and more urgent. In just 5 minutes, a thin layer of snow had already gathered on top of the forest, and the remaining snow fell on the ground through the gaps between the trees, causing disorderly black spots to appear in the forest. The rangers running in the forest were constantly moving in the black snow, but they were losing their strength as they ran. The black snowflakes on their bodies gradually made them feel itchy and painful. Once they could not help but scratch, it was very likely that their skin would bleed. Under the effect of the desolate virus, the skin of the Elven Rangers began to fester. They began to vomit and could no longer run. An Elven Ranger fell in despair. Before closing his eyes and dying, he shouted unwillingly, "The enemy! Where is?" After 20 more minutes, Roy pulled out Frostmourne and stood up. What appeared in front of everyone was a withered forest covered in black ice and snow. Chapter 255 Roasted Suckling Dragon. Clack! Clack! A skeleton soldier with pale white bones was walking in the forest. On its bones were a few pieces of tattered clothes and armor, and it held a rusted and nicked longsword in its hand. Perhaps because this longsword brought a lot of weight, but after stepping on the thick black snow, its feet bones kept leaving strange footprints. Behind it, a large number of undead followed closely. The Death Knights remained silent as usual as they rode on their skeleton warhorses, rising and falling rhythmically with the hooves. The wights carried bloodstained scythes on their shoulders and floated 3 feet off the ground. Their tattered cloaks moved without any wind, causing the sound of eerie winds to come from their bodies from time to time. A bone dragon flapped its wings full of holes and flew low above the forest. The thick spine allowed Cassandra to stand on it easily. After the snow disaster, there were no sounds in this forest that was supposed to be full of vitality, and even the cries of bugs could no longer be heard. All the plants in the entire forest had turned into black withered branches. Although the tall trees were still standing upright, they were all bare because their leaves had already withered under the black snow. Giovanni turned into a huge bat and flew in the air. From above the forest, he saw the scene of death and silence below. Even though he was an undead vampire who had always lived in a ghastly cemetery, seeing this scene in front of him made him shudder. That demon. Osiris, why is his ice and snow power so strange and terrifying? Giovanni thought. He could feel that the forest had completely lost its vitality, and it became like this only after a heavy snowfall. Roy and Julia were also flying in the air, following behind the undead army. Julia flew higher and looked down at the forest from above. After moving down again, she said to Roy, "The coverage of your magic power seems to have increased." Roy smiled, tacitly agreeing. In fact, any caster would experience this. With the continuous use and practice of magic, not only would the body form an effect similar to muscle memory, but it would also allow the caster to have a deeper understanding of magic, and the magic they released would become even more exquisite. Roy was in this state now. Back in the desert, it was much harder to use magic power to affect the atmosphere and climate. But in this forest with abundant moisture, the might of Roy's magic power was vividly demonstrated. It did not take long for Roy and the others to reach the center of the forest. Roy took out the soul-attracting flag with his Osiris mark and began collecting the souls in this forest. As he inserted the soul-attracting flag into the ground, the Osiris mark on it lit up, and countless souls flew toward Roy. Most of the inhabitants of this forest were ordinary animals, so these souls were actually just some animal spirits. The smallest was about the size of a grain of rice, and the biggest was only about a table tennis ball. However, there were a lot of these animal spirits. Roy had almost bottomed out of souls, so he did not reject any. When these soul lights gathered, the entire forest seemed to have a beautiful river of stars. Seeing Roy plundering so many souls, Giovanni would be lying if he said that he was not envious. Undead creatures did not have souls, their souls had dissipated the moment they died. The raise dead spell of necromancers did not actually summon their souls back to make the undead rise again, but it was a method to protect their bodies with the power of death and awaken their remaining consciousness. During this process, because of the lack of souls, the reanimated undead often lost a lot of memories, which was why many undead became muddle-headed and had no consciousness. The more high-level the necromancer using raised dead, the more memories the undead could retain. For example, although skeleton soldiers might not necessarily recall their memories, they could retain more combat experience in their bodies and become more agile and brave in battle. This was one of the reasons why the undead under the command of high-level necromancers were stronger. Giovanni was a vampire, and he had transformed into a vampire through a ritual. But in the same way, regardless of the method, his soul had been lost when he became a vampire. This was the price of eternal life. In fact, vampires were relatively special undead. They relied on absorbing blood to maintain the activity of their bodies, so even without souls, they could retain very high intelligence and more awareness. Therefore, just like other undead, vampires were extremely envious of living beings with souls, especially necromancers who were alive but practiced necromancy. Necromancers had to use their mental power carefully to enslave these undead. Otherwise, once they lost control, the first thing the undead would attack would be the necromancers, who told them to have souls. Due to the absence of a soul, Giovanni's body had long lost all kinds of sensations, just like other vampires. They did not know pain nor joy. Only when drinking blood would they feel a sense of satisfaction that they had not experienced for a long time. Giovanni knew his shortcomings, so whenever he saw demons plunder souls, he would feel intense envy. Why can demons devour these souls while I can't? If I had the ability of demons, maybe I could rely on devouring souls to regain my own soul? However, despite being envious, Giovanni knew that this demon in front of him was not a good character, so he could only hide this envy in his heart. Roy was collecting souls when the ground began to shake rhythmically, and the trees in the distance fell to the ground with cracking sounds. Fat Tiger's enormous body was dashing through the forest and ran to Roy. After a few loud thuds, Fat Tiger loosened his mouths and threw a few dragon corpses in front of Roy. These dragon corpses that Fat Tiger brought back were naturally a few infant dragons living in this forest. Although they were infant dragons, they were about 1 to 2 meters long and weighed at least 50 to 100 kilograms. They looked like bison. The bodies of these infant dragons were covered in a layer of black snow, and underneath the snow was tender green skin. The very soft dragon scales did not have much protection, and Fat Tiger's teeth had bitten through them, causing golden blood with spots of red to flow out. At a glance, Roy knew that they should be the young of green dragons. The adult dragons were very powerful, but these infant dragons were very fragile, so fragile that they died under Roy's desolate virus. This was really unexpected. "Aww! Woo! Woof!" Fat Tiger happily jumped in front of Roy a few times, causing the ground to tremble. He looked very excited, and his 3 tongues were hanging down from his mouths and dripping with saliva. Roy immediately understood what he meant when he saw this and said in surprise, "You want me to roast these infant dragons for you to eat?" Fat Tiger lowered his head and rubbed against Roy's body flatteringly, expressing appeal. After rubbing, he lay on his stomach on the ground and stared straight at Roy with anticipation. Okay. Roy knew that this guy had lost interest in fresh and bloody food ever since he had eaten roasted meat. This time, he actually caught a few infant green dragon corpses. He probably wanted to try something new and planned to have some roasted dragon meat. However, why are there only these few infant dragons in this forest? Don't dragons always care a lot about their young? Where are their parents? Giovanni probably saw Roy's doubt and said, "With infant dragons here, there's most likely a dragon nest in the forest, but the adult green dragons may have gone out hunting for food. It may be a little troublesome when they return." This time, it was equivalent to Roy having taken advantage of when the adult green dragons were out to kill all their children. However, Roy was not worried about the trouble that Giovanni mentioned. There was usually only one dragon nest in a forest, and even if the adult green dragons returned, there would not be many. Since these green dragons lived here, they might have some connection with the Elven fortress. If they dared to return, Roy would just get rid of them together to prevent them from supporting the elves to deal with him. Roy got Fat Tiger to spit out flames and start a fire on the spot. Then he began to roast these infant dragons. The smell was quite fragrant, and it felt no different from roast suckling pig, making Roy look forward to it. Fat Tiger was salivating. He smelled the aroma and paced around Roy impatiently, but his eyes were fixed on the meat above the fire, waiting for the meal. Giovanni looked at this scene and felt very uncomfortable for some reason. It was probably his first time seeing someone roast infant dragons. Afterward, Cassandra, who had been patrolling, returned. She brought back a bunch of corpses of Elven Rangers and said to Roy, "Master, the news hasn't been leaked. The corpses of these Elven Rangers were still far from the edge of the forest." "Okay, that's good. As long as we pass through this forest, it'll be too late for them to find us." Roy nodded. Chapter 256 Dragon Eater. The fragrant roasted dragon meat was ready. Roy threw 2 of the 3 infant dragons to Fat Tiger, leaving one for Julia to share with him. As for Cassandra and Giovanni, how could they be interested in these roasted suckling dragons? They could not even eat them at all. After getting the food, Fat Tiger immediately ran to the side happily to enjoy it, while Roy pulled off a thigh and handed it to Julia. He pulled off a dragon wing and threw it into his mouth to chew. Due to his strong bite force, Roy was now chewing and eating the meat and bones together. Unexpectedly, it was exceptionally delicious like this. The infant dragon's wings had not fully developed, and when it was alive, it could only fly at low altitudes for short distances. Now that Roy had roasted it, he felt as though he was chewing crisp bones in his mouth. Moreover, the meat was very springy, and the juice inside was very rich after being roasted. It tasted extremely delicious. While eating, Roy thought that it would probably be better if he had marinated it with a little bit of Orleans sauce. Roasted Orleans dragon wings. Once his appetite got going, Roy ate quickly. The infant dragon over a meter long with a weight of over 50 kilograms, Roy ate most of it alone, and Julia ate the rest. Julia threw a piece of infant dragon bone on the ground, licked her fingers, and smiled while wishing for more. "This is the first time I've eaten dragon meat. I only saw stronger dragons in the worlds I've been to before. I might not have even been able to beat them, much less eat them. I didn't expect roasted dragon meat to be so delicious." Roy took out Frostmourne and used the tip of his sword to pick his teeth. He said in satisfaction, "It should be said that infant dragon meat is delicious. The meat of adult dragons will be tougher and probably very dry and hard to chew. But we can also try. Maybe stewing them won't be bad." "Okay, if there's a chance, let's get some more to eat," Julia said with a smile. Fat Tiger looked up at Julia and barked happily. It seemed that he agreed with his mistress's proposal. Giovanni listened from the side and broke down a little. When Roy was roasting the meat, he had been very uneasy and kept looking up at the sky, afraid that the infant dragon's parents would come back. Now that he saw Roy and the others had finished eating, he wanted to urge them to hurry on the journey. But he did not expect that Roy and the others were not anxious at all and already talking about dragon meat. "Your Excellency Osiris," Giovanni said helplessly, "I have to remind you that if you don't want to anger the dragon race, it's best not to have such thoughts." But Roy glared at him. "Why? Don't tell me that dragons have never died in battle in your world. Even if they died in battle, their enemies might not necessarily eat their corpses." Giovanni was very speechless. "Stop talking nonsense," Roy snorted. "Won't other demons eat them? Also, won't those behemoths? Moreover, even if other races don't eat the corpses of dragons, they will use the corpses for dragon scales, dragon blood, and other materials. Where do you think those things came from?" With these two examples, Giovanni had nothing to say because Roy was right. Demons and behemoths ate dragon meat, especially the latter. Behemoths had always been known as the natural enemy of dragons. These giant beasts, who were also mythical creatures, generally ate dragons directly after killing them. Furthermore, compared to being dissected into various materials to make magic tools, it seemed that it was better to eat them directly. "Anyway, let's leave this place first." Giovanni could only give up persuading. Thus, everyone set off again and continued deeper into the forest, preparing to go out. But before they got too far, two dragon roars suddenly came from the distant sky. Looking up, they saw two giant dragons flying toward the forest. It was the green dragon's parents. At this moment, two adult green dragons in the sky had their wings spread and were flying quickly. At the foot of one of the green dragons was a mammoth with long fur in its claw. It was the prey caught by the green dragon couple in the distant snow-capped mountains. They brought this heavy mammoth back easily, intending to feed their children. However, they found that something was wrong from afar. From high up in the sky, the familiar forest scenery was covered by a layer of black. The forest was no longer green, and the trees were withered. The green dragon couple became anxious and accelerated toward the forest. As they flew, they let out dragon roars, calling out to their children. However, there was no response. The three infant dragons were actually the first litter of the green dragon couple. The green dragon couple had just reached adulthood and entered the reproduction stage. When they did not receive their children's responses, they started panicking. Then the first thing they thought of was that the forest might have been attacked by other dragons. Dragons were exceptionally gifted. Not only were they powerful, but they also had long lifespans. But it was not easy for dragons to mature because they always had to face many enemies, not only other races but also their own race. Especially black dragons. They were tyrannical and evil, and they often attacked the nests of other dragons. Once they found infants, they would bite them to death without hesitation. The blackness covering the entire forest made the green dragon couple mistakenly think that it was caused by a black dragon's magic. So in their anxiety, they did not look closely at what these black things were and rushed toward the nest. After seeing these two green dragons flying over, Roy and Julia could not help but look at each other. They knew that they were about to fight these two green dragons, so they were not in a hurry to leave and stopped. Only Giovanni was nervous when he first heard the dragon roars. But after seeing the size of the two green dragons, he heaved a sigh of relief. These two green dragons were a few hundred years old at most, and green dragons themselves were not particularly powerful. Even Giovanni had the confidence to deal with them. What Giovanni was most afraid of was provoking those 1,000-year-old dragons, especially the red dragons and black dragons. They were recognized as powerful creatures in the entire world of Ashan. Fat Tiger was very excited at this moment. After he grew bigger, his appetite kept increasing. The two infant dragons from before did not satiate him at all. When he saw two more green dragons flying over, he immediately remembered the aroma of the roasted meat just now, so he whimpered and begged Roy. Okay. Roy knew what he meant, so he nodded. "I'll roast them for you." As soon as he heard Roy's promise, Fat Tiger's muscles tightened, and his eyes revealed a fierce light as he waited for the two green dragons to come. Sure enough, the green dragon couple soon found their children's bones. These incomplete bones and the traces of the campfire beside them immediately let them understand what had happened. Coupled with the dead silence in the forest, the green dragon couple became furious and instantly flew toward Roy and the others. But just as they saw traces of the enemy from above the forest, Fat Tiger had already stomped on the ground and lunged into the air. He fiercely bit one of the green dragon's necks and then dragged the green dragon down from the air. The two massive creatures crashed to the ground with a bang, overturning a large area of trees in the forest. The green dragon bitten by Fat Tiger struggled in fear, desperately trying to get up. However, Fat Tiger's two heads were biting his neck, and the one at the side was biting the green dragon's wing and started to shake it vigorously. This green dragon was not Fat Tiger's match at all. The immense force dragged it around, and blood was dripping from its neck. Fat Tiger's teeth were almost biting through the hard dragon scales. Seeing Fat Tiger attack its partner, the remaining green dragon returned to its senses and immediately rushed at Fat Tiger angrily, wanting to provide support. But at this moment, Roy suddenly appeared in the air above the green dragon. Dragon Slayer magic. A layer of fine dragon scales appeared on Roy's tail, and then he punched the green dragon's head. With a loud crack, Roy's fist smashed into the green dragon's skull, and even Julia and the others could hear the sound of the bones breaking below. The green dragon that Roy hit instantly stopped, as though he had pressed the pause button. Under the immense impact, its head and neck suddenly drooped, and its entire body fell. With a loud bang, the green dragon slammed onto the ground, shaking it a bit. Then the green dragon stopped moving. After landing, Roy found that blood was slowly flowing out of the green dragon's eyes and mouth. A large dent had appeared on the top of its head. Roy's punch actually shattered the exceptionally hard skull of the green dragon through the protection of the dragon scales. The effect was so good that it surprised Roy. He raised his fist and looked at it. He had not expected that he could kill a green dragon with one punch. Even though this green dragon was young, it was still an adult dragon, and Roy killed it so easily. It seemed that the Dragon Slayer magic was very effective against dragons. Roy did not even use his full strength just now. On the other side, the green dragon that Fat Tiger was biting had no time to cry because it was in grave peril. It was not Fat Tiger's first time fighting a dragon, but compared to the dead bone dragons that did not know pain, the green dragon that was still alive had a strong perception of pain. When Fat Tiger bit the green dragon, he found that the green dragon's resistance was weaker than that of a bone dragon. At least, there was no fight where both sides suffered losses, so Fat Tiger became even more fearless. His four legs moved back and dragged the green dragon to plow a gully on the ground. Then he dragged it in another direction, shaking his neck from time to shake the green dragon. As the green dragon screamed, it opened its mouth and spat out corrosive acid at Fat Tiger. But the acid was not very powerful. Although green smoke was rising from Fat Tiger's fur, Fat Tiger's defense was extremely strong, and he did not feel any pain at all. It seemed like the acid could not corrode him. Roy did not disturb Fat Tiger. He stood beside the corpse with his arms crossed while watching. The remaining dragon saw that the acid was useless against Fat Tiger, so magic power immediately surged in its body. Under the green dragon's magic, green grass grew out of the withered ground once again, and the branches of the trees beside it also grew crazily. All of them wrapped around Fat Tiger. This was the ability of green dragons to control plants. Unfortunately, although these plants were entangling Fat Tiger, the power of these plants could not suffocate Fat Tiger. He bit the green dragon's neck with all his might while gulping down the dragon's blood. Gradually, the green dragon's consciousness became more and more blurry. After it lost control of the plants, the wildly grown branches and grass began to fall off Fat Tiger's body. Finally, Fat Tiger exerted strength, and with a loud, crisp crack from the green dragon's neck, it was killed. Without waiting for the temperature of the corpse to cool down, Fat Tiger dragged the dragon to Roy's side and wagged his tail to beg for barbecue. Giovanni looked at Fat Tiger in fear. He really could not understand why this enormous hellhound liked dragon meat so much. "This is Dragon Eater." Giovanni secretly gave Fat Tiger a nickname. However, he did not expect that this nickname would become widely spread in Ashan in the future and become the name that dragons feared the most. Chapter 257 New Evolution. After killing these two adult green dragons, two huge souls floated out. Among the souls that Roy had seen before, ordinary souls were shining with white light, which was the color of the souls of humans and humanoid creatures under normal conditions. In addition, among the mythical creatures, the souls of angels were golden, and the souls of demons were pitch black. Although Roy had not obtained the soul of the Titan that he killed in Ulambus, he had seen the dark blue light when the soul appeared. As for the two dragon souls appearing in front of Roy now, they were colorful or multicolored. Titans seemed to have the protection of Mother Earth, so their souls would be recalled by the Earth. It was indeed not easy to obtain them if you reacted slowly, but dragon souls were not like this. Roy easily held them in his hands. This different soul color made Roy curious. Moreover, he had to say that the dragon souls looked extremely beautiful when he held them. The flowing charm and changing colors gave him a dreamlike feeling. Roy could observe that there seemed to be more green light in these souls. He did not know if this unique soul color was related to the five-colored dragon's body color, but this was indeed the first time he obtained real dragon souls. As Roy held these two dragon souls, his saliva could not stop secreting. His soul-devouring addiction talent was urging his body, wanting Roy to taste the dragon souls. The souls of angels were truly unpalatable to demons and were of no benefit, but the souls of other races were not necessarily the same. So with this thought, Roy could not help but throw one of the dragon souls into his mouth. At the moment, Roy felt extremely comfortable all over. The taste of a dragon soul was even more delicious than he had imagined. After the soul entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a marshmallow-like texture that collided with Roy's mouth. A moment later, it flowed down from his throat into his stomach, then turned into a warm current that quickly spread to his limbs and bones. Roy felt that all the cells in his body were jumping excitedly and restlessly. Roy did not know if it was an illusion or not, but at this moment, he felt as though his body had entered the state of taking drugs. Roy understood. He did not expect that the soul of this dragon could increase the activity of demons. He opened the system interface to see. Sure enough, just the soul of a green dragon and his activity had increased by as much as 5. And this was only the improvement from directly swallowing it. If he could use the dragon soul to refine a potion-like activity potion to consume, he might be able to obtain more growth. Roy did not understand why the dragon soul did not increase magic power but activity. But compared to the angel souls that were difficult to swallow, dragon souls were much better. The activity attribute represented life force and recovery ability. At the same time, this powerful force could give the body stronger resistance. In other words, activity was equivalent to the combined attributes of life and defense. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, he understood that although dragons had many labels, the ones that should not be ignored the most were their powerful bodies and life force. As they grew older, their dragon scales would become increasingly harder and indestructible. This in itself was a manifestation of powerful activity. Perhaps these characteristics of dragons were brought about by their soul characteristics? While thinking about it, Roy wondered what benefits Titan souls could bring. Recalling the scene when the Titan overturned Fat Tiger on the ground in Olympus, Roy felt that the characteristics of Titan souls might be strength. Moreover, the mythical creatures like Titans were the descendants of the legendary Mother Earth, goddess Gaia. Hadn't people always described their astonishing strength as indomitable? I have to kill a few Titans if I have the chance. Roy put away the remaining green dragon soul in the system space. Then he saw that the system had actually shown the dragon soul as soul of order/chaos. Roy was a little stunned by these words. He had harvested so many souls, and it was the first time he had seen a situation of using two terms to describe the same soul. He could not help but ask the system what was going on. However, the answer given by the system was quite interesting. The reason why it used two terms at the same time was that creatures like dragons could be the guardians of order, or they could be the destroyers who brought chaos. They could be gentle and kind or tyrannical and evil. Everything depended on the thoughts of the dragons, so their souls had two possibilities at the same time, unlike angels and demons who were at extremes. No wonder demons can swallow dragon souls without them tasting as disgusting as the holy souls of angels. It turns out that the essence of the souls of dragons contain negative emotions that demons can absorb. Are the characteristics of all species determined by their souls? Roy could not help but ask the system. That's not the case. The system replied. The soul directly affects the spirit and will of a being and indirectly affects the shape and genes of the being. In addition, environmental and cultural factors affect the characteristics. Roy nodded, feeling that he understood a little. Different species may have different souls, but as different species have the same environment and culture, their souls will have a certain degree of commonality, right? Roy did not intend to delve too much into this kind of philosophical and mysticism issue. Instead, he thought of another question. I wonder what the system will use to describe the souls of Titans. After seeing Roy swallow the green dragon soul and being in a daze for a while, Julia was a little worried about him, so she went forward and shook Roy gently to wake him up. Are you okay? Julia asked. I'm fine. Roy grinned. I didn't expect the dragon soul to be so delicious. I was a little intoxicated. Julia nodded. Although I can't eat souls, I know that there are many powerful demons who really like to hunt the souls of dragons. Ha, that means there are gourmets among demons. Roy laughed self-deprecatingly. He turned around and found Fat Tiger already biting a green dragon's corpse. Although he had killed the two green dragons, adult dragons and infant dragons were two completely different concepts. With such massive bodies, it would take a long time to roast them with fire. So Julia had already told Fat Tiger that it was impossible to stop and wait for the meat to roast. Fat Tiger was depressed that he could not eat roasted meat, and he had no choice but to eat the meat raw. With Fat Tiger's current tremendous appetite, the two green dragons were just enough for him to eat. Before long, he eliminated the two green dragons. After eating, Fat Tiger seemed to be a little dispirited. Roy and Julia wanted to sit on him, but seeing that there was something wrong with his condition, They dispelled this thought and paid close attention to Fat Tiger's situation. Roy felt a little regretful. He should not have let Fat Tiger eat so much. He was worried that Fat Tiger would grow again, and what he was most afraid of was that he would fall asleep now. Looking around behind him, Roy felt that if Fat Tiger really fell asleep, he might have to get the Death Knights to contribute their skeleton warhorses. Then he would make a big cart and let the skeleton warhorses drag Fat Tiger forward. When Roy thought about this, for some reason, the silent and cold Death Knights suddenly had an ominous feeling. Fortunately, the Death Knights escaped a disaster and did not turn from cavalry to infantry. Although Fat Tiger looked sleepy, he continued walking according to his usual routine and did not fall asleep. However, because Roy and Julia had been paying attention to him, they discovered that Fat Tiger was gradually changing. Fat Tiger's thin hairs, which were originally like steel needles, gradually became wider and larger. From the original slightly fluffy state, these hairs gradually stuck to Fat Tiger's skin and turned into scales that looked like dragon scales. Roy felt that this change was inconceivable. Is it because Fat Tiger ate so much dragon meat? Out of curiosity, Roy walked to Fat Tiger's leg and poked this scaly fur gently with his nails. He found that they were a little soft and not as hard as he had imagined. Without a doubt, Fat Tiger entered another state of evolution after eating so much. The green dragon flesh and blood he swallowed seemed to have affected his evolutionary direction. It could be said that except for the 3 heads that looked like those of hellhounds, the rest of Fat Tiger was beginning to fork off. "Fat Tiger is fine, right?" Julia asked worriedly. "No problem. It should be a good thing," Roy replied after thinking for a moment. It seems that eating dragons is very beneficial to him. This scaly fur is still relatively fragile, but if he devours enough, it might eventually become as hard as true dragon scales. Hearing this, Giovanni wanted to bang his head against a wall. What kind of combination is this? It's fine if the demon and fallen angel are powerful, but why is even this big pet dog becoming stronger? In this group, Giovanni initially thought that after Roy and Julia, he could rank third in strength. Now, he found that he was about to be overtaken by a dog. Isn't this too much of a blow to a vampire? Just as Giovanni was feeling depressed, Cassandra's voice suddenly came from the sky. "Master, we're out of the forest and can already see the fortress." Chapter 258 Dendera Fortress. After leaving the forest, what entered their sight was a basin that extended diagonally downward. The bottom of the basin was flat, and a wide river meandered through the basin, nourishing the lush plants along the 2 shores of the river. On this lush grassland, they could see groups of animals running, especially the wild pegasi. Their white bodies were like flowing white lines as they galloped on the grassland. When they were tired from running, the pegasi would collectively spread their wings and fly into the sky, occupying a large area of airspace, frightening the lone wild griffins to hurry out of the way and roar angrily at them in protest. Some low fruit trees lay scattered on this grassland. The fruits growing on the trees attracted some small animals to come and eat. At the same time, these small animals also attracted the attacks and ambushes of carnivores. On the banks of the river, numerous large animals such as antelopes and bison were drinking water. They were carefully vigilant of the crocodiles that might exist in the river, and they would raise their heads to observe their surroundings every drink. Countless flying insects, butterflies, and bees were flying above the flowers in the grass. Once other animals passed by, they would be startled. This place was full of life. Roy and the others, who had just walked out of the desert of death, looked at this scene in surprise. "This place isn't bad," Roy said. "I can't tell that it's a border zone at all." "Master, the fortress is there." Cassandra had already landed and pointed in front. "It's just along the river." Roy looked up and saw the meandering river extending forward. After crossing the grassland, it gradually converged into a spacious canyon. Both sides of this canyon were cliffs, and on a cliff was an enormous city. The fortress was at least tens of kilometers away, so it looked quite small. But Roy evaluated that it was a large city that could accommodate about 100,000 people. Even from here, he could see the tall and smooth city wall surrounding the city. If this city was about 100 meters from the foundation to the top of the city, then the city wall surrounding the city was at least 50 meters tall. This fortress built on the cliff was tantamount to tightly guarding the entrance of the canyon, and it would discover any ground troops that wanted to go through the canyon to EFO. In the sky above the fortress city, Roy saw countless densely packed black dots flying. They were the stone gargoyles that were unceasingly patrolling day and night and a small number of griffins and green dragons. However, Judging from the main direction the city wall was facing, Roy found that this fortress was mostly aimed at the interior of the canyon, meaning that it was to guard against those coming out. It seemed that after the demon army established a foothold in Eifol, the various races on the continent were really tense, afraid that the demons would rush out again. After observing for a while, Roy found that the flying troops flying above the fortress were changing regularly, indicating that the fortress was only performing routine patrols. The Elven Rangers they killed in the forest did not send the information back to the fortress. Otherwise, it might not have been like this. Roy sensed the locations of the demon eyes he had released earlier and found that they were already near the fortress and on standby. "This is Dendera, a fortress city of the kingdom of Bricada," Giovanni introduced. "The elven fortress Aglin is at the other end of the canyon. Both fortresses are large fortress cities with more than 100,000 people. Even if the demon army wants to fight, it will have to pay an immense price. Pardon my frankness, Your Excellency Osiris. It may not be a good idea to attack directly." "I'm not stupid." Roy glared at Giovanni. "Why don't you take a look at how many troops I have? I haven't even seen the vampire troops you promised to support me with yet. Would I use such a small amount of troops to attack this kind of fortified city?" After being rebuked by Roy, Giovanni shut up bitterly. Julia asked, "Then, what are you going to do? Do you plan on having the dark snow fall again?" Roy shook his head. "It's useless. It's different from using it in the forest. There must be many mages in the fortress city. Once the dark snow falls, they will immediately find that something's wrong. At that time, those mages will have ways to eliminate the snow. This way, not only will it not be of any use, but it will instead expose us." Julia understood what Roy was saying, but she really could not think of a way to conquer this fortress city. Even though Roy was powerful enough, Julia was also a high-ranked demon, and Fat Tiger, Giovanni, and Cassandra were assisting. They were at a loss when facing such an overwhelming number of troops. "Why don't we build a summoning formation here first?" Julia suggested. "Open a gate of the abyss. Even if it's a little crude, we can summon many demons." "Don't worry. We'll definitely summon a demon army. But when we summon one, it's best to make a large gate of the abyss." Roy grinned sinisterly. "But not now. Wait until we have a stronghold. We'll use the demon army to deal with Ziron. Now, I have a better way to attack this fortress." Seeing that Roy was so confident, Julia did not ask further. Roy first controlled the invisible demon eyes to approach Dendera fortress carefully and investigate at close range. In fact, with Roy's current quasi-lord level power, it was not impossible for him to destroy this fortress city alone. But it was foreseeable that there would definitely be many heroes stationed in this fortress. The low-level troops would not be a problem, but high-level combat forces such as green dragons and titans would probably cause Roy a lot of trouble under the leadership of the heroes. When he fought against Tyrantor, Roy realized that those who could be called heroes in the Ashan world were basically not weaker than ordinary high-ranked demons. Some famous heroes with outstanding military exploits were even stronger than high-ranked demons. No matter how strong Roy was, he might have an accident if he was not careful. Roy even felt fortunate that this was not a fortress of the kingdom of Arathia. Otherwise, there might have been a large number of angel troops. To demons, angels were more difficult to deal with than dragons and titans. As the demon eyes approached, the situation in Dendera gradually appeared in front of Roy. The reason why it was a fortress city was that there were no civilians in this city. It was practically all military forces here. Bricada was probably worried that it would be difficult for the civilians to evacuate if demons invaded, so they simply stationed all troops in it. In this fortress, he could see iron golems moving orderly everywhere. The number of iron golems was probably the largest, with at least 50 to 60,000. In the city, there were golem factories all over, and numerous gremlins shuttled through them, building and augmenting the golems according to the blueprints. On the city wall, many mage towers and ballistas were standing, and a large number of equipment such as catapults. This was the configuration used to defend the city. The Nagas with scimitars were patrolling on the city wall, and some Elven Rangers with bows on their backs were keeping a lookout between the bricks of the crenellated parapet of the city wall. A little farther in was the city hall of Dendera. There was an enormous square, and there were about 100 titans guarding it. Among these titans, there were black lightning titans wrapped in lightning all over, and storm titans wrapped in hurricanes. They were the most powerful forces in this fortress. The titans and dragons had never gotten along and disliked each other, so some green dragons and emerald dragons that the elves had as reinforcements could not be bothered to go to the center of the city to have dealings with the titans. These green dragons and emerald dragons either flew into the sky to patrol, or they occupied the tops of some buildings in Dendera, lying on top of them with their wings folded to rest. The stone gargoyles would not approach these dragons. Even the small number of griffins used to transmit information and letters in the city could bully these gargoyles. However, these gargoyles could be said to be the most hard-working and loyal troops. They tirelessly followed the orders given by the mages day and night. When the griffins and dragons were resting, they were still monitoring any movements in the canyon. When the demon eyes transmitted these scenes back, even Roy could not help but frown. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least twice the number of troops to take down such a fortress. Roy controlled a demon eye to fly toward the city hall. Because he was worried that the Titans might discover the eye, Roy deliberately increased its height. Then through the demon eye, he saw many hero-looking figures entering and leaving the city hall from time to time. In just a short while, Roy found 6 to 7 suspected heroes. Behind the city hall, Roy finally found what he was looking for. It was a silver arch made entirely of metal. It looked to be about 4 to 5 meters tall and was very large. This metal arch was on the ground and connected to a large magic formation on the ground. Every pattern of the magic formation was emitting faint light, and there were more than 30 mages holding magic staffs standing at the periphery. They seemed to be supplying magic power to the magic formation and the metal arch. And in the center of the arch, a gigantic white vortex of light was slowly spinning. This should be the spatial portal. Such a gigantic spatial gate that could be used to teleport troops was exceptionally difficult to build and expensive. But with it connecting to the Elven fortress Aglin, the forces of the two cities could join each other. In other words, if Roy did not remove this spatial portal, it would be equivalent to him having to fight two fortresses at the same time, which was simply impossible. Roy did not rashly let the demon eye approach because he did not know if there was anything similar to a magic shield at the spatial portal. If there was, even if the demon eye was invisible, it could still hit the shield and be discovered. After confirming the location, Roy controlled several demon eyes to search the city and quickly found what he wanted to find the most. It was a deep well. Although Dendera was on the shore of the river, the people in the city could not fetch water from the river. In addition, considering the possibility of the city being besieged, it was necessary to have well water like this. The people of Bricada and the elves were not undead, and they needed water to sustain their lives. After discovering these water sources, Roy smiled. He remembered the locations of a few deep wells in the city and then had the demon eyes return. "Okay, let's wait now," Roy said to Julia. "Wait for what?" Julia was puzzled. "Wait for night." Roy folded the wings behind his back, found a rock, and sat down to let his tail hang. Chapter 259 Demon Blood. Under the setting sun, the golden afterglow covered the ground. Under the light of the setting sun, the entire west city wall of Dendera was plated with a layer of gold, shining brilliantly like an indestructible holy city. While Roy and the others were waiting for dusk to descend tens of kilometers away, they did not know that at this moment, Dendera was welcoming a familiar face to them. In the square behind the city hall, a large number of tower troops were standing and waiting in battle formation. Several mages and heroes of the kingdom of Bradicad stood silently not far from the silver spatial gate, quietly looking at the vortex in the center of the spatial gate. The leader of these wizard heroes was an old man with a thick white beard, wearing a magnificent robe and a mage hood. His face was solemn. Standing beside this old man was a dark blue djinn. But unlike ordinary djinns, this one had lightning flashing all over. In addition, among these wizard heroes, there was also a long-eared Elven Ranger. This Elven Ranger had a longbow on his back, and his armor was slanted, revealing half of his chest. He had long red hair, and his left eye had the battle pattern unique to the elves, making him look extremely fierce. In the silver spatial gate, the vortex suddenly accelerated and spun. This change made the heroes present become lively, and the troops scattered around began to become tense. From the light of the vortex, a skeleton horse's skull appeared first. Then a black-robed man with a scarlet spider tattoo on his forehead appeared. Needless to say, this was one of the strongest death lords of Haresh, Araner. "Good day, everyone." After coming out of the spatial gate, Araner ignored the solemn and vigilant gazes of the mages. He turned over and got off his skeleton warhorse. His right hand held his staff, and his left hand touched his chest as he bowed slightly to everyone. "Ash's servant greets everyone." Although the mages of Bricada did not believe in the dragon gods, the wizard heroes did not dare to slight the famous Death Lord Aranter and returned Aranter's greeting. After the two sides exchanged greetings, the atmosphere eased a little. The leading old man stepped forward and said to Aranter, "Your Excellency Aranter, The kingdom of Bricada has never been very friendly with necromancers, but since there's a reason this time, we welcome you." Arander's lips curled into a smile, seemingly mocking him. His expression was very subtle. He said politely, "Your Excellency Astral, I have heard about the tragedy of Volambus. I am very regretful about it. When I was in the Desert of Death, I encountered that demon. His strength exceeded my expectations. According to my speculation, this demon may very well want to go to Eofol. After coming out of the Desert of Death, he will inevitably have to pass through Dendera Fortress, so I took the liberty to request assistance from your country. I hope that I can kill that demon here. This can be regarded as taking revenge for the victims of Volambus." When the old man in the magnificent robe heard Arander mention Volambus, his face could not help but twitch, seemingly embarrassed. Although the destruction of Volambus deserves sympathy, no amount of rhetoric could not conceal the truth of the incident because the mages were the ones courted disaster and welcomed the demon. This old man, whom Arander called Astral, had a very high status and position because he was the leader of the Wizards Guild of Bricada and an extremely powerful hero. This time, he was ordered to come to Dendera Fortress to provide support. Because of the Volambus incident, the upper echelons of Bricada were furious. The mages, who had always claimed to be noble, had really lost all their face this time. They had brought out a powerful high-ranked demon in their own country. If this was not a joke, then what was? Ahem, ahem. Astral coughed twice to cover his embarrassment before replying, "It's precisely because of the negligence of our various races that the demons who escaped from the Cage of Shore established the Demon Kingdom in Eofol. Now Eofol's demons are becoming stronger and stronger. If another powerful demon joins their camp at this time, it will be a disaster for every country. It's indeed necessary to stop and eliminate this demon. Your Excellency Arander, I'm very happy to receive your assistance. Let your troops come out first." Arander nodded and turned around to look at the vortex of the spatial gate. An invisible mental wave spread out, and then he saw numerous undead troops continuously emerging from the vortex. Arander had gathered these undead troops after returning to Haresh. With his reputation in Haresh, many Death Lords were willing to sell him a favor and provide a lot of support. The spatial gate used for the army's teleportation ran for more than an hour. Finally, before twilight descended, tens of thousands of undead troops had teleported over. Due to this, the mages who provided the magic formation with energy were exhausted and nearly collapsed. Such army portals were generally only built in large fortress cities. In fact, Arander had brought his troops to teleport from Dea, the capital of Haresh. It was impossible for ordinary small cities to do this. Although Astral hated undead, he had to admit that the undead army brought by Arander was very intimidating. The addition of this undead army undoubtedly made the defense force of Dendera stronger. After seeing that the troops brought by Arander finally teleported over, the Jinn beside Astral said, "Your Excellency Arander, this city not only has the troops of Bricada but also of our elven allies, so I hope you can restrain your undead. After all, it's easy for conflicts to break out between the living and the dead." Arander looked at the Jinn and recognized his identity, so he nodded. "Your Excellency Solmer, you won't have to worry about this." Yes, this Jinn known as Solmer was a very famous legendary figure in the kingdom of Bricada. He was a powerful Jinn that had existed for countless years. Back then, he had been sealed in a lamp for more than 1,000 years because he had killed the previous owner. In order to escape, he had no choice but to acknowledge another master. And this new master was the ruler of the kingdom of Bricada, Gavin Magnus, who was known as the Immortal King. Arander recognized not only this powerful Jinn, Solmer, but also the Elven Ranger next to him, who was watching silently with his arms crossed. He nodded to the Elven Ranger. "Your Excellency Gelu, it's very good to see you here. With the help of the elves, our chances of winning have increased dramatically." Gelu, who was a famous ranger among the elves, was also a legendary figure. He was a hybrid of human and elf, having both the wisdom of humans and the agility of elves. He could be considered one of the most famous guerrilla warfare experts in Arathia. This half-human half-elf was not only deeply trusted by the Elf King, but he was also an important link between the elves and the kingdom of Arathia. Because Gelu had been the instructor of Arathia's guerrilla warfare unit, he also received a medal of commendation from Queen Catherine Isabel. With Ostal, Solmer, Gelu, and Arander, it could be said that 4 of the strongest heroes on the continent had gathered in Dendera Fortress. This made Arander's confidence swell. Facing Arander's greeting, Gelu nodded and said in a deep voice, "The elves love peace. With a powerful demon appearing, we won't sit idle." When the demon army invaded 4 years ago, the demons had almost assassinated the Gold Dragon Queen of the Elves. Although they had successfully killed the demon Ziron once, his soul had still managed to escape. Everyone knew that the most terrifying thing about demons was that if they could not completely annihilate their souls, they would return sooner or later. As expected, not long later, Ziron appeared again, making the elves worried. In fact, there were also guests in the elven fortress Aglin tens of kilometers away. They were Archbishop Alaric and a human army sent by Queen Isabel. However, because Alaric's personality was too bad and he might have a conflict with Arantor, he was temporarily placed in Aglin fortress and did not come over. The forces of 4 countries had assembled to stop the demon. Gelu had never seen Roy, so he felt that they were taking him too seriously. But he also realized that this was a very good opportunity to give the demons a demonstration. If they could kill the demon here, they might be able to restrain the restless demons, so he still brought the troops. Looking at the massive army formation in the fortress, Astral stroked his beard with satisfaction. Now, we're just waiting for that demon to fall into our trap. But I don't know when he'll come here. Hearing this, Gelu suddenly said, perhaps he's already here. Huh? These words made Arantor, Astral, and Solmer look at him in surprise. I've just received news that we've lost contact with 3 patrol teams sent out. Gelu looked at the sky. And the place they patrol is the forest of the Angry Mountains to the southeast. Astral was silent for a moment before saying, since he's here, why hasn't he appeared? Is he up to something? I don't know. But no matter what, just wait and see. Arantor's eyes gleamed. He will certainly appear. Night finally descended, and the plains without any light became even more silent and mysterious. At the same time, in the mountain range tens of kilometers away, Roy finally moved. Under the puzzled gazes of Giovanni and Julia, Roy took out a few ordinary glass bottles that he had just made and placed them on the ground in front of him. After opening the caps, Roy took out Frostmourne and gently swiped it across his left hand. In Roy's open palm, blood flowed out. In the dark night, Roy's demon blood emitted a faint fluorescence. It was the fluorescence of interweaving purplish red and light green. Chapter 260 Biological Weapon. In the legends of many human worlds, demon blood was the most filthy blood in the world. Perhaps it was because demon blood contained powerful dark power and magic power. Coupled with the domineering nature of the demon genes, it often caused unknown mutations to the beings that came into contact with demon blood. Different types of demon blood created different mutations. Based on what Roy knew, some blood, like his, could transform others into liches, and some could transform others into vampires, like Dracula. Similarly, some blood could transform creatures into demon beasts and monsters. There were even situations like the Ashan world, where humans combined with demon blood and gradually became muscular and ugly. And because of the influence of demon blood in their bodies, these mutated races were often irritable, violent, and bloodthirsty, and then they became the orcs in people's mouths. Regardless of the situation, it showed how terrifying demon blood was. In fact, Roy had not stopped researching his blood since he discovered that his demon blood had turned Cassandra into a lich. Roy had not encountered other frost demons so far, so he did not know if their blood would be like his, which could turn beings into undead creatures such as liches, but at least Roy's was like this. Cassandra was an example. Her soul fell into the abyss because of intense hatred and was obtained by Roy. Roy then fed his demon blood to Cassandra's corpse and transformed her into a lich. But after Roy's experiments during the 3 years in the Darksiders world, he discovered that the transformation into liches by his demon blood was not 100%. He found that in order to transform a corpse directly into a lich through his demon blood, he first had to meet one condition. The corpse had to have magic power when it was alive, or at least had the potential of magic power. In other words, the transformed person at least had to have the potential to become a mage. Then Roy's demon blood could transform them into a lich. In addition, a body without any potential would be corroded by the dark power contained in Roy's demon blood and eventually turn into a pile of bones. Why did this happen? Roy guessed that this might be because his demon blood was choosing based on physiques because liches were born to know how to control low-level undead, which required their bodies to contain some magic power. Moreover, the second condition of transforming a lich through demon blood was that the target had to be a corpse and not a living person. Death was the first step to becoming an undead creature. Therefore, this led to a phenomenon. When Roy used corpses whose souls had dissipated to transform them into liches, these liches had no phylacteries. Not only did they not have any consciousness, but once they were destroyed, they could no longer rise again, making them turn into one-time consumable items. When Roy came to Ashan to collect magic books this time, He was actually trying to see if something like necromancy's raised dead could eliminate this drawback and let these consumables stand up again. Just like the liches in Arander's army. However, when Roy tried to use magic power to simulate the power of death, he realized that it was not so easy to do because the power of death required for undead magic was very difficult to simulate. Roy was wondering whether he should use his souls to create this magic skill directly. When he killed some people, obtained their souls, and then transformed them into liches, perhaps because the soul had not completely dissipated, the resurrected lich had retained a considerable amount of consciousness. They were like Cassandra and could even remember what happened when they were alive, but they would not obey Roy, who held their souls, and chose to resist. Why did this happen? After experimenting a few times, Roy found that it was due to the uneasiness that came from the bones of the liches. Because their souls were in someone else's hands, they subconsciously wanted to take their souls back and save them. Obviously, Roy was only a demon and not a necromancer. He could not place a necromancer mark on these conscious liches, so he could not control them. On the other hand, Cassandra had offered her soul to Roy voluntarily, which was akin to a contract mark, so she was obedient to Roy. Liches without intelligence were easy to control, but they were weak and unable to grow. Liches with intelligence had room for growth, but they did not listen to Roy's commands, which had always annoyed Roy. Through the books he obtained from Ulambus, he found some records of Ashan mages who voluntarily transformed into liches through rituals. In these records, Roy found that the transformation rituals of all liches actually all mentioned a secret medicine. The composition of this secret medicine was unknown, but it was said to be highly poisonous. By consuming this secret medicine, they could kill themselves and then transform themselves into liches through specific rituals. Therefore, Roy guessed that the so-called secret medicine probably contained frost demon blood. Through this secret medicine and rituals, the mages could control their souls. As such, they naturally would not resist him. Roy's demon blood had such a disadvantage, which meant that he really could not rely on only himself as a demon to pull out an enormous undead army. Low-level liches without intelligence could not control too many undead. Only Cassandra could increase her power by devouring the life force of living creatures. If Roy wanted an enormous undead army, he had to rely on Cassandra. The strength of Dendera fortress exceeded Roy's imagination, but improving Cassandra's power could not happen overnight. Thus, Roy had to think of another way. The dark snow disaster that covered the entire forest earlier gave Roy inspiration. In that dark snow disaster, none of the creatures became undead because the cause of their deaths was the desolate virus and magic power virus contained in Roy's magic power. So, where did these two viruses come from? Of course, it was the perfect D virus in Roy's body. The principle was the magic power that Roy used. After combining with the perfect D virus in his body and activating, it produced a new variation. In other words, the desolate virus and the magic power virus would only appear when Roy used magic power. Without magic power, the viruses only existed in Roy's body in the form of the perfect D virus. With the inspiration of the two viruses, Roy suddenly realized that he had never gotten living creatures to drink his demon blood. Logically speaking, not only did his demon blood contain the special dark power of frost demons, but it also contained a pathogen of the perfect D virus. But Roy then realized that the perfect D virus did not seem to have any effect on corpses, nor was it contagious. This was what he had defined when he used it to strengthen his body without any side effects. Thus, Roy thought about what would happen if he slightly changed the attributes of the perfect D virus in his demon blood to regain the powerful infectious effect and then throw it into the water sources of Dendera Fortress. There was no need to say anything about cruelty. In fact, Roy's identity as a demon had long destined him to have enemies everywhere when he went to any world. Every person who saw him would want to cut him into meat paste. Under such circumstances, if Roy still had any thoughts of being a saint, he would have long died many times over. Since they were enemies, it was natural to get rid of them by any and all means. Roy's current body had a superb recovery ability. The wound inflicted by Frostmourne healed in just a few seconds, causing Roy to have to cut open his palm repeatedly to fill a bottle with his demon blood. It took a long time. The purplish red and light green fluorescence presented a strange beauty in the transparent glass bottle. After collecting this bottle of blood, Roy put it into the system space and then took it out again. This way, this bottle of demon blood became a material in the system. Then Roy began to define the attributes. Blood of Osiris. Demon blood from demon Osiris. Can never freeze. Can be diluted by any liquid. Once a dilution effect occurs, the perfect D virus in the blood will revert and restore its powerful contagious and mutation properties. There were Roy's unique definitions for this bottle of demon blood. As for what kind of effects would happen after the reversion, it was beyond Roy's control. After completing the definitions and paying the extremely low price of 2 souls, Roy could clearly see that the demon blood in the bottle was gradually turning slightly bluish from the original interlaced purplish red and light green. As expected, Daddy's system is as awesome as always. Roy summoned another demon eye and tied this small bottle of demon blood to the winged demon eye before controlling it to turn invisible. Then he saw the bottle of demon blood gradually disappear along with the demon eye. Seeing this, Roy nodded in satisfaction. He released his hand, and the demon eye flew into the air toward Dendera fortress. After watching Roy in confusion, Julia asked curiously, "Darling, what are you going to do?" Roy laughed, stood up, embraced Julia's flexible waist, and pinched her chin with his fingers. He said mysteriously, "Do you still remember the human nuclear weapons that we used in the previous world?" "I remember. What's the matter?" Julia looked at Roy with watery eyes. "This time, I plan to show you what a biological weapon is." Chapter 261 Rampage. Opening of the big show in the fortress. At night, Dendera fortress was brightly lit and heavily guarded. Ever since Gelu confirmed that the 3 patrol teams were missing, everyone realized that the demon they were waiting to intercept had arrived. Considering that night was the best time for creatures like demons to move around, the entire fortress had implemented rotating shifts. Half of the fortress's troops entered a defensive state and were ready to patrol throughout the night. The other half was resting, but they had not removed their equipment. Once the battle occurred, they could wake up and join it at any time. Under the sweeps of magic searchlights, the entire canyon entrance was under full surveillance. Stone gargoyles were circling above the canyon, monitoring for any movements. This was a fortress in the midst of war mobilization. The powerful troops of the Alliance made everyone believe that once the demon appeared, they would beat this demon back to his hometown, Sho. Unfortunately, Arantor had mentioned that the demon had a group of undead troops under him, so under the preconceived notion, all the surveillance of the fortress was aimed at visual targets. But no one had thought of releasing a spell such as detect invisibility. In fact, even if they had thought of it, they might not be able to detect such a small demon eye. Due to the overnight vigilance, the people in the fortress had to move around. And since they had to move, energy consumption would occur. When it was almost midnight, the stomachs of the mages stationed in the mage towers on the city wall began to growl. This kind of night guarding life was simply tormenting for the mages. But because the leader of the Wizards Guild, Astral, was in the fortress, the mages did not dare to disobey orders. But this did not prevent them from displaying their bossy dispositions. Thus, they called the mage apprentices who served them to get supper immediately. Although the mage apprentices obediently agreed, they turned around and handed this task to the gremlins. In the kingdom of Bricada, mages were the largest aristocratic class. Although mage apprentices were still not considered true mages, their status was much higher than that of these gremlins. In fact, in Bricada, gremlins were not only troops, but they were also a type of slave. Not only were they responsible for being workers in the factories and workshops, but they could also turn into chefs, waiters, cleaners, laborers, etc. at any time. Regarding this kind of thing where the masters wanted supper in the middle of the night, the gremlins had encountered it more than once or twice, so they did not panic after receiving the task. They yelled with their sharp voices and quickly moved into action. If the masters wanted to eat supper, they would definitely have to provide some for the elven allies, of which there were at least 10,000. This was a very arduous task. Numerous gremlins began to busy themselves in the kitchen. They took out some flour and began to make bread and pancakes. Since they wanted to knead the flour, they needed water. Therefore, nearly 100 gremlins split up and went to fetch water from various water sources. A gremlin with a bucket in hand ran toward the well in the west of the city. It was unlucky because the other nearby wells had lines, so it could only run farther to fetch water. However, when it was about to reach the well, it suddenly heard a soft sound, as though a jar had broken. When it came to the well, it discovered some shiny fragments beside it. These shiny things looked a bit like crystals. Out of curiosity, it picked up a piece and looked at it. But the light at night was not too good, and it could not see clearly. It only roughly found that it really was a crystal, so it looked around furtively and immediately put this broken crystal into its pocket. After all, in this world, crystals were relatively valuable, and the gremlins of Brickett also needed money. The other crystals were shattered so badly that the gremlin did not take any more. It was curious about what broke beside the well, so it looked into it. It did not know if it was an illusion, but it felt something emitting fluorescence had flowed into the well water. The fluorescence flashed, but it quickly disappeared. The gremlin found it strange, but it did not think much about it because a fish raised in the well made a splash and swam down again. Raising fish in wells was generally for checking whether the water source was contaminated. After finding nothing wrong with the fish in the well, the gremlin was no longer concerned. It quickly took out a bucket of water from the well and carried it back crookedly. It might be whipped if it was too late. The water that the gremlins brought was poured into the big water tank beside the kitchen. The water that this gremlin brought was no exception. After pouring the water in, the gremlin panted to catch its breath before continuing to fetch water. The water in the big water tank was quickly used in the kitchen. Some of the sweating goblins also scooped some water from the big water tank to drink. The invisible demon eye hovering in the night sky saw everything, and this scene also passed to Roy's eyes. Seeing that his plan went smoothly, Roy was relieved. Next was to wait for the virus in his demon blood to break out. Just when the gremlins sent hot bread and pancakes to various parts of the fortress, a gremlin felt that its stomach was a little uncomfortable. More than half an hour ago, it drank the water in the water tank because it was thirsty. Because the water was very cold at that time, it suspected it might have an upset stomach, so it thought about avoiding the supervisor's gaze and finding a place to solve it. But before it could find a toilet, it realized that its entire body was beginning to heat up. The burning sensation all over made its consciousness gradually become blurry. It had already forgotten where it was going, and its legs were merely moving unconsciously. Not long later, a mage apprentice supervisor found this strange gremlin. When he saw that it was not working, the mage apprentice was furious. He walked forward with a whip and lashed at it without a word. But in contrast to being whipped in the past, the screams of the gremlin did not come this time. Although the gremlin's face had a bloody whip mark, it only shook its body and did not fall. Instead, it turned around and walked unsteadily toward the mage apprentice. The mage apprentice felt that he had been insulted. The lash not being useful in executing his supervision work was an insult. So he walked forward while cursing and raised his whip, intending to continue lashing. But when he stood in front of this gremlin, the gremlin suddenly raised its head. Its white eyes no longer had any pupils. Saliva dripped from its mouth, and its face revealed a ferocious expression that he had never seen before. It suddenly lunged at the mage apprentice, opened its mouth, and bit the mage apprentice's neck. The mage apprentice screamed in panic. The pain coming from his neck and the gushing blood made him terrified. As he screamed, he desperately tried to push the gremlin on him off. He thought that this gremlin might have gone crazy. Unfortunately, he failed to do so. The gremlin's strength was much greater than his. These gremlins, who usually undertook heavy and hard work, had immense strength that did not match their short bodies at all. They could even throw metal chain balls that were a few kilograms hundreds of meters away. How could the weak mage apprentice resist this? Thus, the mage apprentice soon fell silent. And this gremlin just lay on the mage apprentice's corpse and began eating big mouthfuls. This kind of scene did not only happen in this corner. As time passed, similar scenes appeared everywhere in the fortress. In some places, gremlins were biting mage apprentices, and in others, gremlins were biting each other. When the people in the fortress heard more and more screams, they realized that something was wrong, so the alarm bells of the entire fortress were ringing urgently. The heroes who were still chatting in the city hall and studying how the demon would attack the fortress immediately rushed out when they heard the alarm. Astral, Solmer, Gelu, and the heroes of Bricketer were all present. Only Arander was still in the camp of the undead army because of his identity as a necromancer. What happened? Did the demon attack? As soon as Astral walked out of the city hall, he immediately summoned someone to inquire about the situation. A mage hurriedly ran over and reported in panic, "Your Excellency, it's the gremlins. They seem like what?" Astral became furious when he heard him stammer. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Hurry up and say it." The mage secretly glanced at Gelu and gritted his teeth. The gremlins seemed to be rioting. Hearing this answer, Astral was stunned. This answer clearly exceeded his psychological expectations. He did not expect that the alarm bells were ringing not because of the demon's attack but because something had happened to the gremlins under his command. "What's going on?" Astral frowned. "Explain clearly." Because the first ones to come into contact with the water were the gremlins. When the virus in Roy's demon blood broke out, the gremlins were the ones who were affected, and then it spread to the mage apprentices who worked as supervisors. Therefore, The first impression the people of Bricada had was that the gremlins were rioting. The same was true for this mage who came to report, so it was difficult for him to speak about it when he answered earlier. As expected, when Gelu heard about this situation, even though he was an ally, he was a little annoyed and could not help but mock, "Your Bricada kingdom always seems to have such problems." The mages of Bricada have long been famous for exploiting slaves in the world of Ashan. This situation truly caused people to be speechless for it to happen at such a critical moment. Astral was also embarrassed. After hearing about the riot of the gremlins, he roughly understood what was going on, so he gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it. I've already reminded you a long time to treat those inferior races better, but you just won't listen." The mage blinked. Although he was aggrieved, he did not dare to refute. "Your Excellency Astral, what should we do now?" "What should we do? Is there a need to ask?" Astral said angrily. "Immediately send troops to suppress those rioting fellows." Chapter 262 Huge Loss. The troops quickly went to suppress the rebellion in the fortress. But when they arrived at the camp where the gremlins were, they found that the scope of the revolt seemed to have expanded. Now, not only were there gremlins but also some mage apprentices. In the first wave of mage apprentices that were bitten to death by the gremlins, the virus finally spread all over their bodies, causing their corpses to rise. When the suppression troops saw these mage apprentices, they were stupefied. They finally realized that something was wrong because these mage apprentices wobbling toward them looked like dead people. Their bodies were full of dried, dark red blood, and their faces, arms, thighs, and even their stomachs were covered in bloody wounds. How could they still be alive with such injuries? How could Astral and the others not be familiar with the appearance of the mage apprentices? Weren't there such zombies among the undead troops led by a ranger? Bastard! The wizard heroes trembled in anger and roared, "Attack! Kill all these damn zombies!" After receiving the order, a large number of iron golems rushed toward the zombies formed by gremlins and mage apprentices. They mechanically waved the blades in their hands and slashed at these zombies. Unfortunately, the zombies infected by the T-virus in Roy's demon blood were different from the zombies in this world. To put it bluntly, the zombies in this world were just resurrected corpses that had not been buried for long. They were not much different from skeleton soldiers wrapped in flesh and blood and were easily killable. But the zombies infected by the T-virus could not be killed after merely being slashed a few times. Under the attack of the Iron Golem troops, many zombies at the scene had their limbs cut off, and some of them were even cut in two. But these zombies that had been cut into pieces were still wriggling tenaciously on the ground. Even though they only had half of their bodies left, they still made blood-curdling roars as they struggled to crawl toward the mages. The Iron Golems were only puppets and did not have flesh and blood to attract zombies, so the mages and nagas at the rear became the most attractive targets for the zombies. There were already more than 3,000 zombies gathered in this area. They relied on their bodies that felt no pain to withstand the attacks of the Iron Golems while surging forward. They actually overwhelmed the Iron Golems with their weight and drowned them. Seeing that the zombies were about to lurch onto them, the mages finally could not help but fire. Numerous fireballs and magic arrows flew toward the zombies. But even though they were on fire and pierced by the magic arrows, these zombies still struggled for a distance before finally stopping. Everyone soon realized that flames seemed to be more effective against these zombies than magic arrows, so the mages tried their best to use fireballs to attack. After a while, this group of zombies finally turned into a pile of scorched corpses. When Astral saw this scene and smelled the disgusting burnt smell, the muscles on his face twitched. He remembered what he had seen earlier. The expressions of unprecedented ferocity and desire on the faces of these meek gremlins made even Astral's hair stand on end. Astral knew very well that the zombies gathered here were just a small amount. In the entire Dendera fortress, the number of gremlins was the largest. He did not know how many of these gremlins and mage apprentices had become such strange zombies, and with the suppression troops scattered around, he did not know whether they could complete the task of suppressing them. After finishing the suppression here, Astral thought about it and left some people to clean up the scene. Then he immediately brought his troops and rushed to other places to provide support. Similar to him, Solmer and the other wizard heroes were also suppressing these zombies that suddenly appeared everywhere in the fortress. Although the suppression process went smoothly, they found that these zombies were still constantly emerging throughout the entire fortress. Although there were merely a few of them, it always gave people the impression that they could not kill them all. Moreover, these zombies gradually grew from the initial gremlins and mage apprentices to some of the nagas and mages. The spread of the T-virus did not necessarily have to be done through biting, and it could also transmit through the air. In addition, the contaminated water source was made into food and distributed to the night guards all over. Therefore, even though the Berkadans were constantly destroying the infected zombies, new zombies were still continually appearing. Gelu and the Elven Rangers led by him did not participate in the suppression of the zombies at first because they judged it to only be the riot of the gremlin slaves in the beginning. They regarded it as the internal affairs of Berkada, and the elves were not suitable to participate. It was basically the heroes of Berkada who were busy with this matter. However, when some of the Elven Rangers in the army transformed into zombies and began biting the companions around them, Gelu realized that things were troublesome. Therefore, he immediately ordered his troops to kill the zombies and immediately informed this news to Astral and the others. After hearing this, similar to Gelu, a word instantly appeared in Astral's and Solmer's minds: plague. Zombies alone were not terrifying, but what was terrifying was that this might be a kind of plague. This was because once a plague occurred, it meant that there was a possibility of infection. Especially in a sealed city like the fortress, the contagious plague would exert the greatest power. In a short time, the heroes were unable to find the source of the plague. While they were anxiously destroying the zombies, they could only steel their hearts and isolate all the soldiers suspected to be infected. Among the mages of Berkada, some of them knew how to use the cleansing spell. However, when they cast cleansing on their companions who had turned into zombies, they found that it was utterly useless. These zombies were produced by the virus, and it had nothing to do with any negative status, so the cleansing spell could not remove this infection. They had no choice but to endure the pain and personally kill their former companions with their own hands. The only place in the entire Dendera fortress that was free of these zombies was the camp of Arander's undead army. The reason was simple. The zombies craved fresh flesh and blood, so the undead army did not attract any zombies at all. Of course, Arander had discovered this shocking change in the city. Zombies were a kind of undead, and Arander could feel the strong aura of death from these zombies. But because no one had informed him about the plague disaster, Arander could only feel uneasy in his army camp but did not dare to bring his troops out to help. Arander was very smart. He realized that the sudden appearance of these undead in the fortress had caused a huge commotion. If he brought his troops out to help at this time, it might end up being counterproductive. The truth was the same. The troops of Berkada and the elves were now terrified of their companions turning into zombies. On the one hand, they were afraid of being bitten to death by their former companions, and on the other hand, they had no choice but to kill their companions in grief. The nerves of the living people in the city were already stretched extremely taut, and they could collapse at any moment. Once Arander's undead troops appeared in front of them, they might attack without hesitation. At this moment, many mages had already thought of Arander. Why did this undead plague erupt in the city the moment Deathlord Arander came? To begin with, the mages of the kingdom of Berkada hated necromancers. Although Arander had become their ally by virtue of his reputation, the vigilance in their bones made mages blame this incident on Arander. Therefore, after working all night and finally calming the chaos in the city, the remaining troops of Berkada in the Dendera fortress spontaneously surrounded Arander's camp. Iron golems and stone gargoyles stood expressionlessly around the army camp. Behind them were bloodstained nagas and a small number of mages. The genes were already floating in the air. They formed a tight surround over the undead army camp. Under the protection of a group of titans, Astrals, Solmer, Gelu, and the other wizard heroes rode their warhorses toward Arander's camp. All of them had the same terrifyingly ashen expression. The casualties had already been reported. In the fortress, there were about 70,000 gremlin troops, almost all wiped out. Only a few of the thousands of mage apprentices were left. In addition, the Elven Ranger army had lost one-third, and the mage troops and the Naga troops had suffered varying degrees of casualties. Only the iron golems, stone gargoyles, genes, and titans had not suffered any losses. In other words, in just one night, the entire fortress had lost more than half of its population. Previously, they did not think much of it during the suppression, but now that the numbers were out, both Astral and Gelu felt so pained that they could not breathe. In particular, Astral's group usually thought that it was not a big deal to lose a slave of a lower race like the gremlins. But after really losing the gremlins, they realized that the factories and workshops of the fortress could no longer produce iron golems and stone gargoyles, and there were no more laborers to strengthen the city defenses and build structures. This plague was so strange, but they had to find an explanation. Thus, when he stood in front of Arander's camp, Solmer was the first to make a move. He raised his hand, smashed the gate of the camp with a powerful bolt of lightning, and roared, "Arander, get out! If you don't dare to come out, I'll break all your bones into powder." Chapter 263 Fortress Predicament. In the camp, Arander sighed helplessly after hearing Solmer's roar. What would come would always come. From the beginning of the chaos last night, he had expected such a situation. But there was nothing he could do about it. Necromancers believed in the dark aspect of Asha. Logically speaking, such belief in Orthodox God should place them in the righteous camp, and the people of the world should accept them, but this was not the case. The conflict between the dead and the living would absolutely not change because of beliefs. Just like this time, even with Arander's reputation, he could still not defeat the discrimination and hostility in the hearts of people. There's still a long way to go to promote Asha's glory. Arander sighed as he stood up and walked toward the entrance of the camp. In order to make clear his intentions, he did not even bring a guard and welcomed the hostile eyes of the army of the kingdom of Brikada. Seeing Arander appear, the Nagas immediately narrowed their vertical pupils and made angry hissing sounds. They would rush forward and slash Arander into pieces as soon as Astral gave the order. The Genes opened their arms and released the light of magic in their palms. Countless electric sparks sprang up on the Titans, and storms began brewing on their fingertips. However, Arander did not seem to see this scene. He walked to the entrance of the camp with his staff, looked at Astral, and said solemnly, "I understand your anger. But what I want to say is, please calm down and think clearly. Don't fall for the demon's trick." Solmer was as hot-tempered as the lightning magic he practiced. Without waiting for Astral to answer, he said, "Damn it. Now that things have come to this, you still want to push the blame onto the demon? Put away your ridiculous lie, necromancer. Everyone in Ashan knows that although those demons who steal souls are evil, they are recognized as experts at playing with fire. How come in your mouth, demons can even command undead?" Gleaming, meaningful eyes. Indeed, everyone knew that demons had always despised undead because undead would not let them plunder any souls. In their impression, demons often appeared with flames and destruction, and they had never heard of demons creating undead. The zombies that wreaked havoc in the fortress last night were all undead creatures no matter how they looked at it, and in the entire fortress, the only necromancer who controlled the power of death was Arander. He was naturally the most suspicious person. "Everyone, if the commotion last night was really caused by me, why would I still be here waiting for you to come?" Facing the doubts, Arander was still calm. "To be frank, the success rate of me seizing the fortress was very high under such huge chaos, but I stayed in the camp peacefully and did not even take a step out. Isn't this enough to explain the problem?" "Humph. Maybe you have other plans and are trying to use this attitude to lull us into negligence?" a Brikadan wizard hero said coldly. Arander looked at him and shook his head. "I know that you Brikadans are very hostile to necromancers, but please don't use such an illogical guess to insult your and my intelligence. Knowledge is power. What you haven't seen doesn't mean that it doesn't exist." After that, he ignored the wizard hero and continued to say to Astral, "I don't know what the situation was like when the demon appeared in Ulambus. But when I met him in the Desert of Death, not only did he have a fallen angel and an enormous hellhound by his side, he also had a lich obeying his orders." "Lich?" Astral frowned. "Yes." Arander nodded affirmatively. "Perhaps it's through something like a demon contract. The demon was indeed using that lich, and it looks quite powerful. At least when I met them, that lich controlled thousands of undead troops. Moreover, I lost and could only retreat, so the high-level undead troops under my command should have fallen into the hands of that lich afterward. Even so, it's impossible for a lich to cause such a situation, right?" Gello frowned. "If the lich controlled those zombies, then it had to have been close to the fortress. Under such circumstances, our patrols should have easily found it." Astral added, "Also, according to my understanding of undead, even a real lich would not be able to create a plague. But the chaos last night was caused by the plague. How do you explain this?" Arander slowly shook his head. "I can't explain because I don't know much about that demon. Although my intuition tells me that it was the demon who caused this disaster, I don't know how he did it." Arander's answer caused an uproar among the wizard heroes. How could they be satisfied with such a response? Still quibbling. "Master Astral, Your Excellency Solmer, I think he's the one who did it," a wizard hero said indignantly. "He's pushing everything onto the demon that we haven't even seen. Still saying such words, isn't he underestimating us a little too much?" Astral and Gelu were also dissatisfied with Arander's words. Astral said with a dark expression, "Your Excellency Arander, this plague and chaos caused Dendera Fortress to suffer heavy losses. If we can't get a clear explanation, we have no way of working together. Now, we can only temporarily detain you and your undead army. I hope you don't do anything that will cause further misunderstandings." With that, Astral signaled to the troops and prepared to arrest Orander. But at this moment, Orander shook his head and said, "Please wait. I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Astral stopped the troops for the time being. "I know you can't believe me, a necromancer." Orander looked at the crowd. "But if there's a conflict between us, we may really fall into the demon's trap. Therefore, I think that we can make a compromise. I'll leave the fortress with my undead army and set up a defense outside it. If the demons appear, then I'll take the lead to fight against him. At that time, all the doubts will be resolved. What do you think?" Astral and the wizard heroes looked at each other in surprise. Orander's suggestion was a bit beyond their expectations. Gelu suddenly said, "How are you going to get us to believe that you won't take the opportunity to escape?" "I swear in the name of Usha," Orander said solemnly. "If I, Orander, take the opportunity to escape, I'll be devoured by thousands of undead." At this time, Orander was willing to go all out. He also knew that continuing to stay in the fortress would only make him more and more of a scapegoat, so he might as well pull the troops outside the fortress wall. His purpose for this trip was to eliminate that demon. As long as the opponent appeared, he did not believe that Astral and Gelu would remain indifferent. Seeing Orander swear a cruel oath in the name of Asha, Astral and Gelu could only choose to believe him. In fact, they could not wait for these undead to get out of their sight. Although they had suppressed the zombies in the fortress, they had not resolved the source of the plague and still needed to search the entire fortress. If Orander continued to stay in the city, they would have to divert their attention to guard him. Since he planned to station his troops outside of the city, then they should let him go. Soon, everyone reached an agreement. Orander and his undead army withdrew from the fortress under the watch of the troops of Brikada and the Elves. Orander did not go back on his word. After leaving the city, he stationed his army around the fortress as the first line of defense against the demon. But looking back at the chaotic scene in the fortress, Orander sighed again. He thought that by joining forces with the kingdom of Brikada and the Elves, they might be able to kill that powerful demon here in one fell swoop. But he did not expect that before the demon appeared, the coalition forces would have such mutual suspicion and even lost a lot of troops. Now that Orander had been ostracized and forced out, who knew what tricks that demon would have next? Astral and the others thought that as long as they could find the source of the plague, they might be able to eliminate it. Unfortunately, when they really investigated the source, they were horrified to discover that the fortress might be hopeless. The source of the plague was actually the water source in the fortress. All the wells in Dendera fortress actually came from the same underground water vein. In other words, all the wells connected at the deepest part. Although the demon eye had dropped Roy's demon blood in a well last night, the infection swiftly expanded after the demon blood containing the D virus mixed and diluted in the well, causing the entire underground water vein to be contaminated. All the wells in the fortress eventually became the source of contamination. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to eliminate the source. Here lay the horror of the D virus. Its super-spreading ability was dangerous and difficult to control. In addition to the source, when the first infected appeared, the virus had already begun to multiply. If not for the fact that the people of this world were quite strong, and beings like titans and green dragons would not be corroded by the virus at all, Roy throwing out a little bit of demon blood might have caused a global extinction event like in Resident Evil. Now, although the people in Dendera Fortress had not all turned into zombies, the water source could no longer be used, meaning that they had to give up on this place. Moreover, they had to seal the spatial portal so that the infected would not accidentally teleport through the spatial gate to Aglin Fortress and bring the plague there. Once the spatial gate was closed, it meant that the fortress would no longer be able to receive any reinforcements from Aglin at any time. It was simply like misfortune never came alone. Chapter 264 The more time passes, the more powerful. We must seek reinforcements from Aglin Fortress. No. We can't do this. Whether it's Aglin or us, it may cause the plague to spread. Why not? Don't forget that there are priests from the kingdom of Arathia in Aglin Fortress. They might be able to use the Cure Disease spell to dispel the plague. That's only in theory. The priest's cure disease is only for known diseases, but this plague has never appeared in history. Who can guarantee that magic will be effective? Damn it. Are you planning on having us stay trapped in this isolated city? That's better than everyone dying together. A fierce argument broke out in the Dendera fortress. The people arguing were Gelu and the wizard heroes of the kingdom of Brikada. The wizard heroes were strongly advocating asking for help from Aglin, but Gelu blatantly opposed this proposal. In the city hall, both sides were refusing to give in, and the anger in them grew. Fortunately, Astral still maintained his rationality and came out to stop this argument in time. Everyone, Dendera Fortress is now facing an unprecedented crisis. We must work together to get through this crisis and not argue with each other here. Astral said solemnly. If what Orantor said is true, and this plague disaster is the scheme of that demon, then the demon may be watching our turmoil now and mocking us for arguing with each other. Hearing this, Gelu and the wizard heroes calmed down slightly and sat down. Solmer said, if the creator of the plague is really the demon, then maybe we can eliminate the plague by killing the demon? It's very difficult to guarantee. A white-bearded wizard hero shook his head. And according to Orantor, that demon is more like a cunning demon. He only has a portion of the undead army and doesn't have too powerful military strength. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't immediately launch an attack on this strongly defended fortress. The plague is his method to consume our strength. Before we become weakened to a certain extent, I think it's impossible for that demon to appear. It's easier said than done to kill him. We still have a large number of troops. Can't we send troops to search for his traces? Another wizard hero said unwillingly. If we wait passively like this, it'll only be us suffering. Gelu said coldly, my rangers can attack, and mountains and forests are indeed suitable for us to fight in. But the problem is that the area is too large, and it's difficult to search. Once we split up the troops, it'll instead be possible for the demons to defeat them by himself. Everyone was silent. They knew that what Gelu said was the truth, but they felt that it was ridiculous. They should clearly be the ones with the advantage. But why did it feel like they were stuck in a quagmire? Astral closed his eyes and thought carefully for a while before slowly saying, the current situation is very clear. We don't know when the demon will appear, so it's meaningless to wait in the mist. It's better to focus on this plague first. That's right. Everyone agreed to this suggestion. Until now, the fortress was still in a state of panic because there were still zombies emerging constantly. Although these zombies would be killed quickly under the strict defense, it also meant that the manpower in the fortress was continuously decreasing. If this continued, Dendera would collapse before the demon appeared. Judging from the current situation, this plague would not infect undead creatures and lifeless puppets, and high-level life forms would not be infected either. However, the heroes present could not be called high-level life forms, and they had the possibility of being infected. If there was only a group of titans, dragons, and puppets left in the fortress in the end, there was no way they could fight this battle. After the final discussion, under the suggestion of Astral and the others, Gelu reluctantly agreed to seek help from Aglin Fortress. But he only agreed to a small number of priests coming over. They first had to confirm with these priests if cure disease could work against this plague. The heroes in the fortress began to get busy. They sent people to the city and started to capture people who were already infected and turned into zombies so that the priests could use them as materials when the time came. After a messenger was checked repeatedly to ensure that he was not infected, he was allowed to go through the spatial teleportation formation to Aglin to seek help. As for Orantor and his undead army outside the city, they had long been forgotten. Although everyone now believed his previous words and felt that it was indeed a plague spread by the demon, no one proposed letting Orantor return. Orantor led his undead army and stood alone at the foot of the fortress wall, waiting in the desolate winds. Roy, who was tens of kilometers away, was feeling very comfortable. Fat Tiger had caught a huge firebird from somewhere. Rumor had it that this bird creature that could use powerful fire magic was a close relative of phoenixes. But now that this firebird had its feathers stripped off, it was roasting above a fire like a chicken. While sizzling with oil, there was a mouth-watering aroma wafting out, causing Fat Tiger's mouth to drip with saliva while he was slowly rotating the roasting rack with his mouth. With his eyes closed, Roy let his pet roast meat as he lay in Julia's arms while enjoying the polishing and waxing service. Under Julia's meticulous care, his thick demon horns became increasingly sleek. There was a large flag erected beside Roy. It was the soul-attracting flag with the Osiris mark. Roy had slightly modified the attributes of the soul-attracting flag so that all the souls that died because of his demon blood in the fortress tens of kilometers away would instantly teleport to the soul-attracting flag. This resulted in Roy lying on the ground and earning nearly 80,000 souls from last night until now. Giovanni could not understand what Roy had done at all. He was too far away and did not know what was going on in Dendera Fortress. But the densely packed souls teleporting over shocked him. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that these souls were most likely from the fortress. He did not know what method this demon, who was cooperating with him, used to plunder so many souls from the fortress so far away. It was simply unbelievable. Giovanni did not know what the situation in the fortress was, so he could only speculate anxiously. He tried to persuade Roy to set off to Dendera fortress several times. At least a little closer, but Roy refused. It had been more than 10 hours since last night. This situation of knowing that something was happening but not knowing what it was made Giovanni feel extremely itchy. It was not just him. In fact, Julia and Cassandra did not know what was happening, but they both trusted Roy unconditionally, so they did not ask. From the beginning to now, Roy was the only one who could see. There were dozens of demon eyes hovering high above the fortress, and the situation happening in every corner of the fortress could not escape Roy's observation. He had seen the scene of the old Gyrander being ostracized and forced out of the fortress and could not help but laugh. Although this Asha's chosen was powerful, he did not seem to get along well with others. The fact that the T-virus would not infect undead creatures and puppets had long been within Roy's expectations. Moreover, because the military forces in this world were relatively strong, Roy had predicted from the beginning that this biological crisis would not be too fierce, so he did not expect the entire fortress to become a dead city overnight. Now, through the demon eyes, Roy saw the messenger sent to Aglin Fortress. He knew that Dendera Fortress was thinking of a way to fight his virus plague, but he was not anxious at all. Although I don't know how long it takes for the T-virus to mutate, it's been almost 24 hours. I think mutants should have appeared, right? Chapter 265 The Second Night. After a turbulent day, night fell again, and Dendera Fortress welcomed the second night. A patrol unit of the fortress was holding torches and patrolling the streets of the fortress city. Although the zombies in the city had mostly been eliminated after the massacre during the day, the patrol team was still very vigilant since there were sporadic reports of attacks still coming. However, since the gremlins had basically been all lost, they had no choice but to have the Nagas and mages carry out patrols. The Nagas were not too bad, but the mages were secretly complaining because of this. When had these mages ever had to patrol all night like this? But there was nothing they could do about it. The iron golems and stone gargoyles were not up to the task of guarding against zombies appearing. Those puppets who only knew to obey orders were brainless and did not have the capability to make active judgments at all. They could not tell whether the zombies with the appearance of gremlins were friend or foe. Moreover, if these puppets were to patrol, even if zombies really appeared, the zombies would not attack them, making them useless for patrols. The mages were accustomed to living comfortably, and they had to stop to rest from sore waists and legs after merely walking a certain distance, causing the patrol process to become intermittent. Although the Nagas were disdainful of these fellows, they could only stop and wait. Who asked them to be teammates? The Nagas were a special race living in the swamps of the kingdom of Brikata. They were amphibians, and because they had many pairs of arms and were strong, these Nagas could be considered natural sword masters. The kingdom of Brikata recruited them into the kingdom's army to make up for its shortcomings in melee and water warfare. It also gave them corresponding status, only slightly lower than mages. During the patrol, these mages basically could not be counted on, so the Nagas took on the main guard task. Because their lower bodies were snake tails, they were very sensitive to ground vibrations. While the team was resting, a Naga suddenly felt slight movement coming from underground, so she immediately became vigilant and called the other Nagas to come forward. Through this investigation, the Nagas discovered that this slight movement seemed to come from the sewers. Due to the special geographical location of Dendera Fortress, there was a large garrison here all year round. So the fortress naturally had the corresponding housing for the troops to live in, and since they had to carry out various activities in their daily lives, facilities such as sewers were essential. In fact, there was a complete and complex underground sewer network in Dendera Fortress. These underground sewers were spread all over the city. After converging, they led to the river that ran through the entire canyon outside the fortress. These underground sewers were very low, and usually, they were basically maintained and cleaned by gremlins. Not to mention the mages, even the Nagas had not gone down personally. Therefore, when they realized that the movement was coming from the underground sewers, the patrol team was a little conflicted, hesitating over whether they should send someone down to take a look. The sewers were smelly and dirty. Just opening the cover nearly made the Nagas faint, and the mages shunned it even more. The members of the patrol team looked at each other, but none of them were willing to go down. Ahem. While everyone was in a dilemma, a mage coughed twice and said, "Actually, I don't think it's necessary. Didn't you realize that those people who were infected with the plague and turned into zombies did not have any intelligence and only attacked the living instinctively? How can such fellows be smart enough to hide in the sewers?" "That's right. What you said makes a lot of sense. These words immediately enlightened the other mages. They clapped their hands and praised, "You're smarter and saw through it. You flatter me." Everyone probably thought of it but was just not as precise as I put it. The mage was extremely proud, but he pretended to be modest and praised the other mages. The Nagas cursed inwardly. Of course, they knew that these mages were just finding excuses not to go down. However, they had to say that this excuse was really reasonable. How could those zombies without intelligence think of hiding in the sewers to avoid searches? Just as the Nagas were thinking this, the movement in the sewers disappeared. After waiting for a while with nothing appearing, the Nagas finally heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was just some rats in the gutter. We were thinking too much. Just as they were about to cover the sewer and continue patrolling, the ground suddenly exploded where the mages were resting. A black shadow darted out rapidly. Before anyone could react, the black shadow dashed into the group of mages. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The mage who was still bragging earlier was bitten on the neck by the black shadow and taken away. As for the other mages, because a few of them were beside the mage who was being carried away, they were directly pushed down when the black shadow attacked and had bloody claw marks on their chests, so deep that bones were visible. This attack came too fast. After a while, the patrol team came back to their senses and hurriedly chased in the direction of the screams. "Damn it, what the hell is that thing?" "I don't know. It's too fast. I didn't see it clearly." "There. It jumped onto the roof." Although the patrol team did not manage to catch up to the black shadow, they could see the shadow jumping from afar, so a mage with quick reflexes immediately waved his staff and fired a magic missile at the black shadow. The blazing white magic missile flew out, and under the flickering white light, everyone finally saw the appearance of the black shadow. It was a plague-infected gremlin, but its current appearance was vastly different from that of a normal gremlin. It was on all four limbs and leaning forward on top of a bell tower. And the mage that was carried away just now was being stepped on under its feet. Its lips had been completely torn to the sides of its cheeks, revealing sharp teeth, and on its face was a pair of ash-gray eyes. Under the illumination of the magic missile, the eyes looked very strange. The most ridiculous thing was that there was a pair of transparent insect-like wings on its back. While leaning on the bell tower, its wings were still trembling, making a low buzzing sound, seemingly sending out a threat in warning. Although it was just a brief glance, the strange and savage appearance of this gremlin still made everyone gasp, and the terrifying ash-gray eyes made everyone's hair stand on end. This monster could no longer be called a gremlin, but they could not find a suitable name for it. Just as the light of the magic missile was about to fade away, everyone saw the monster bite down on the mage that it was stepping on and jerk back. The screams of the mage came to an abrupt stop. A huge gap appeared on his neck, causing him to die instantly. After biting off a piece of flesh, the monster on the bell tower raised its neck and swallowed. Then after the darkness recovered, it turned into a black shadow and disappeared. After some effort, the patrol finally got the dead mage's body down. After examining the corpse, everyone looked nervous and solemn. This monster had astonishing bite force and movement ability that could jump and fly for a short time, and most importantly, it seemed to have a certain level of intelligence. It knew how to attack the weakest position of the patrol team and strike once before leaving immediately, and use its speed to prevent the pursuers from attacking it. Is this still those swaying zombies that only know how to move forward?" a mage said with a trembling voice. Why are there such monsters?" No one could answer him. Everyone looked at the mage's corpse in silence. When they found that the already cold corpse was trembling again and showing signs of awakening, they finally sighed. "Burn him. We must report this matter." Before leaving, a Naga suddenly noticed something shiny on the ground and could not help but pick it up and look at it, only to find that it was a small piece of shattered transparent crystal. "Strange. What is this? Did the monster drop it just now?" the Naga muttered to herself. After looking for a long time, she could not find anything, so she could only toss this thing aside. When the patrol team returned to the city hall to report this matter, they found that the hall was in a mess. Not only them, but many patrol teams were attacked by monsters during their patrol tonight. Moreover, the monsters that attacked them were not the same. At least from the description of the witness, almost every monster looked different. But these monsters had one thing in common: they were all agile, powerful, and had certain hunting instincts. Compared to the zombies before, these monsters were like real beasts. The worst part was that even though they suffered attacks frequently, no patrol team caught such monsters. These monsters seemed to have disappeared and hidden after catching enough prey. and the most likely place they were hiding was the underground sewers that covered the entire fortress. After hearing this news, Astral, Solmer, and the others were all angry. They sighed. It was an expression of being angry but being unable to vent it, because they knew that it would be exceptionally difficult to eliminate these monsters. At the same time, Roy, who was tens of kilometers away, was slightly surprised after seeing these mutated creatures in the fortress. According to his calculations, apart from infectivity, the reverted T-virus should have retained its high mutation property. As long as there were enough infected samples and given some time for mutations, it was absolutely possible for monsters such as hunters to appear. But what Roy did not expect was that these mutants were completely different from what Roy had imagined. One of the mutations that Roy observed through the demon eye had even inherited Roy's frost power and could spit out strong cold air to freeze prey. Under the attacks of these stronger mutants, heavy casualties occurred in the fortress once again. Moreover, not only did the mages and nagas have casualties, but even some green dragons and titans were attacked by mutants. Although these high-level beings did not suffer much damage, they were still shocked by the sudden attack and were unable to make the mutated monsters stay behind. This situation made Roy scratch his head. If the T-virus continues to mutate, maybe high-level creatures will become infected? Moreover, will I be able to control this spreading infection by then? Chapter 266 Astral's Decision. Dendera Fortress had a sleepless night again. The appearance of the mutants gave everyone the possibility of being attacked, making people have to be on alert. But after not resting or sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights in a row, even heroes could not endure it. However, the attacks of the mutants did not stop because of the arrival of daytime. They were completely different from ordinary undead. The zombies mutated by T-virus were not afraid of sunlight at all, causing the troops in the fortress to have to fight fires everywhere, even at daybreak, eliminating the zombies that had risen again. Due to being exhausted, everyone in the entire Dendera fortress had low morale. Moreover, as the number of mutants increased, the small number of patrol units could no longer deal with them. Under these circumstances, the Brigadan troops had no choice but to shrink their defenses and give up some of the outer areas of the fortress. These outer streets became a dead city, and the remaining zombies wreaked havoc in these areas. Fortunately, at noon, the light of the spatial teleportation formation lit up. The support from Aglin Fortress finally arrived. The one leading the team was Archbishop Alaric, who had been staying in Aglin Fortress. Because the messenger had called for the priests to come and help, Alaric could only make the trip. But after knowing that there was still a necromancer like Carantor around the fortress, he appeared very reluctant. He had come under the order of the fake Queen Isabel, firstly to eliminate the demon, and secondly, he wanted to see what was going on with the fallen angel with the demon. Out of fanatical thoughts, he felt that the Brigadans chose to cooperate with the necromancer, which was blasphemy of his faith. So even though the messenger had urged him repeatedly, he still used the name of gathering troops to delay his arrival until now. Among the troops that Alaric brought, in addition to a force of more than 500 priests, there was also a group of 20 angels. So when Astral and the others came to welcome him, although they were dissatisfied with Alaric's delay, they still suppressed their anger and greeted him with smiles on their faces. After all, the priests of the kingdom of Arathia practiced light magic. They had unique views on all kinds of dark curses, plagues, and diseases. Astral and the others could not do anything about the evil plague in the fortress, so they could only rely on these priests. Although Archbishop Alaric was surprised by the miserable condition of Dendera Fortress, he quickly realized his importance. Now, be it the Brigadans or the Elves, they all needed to rely on him and his priests, making Alaric could not help but become arrogant. During their conversation, he kept mocking the Brigadans, and he did not even spare the Elven Rangers led by Gelu. Astral and the others had long heard of his bad temper. He was very irritating when he was in the kingdom of Arathia, and now that they saw it with their own eyes, they wanted to sew this guy's mouth shut. But they could only endure. Okay. After finally being satisfied verbally and spiritually, Alaric waved his hand. First, bring the infected you caught. I'm very busy. I need to settle this quickly and then find that demon. Astral and the others were expressionless and too lazy to say anything. They nodded and got people to bring the zombies they caught. A row of prison carts slowly drove into the square. In the cages were more than 10 imprisoned zombies. These were the living infected that they had caught with great difficulty. Most of them were gremlins and mage apprentices, and some of them were nagas and mages. When the prison carts drove into the square, these zombies smelled the scent of living people and frantically reached out between the gaps of the cages. They bit at everyone with their saliva-dripping mouths, but they could not squeeze out, so they became more and more agitated. Let alone Astral and the others, even Alaric was taken back by the appearances of these zombies. At first glance, he thought that they were some ghouls, but then he realized that they were different. "Didn't you say that there were mutants?" Alaric asked curiously. "There's no specimen of a mutant?" "No, we can't catch them alive." Astral shook his head. "The terrain in the fortress is too complicated. The jumping ability of these mutants is very advantageous in this terrain, and if we set a trap, they'll see through it. But don't worry. This is only temporary. After figuring out their movement behavior, we'll be able to catch them soon. Now, you should try to solve these ordinary ones first." Alaric did not say anything else and gestured to his priests. A row of priests walked forward and came to these prison carts. These priests began to wave the cross necklaces in their hands and chant prayers. Soon, several rays of light fell from the sky and shined onto the zombies in the prison cart. The scene looked magnificent. "They're using the cleansing spell now," Alaric explained proudly. "If these guys became like this because of a curse, it'll be immediately dispelled." Astral could not help but roll his eyes. He felt that Alaric was simply doing something useless. They had already confirmed that this was a plague, and this guy was still using magic to dispel a curse. But it did not matter. Anyway, these priests had a lot of magic power, so it was good for them to try to find if there was a way to remove it. After they used the cleansing spell, nothing happened. The zombies in the cages were still rattling their teeth loudly and were not affected at all. Alaric frowned, looked at the half-smile on Astral's face, and said in annoyance, "Use Cure Disease to dispel it." The priests obeyed the command and shined a light on them again. However, the result shocked them once again. The Cure Disease spell still had no effect against the zombies. Seeing this scene, Alaric immediately felt flustered, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He roared, "Why is this happening? Increase your magic power and try again." But the result did not change in the slightest because of his shouting. Alaric could not stand it anymore, so he decided to do it himself. It had to be said that as an archbishop, Alaric's magic power was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary priests. When he used the same Cure Disease spell, the effect was different. Under the strong holy light, anyone could feel the surging power. But what he did not expect was that the zombie shrouded in his magic suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. Their flesh started crumbling and falling from their bodies. Even their bones were the same. Finally, under the light of the spell, they turned into a pile of disgusting rotten flesh. What's going on? Alaric stared dumbfounded at the result that he caused. He could feel that the magic of Cure Disease had taken effect on zombies, but the healing effect he had expected did not happen. Instead, it caused the zombie to die completely. What Alaric did not know was that this was actually the complete breakdown of the zombie's genes. In fact, the spell Cure Disease mainly targeted diseases caused by external pathogenic factors. It eliminated the invading pathogens from bodies to obtain a recovery effect. Such a miraculous technique was indeed very useful for many normal diseases. Logically speaking, the zombies were also a disease caused by the invasion and infection of the T-virus. But the problem was that the T-virus was utterly different from other viruses. It would combine with the genes in the bodies of creatures, causing mutations and recombinations of the genes. When creatures could not adapt to this sudden change, they would often turn into terrifying monsters. This was the cause of the zombies. And because the virus had already completely merged with the genes of the creatures, when the Cure Disease wanted to eliminate the virus, it would inevitably cause the zombies' genes to collapse entirely. This was research on the scientific side. The magic of the mystical side might not necessarily be able to affect the microscopic world in depth and detail. Alaric's magic was powerful, but he did not understand the true cause of this disease, and acting recklessly had only caused such a result. Therefore, when it came to curing the infected, the holy spells of the priests were not very useful. Perhaps if they sought the seers of the blind brothers and used the herbal medicines they concocted, it would be more reliable. Even Astral and the others were stunned by this result. Their original intention was to treat their former comrades with the holy spells of the priests, but if the holy spells could only kill the infected in the end, what was the use of asking the priests to come? It would be better for them to do it themselves. All the heroes had gloomy faces and were silent. Even without turning his head, Alaric could sense this. He thought about it and gritted his teeth. He simply gave up his position and wanted the angels to try. But facing Alaric's eyes, an angel wearing a hood and a white battle robe floating in the air shook his head slowly. "The souls of these monsters have long passed away. We can't even resurrect them, much less save them." "Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Alaric could not help but lose his temper. Isn't Holy Light omnipotent? Why can't we do anything to this plague? Looking at Alaric's loss of composure, Astral, Gelu, and the rest sneered and did not say anything. But the angel seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his wings, soared into the sky, and stabbed the angelic sword in his hand into the air. Whoosh! The angel's sword pierced an object, and it slowly appeared in the air. It was a demon eye. Although the demon eyes created by Roy came from the system, they inevitably carried a slight demon aura because he often used them. Astral and the others could not sense this slight demon aura. But angels, the archenemies of demons, were very sensitive to even the slightest demon aura, so the angel discovered this invisible demon eye. The angel slowly landed. Looking at the thing that clearly had the appearance of a demon's creation on the sword, Astral and the others immediately became solemn. It seems like Arander was right. All of this is indeed the demon's scheme. He's even observing us secretly and has a full view of the situation in the fortress. What do we do now? Solmer asked. Astral pondered for a long time before gritting his teeth and making a decision. We give up the fortress. The reason why that demon hasn't appeared is that he is afraid of our fortress. Now, only by giving up the fortress and letting him see hope will he come out and fight us. Maybe only by eliminating him can we stop this plague. Chapter 267 A Traitor Among Us. It was exceptionally difficult for Astral to make the decision to abandon the city. A fortress like Dendera Fortress, which could accommodate more than 100,000 troops, was enormous. It covered an area of nearly 10 square kilometers, and it took almost 2 years of investing manpower and materials to build it. Once they abandoned the fortress, it would be equivalent to losing all of the investment. It would also put the Alliance army in an extremely dangerous position. However, they had no choice but to do this because the plague had already contaminated the water source, and it was meaningless to continue staying here. There would only be more and more infected. And every day that the troops stayed in the fortress, it meant losing hundreds of soldiers. Under the anxiety, morale was low, and the troops had no combat strength. If the enemy really appeared, it was unknown if the Alliance army would even be able to fight. In this case, it was better to completely abandon this fortress and place themselves in death in order to survive. Although the heroes were unwilling to accept Astral's decision, they were all the best of their respective races. In terms of intelligence, they were naturally outstanding, and they could certainly figure out the pros and cons. Therefore, after a moment of silence, everyone unconditionally supported his decision. After making the decision, the heroes heaved sighs of relief. Gelu laughed bitterly. In the end, we still have to be like Arander. Solmer said angrily, even if we have to leave the city, I still say that Arander must be the vanguard against the demon. Our troops have low morale now, and only the bone dregs under his command are unaffected. At this moment, he should fulfill his duty. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, the other wizard heroes nodded. The Alliance army can station at the back. The enmity between the mages of Bracada and the necromancers of Haresh had not formed in a day or two. Therefore, after hearing the suggestion of the wizard heroes, Gelu could only remain silent and not comment. As for Alaric, he was even more eager. Since they decided to abandon the fortress, the Alliance army quickly moved into action. The troops in good condition began to withdraw orderly while guarding against zombie attacks. However, after confirming that the priest's holy spells were ineffective on the infected, the Alliance army could only give up on the infected people who were only scratched during their fights with the zombies but had not completely changed. This decision was cruel, so to prevent the injured from losing control of their emotions and rebelling, the heroes discussed for a while before deciding to hide the truth from them. They gathered these infected but unmutated people and placed them in the same camp. They erected a large number of canvases around the camp to block their sight and prevent them from seeing the scene of the fortress troops evacuating. Originally, as long as they took proper measures, these infected people would not have known this decision until their deaths. But unfortunately, for some reason, these infected people found out that they had been abandoned. There were hundreds of similarly wounded people. When they heard that they had to stay in the fortress and could not withdraw with the troops, these injured people were in an uproar. Although they knew that they could not be saved, out of the instinct to survive, they had fantasies and felt that they could still be saved. Now that the Alliance army had made such a cruel decision, they felt desperate and found it utterly acceptable at the same time. In particular, many of the wounded were once noble mages, and this intensified the conflict. When these infected people were clamoring to find Astral for an explanation, they fought with the soldiers guarding them. The infected people were disheartened to begin with, and under such circumstances, they could not care less about their comrades anymore. During the fight, many infected people even bit the soldiers. This caused nearly another 100 infected soldiers to appear. The scene was out of control for a while. When Astral and the others received the news and hurried over with the army to suppress them, they saw complete disorder and corpses on the ground. It could not be helped. The people bitten were also red-eyed now. Everyone knew what the outcome would be after being infected. For these infected people who harmed them, they simply adopted a ruthless attitude and aimed their weapons at their former comrades. This was actually the most terrifying part of the T-virus. Human relationships, friendships, family affection, and even love would collapse at the first blow. All the infected people died, including the bitten guards. It was a massacre. In order to prevent future trouble, they had to deal with the bitten guards in cold blood. As Astral watched this scene, his face kept twitching, but in the end, he could only sigh. "Burn their corpses," he ordered. After all, if left alone, these corpses would rise again after a while. Then he began to investigate how the news that led this tragedy had leaked. If no one had informed these infected people, they would not have realized that they had been abandoned until after the army withdrew from the fortress. But now that the news had leaked in advance, they had to find out who did it. Astral initially thought that a friend of the infected might have secretly done it, but what he did not expect was that after investigating, all the spearheads were pointing at the priests brought by Alaric. This was because the last ones who came into contact with these infected people were the priests who wanted to continue studying the plague. This was good. It had not been long since Alaric came to Dendera fortress, and he was already in a huge mess. When Astral was angrily questioning him, Alaric had a dumbfounded expression on his face and still did not know what had happened. In addition to Alaric's arrogant attitude in the beginning, this matter instantly caused a giant rift between the Arathians and the Bricadans. Especially when Alaric could not find out which priest had leaked the news, it was even more so. The Bricadans felt that it was not that Alaric could not find out, but that he wanted to protect his priest. But unfortunately, Alaric really did not find out who did it. Although this incident had caused a long delay, the army of Dendera fortress was still withdrawing according to the plan. They had to finish this before the sky turned dark. If it was night and the troops were still moving, there might be many more casualties due to the attacks of the mutants. In the evening, when the sun was gradually sinking to the west, the fortress completed the major evacuation. The troops abandoned the tall city wall and blocked the gate of the fortress. Dendera was completely reduced to an empty city. Oh, no, it should be said that it was a city occupied by zombies. When night fell, the mutants emerged from the sewers and began moving, but they could no longer find any blood food, so they roared angrily. After withdrawing, the Alliance army stationed on the plains about 2 kilometers away from the fortress. In order to prevent the mutants in the fortress from escaping, they had specially set up numerous magic mines near it to serve as a warning. But even so, the soldiers could not help but still shudder when they heard the terrifying roars coming from the fortress. "Alas, I keep feeling like we've jumped from one trap into another," Astral said to the other wizard heroes, and then an awkward silence ensued. "Now, we can only hope that the demon will appear as soon as possible," Gelu said. "If it were me, at this moment when we just finished withdrawing, it would be the best time to attack. Moreover, it's night, so that demon will very likely appear tonight. Get ready." The lightning on Solmer's body quickly circled him around as he looked at the dark night sky with sharp eyes. Alaric did not say anything. He shrank in a corner near the heroes, looking abnormal. He could not help but be abnormal because a priest came to his side just now and secretly reported something to him. One of the priests he brought with him had disappeared. When he received this report, Alaric almost immediately determined that this missing priest was most likely the person who had informed the infected people of the evacuation. "Damn it! There's a traitor among us!" Alaric cursed inwardly. He did not know who this missing priest was, but he could no longer investigate this matter because once he said it, he would become everyone's target. Those bookworm mages of Bricada would put all the blame on him. Therefore, he could only pretend that nothing had happened and wait quietly with the other heroes. Time passed little by little. When it was almost midnight, a faint sound of water came, and a figure suddenly emerged from the river flowing through the canyon. It was a man dressed as a priest. He was holding a cross necklace in his hand and carried a hammer of justice on his shoulder. His entire body was wet. When he got out of the river, he looked vigilantly at the opposite shore before turning back. Needless to say, this priest was the missing priest of Alaric's army. This position is already far away from the Fortress Alliance army. Even Urander's undead army is far away. It's about time. The priest thought before his expression relaxed slightly. At this moment, his figure suddenly blurred, and his entire body gradually changed. From an inconspicuous middle-aged man wearing a priest robe, he turned into a succubus with reverse wings on her back and flames burning on her hooves. If Roy were here, he might have recognized at a glance that the succubus was Benaiah. As a high-ranked demon, Benaiah had the same outstanding talent for metamorphosis as her sister, Biara. She had hidden in Alaric's priest army, and even the angels could not detect her existence. Ha 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 ha. After Benaiah finished transforming, she could not help but let out a shrill laugh. I finally escaped. Biara, my dear sister, wait for me. I'll come back to find you soon. But now, I'm going to find my powerful Sally. With that, Benaiah moved her demon hooves and ran into the forest in the distance. Only a series of burned footprints on the ground left behind marks that she had come through. Chapter 268 Cunning, Counterplot. When the demon eye was found and dealt with by the angel, Roy realized that the angels might have sensed his demonic aura. Therefore, in order to prevent the other demon eyes from being discovered, Roy simply withdrew all of them back. To Roy, the reverted T-virus was a pleasant surprise. After watching the holy spells of the priests fail to take effect on the T-virus, Roy realized that the T-virus was still so powerful. At least, it could not be eliminated by conventional means. In addition, judging from the performance of the mutants, they were probably stronger than the lickers in the movies. This might be due to the physiques of the non-human special races in the Ashan world. So far, the T-virus had infected many soldiers, such as gremlins, mages, nagas, and Elven Rangers. And the resulting mutants were progressively stronger. Perhaps after a while, the T-virus might be able to affect those green dragons and titans with formidable physiques. But it seemed like the Alliance army might have thought of this and had actually withdrawn from the fortress in an orderly manner, making Roy feel regretful. Are we going to attack? Julia asked Roy after seeing the changes in Dendera fortress from afar. Roy was weighing the pros and cons. It was definitely a good thing for the Alliance army to come out of the fortress. Without the support of the city wall and the help of the defense equipment, the threat of the entire Alliance army undoubtedly decreased by half. In addition, Roy's T-virus had wreaked havoc in the city, causing many soldiers to die. It could be said that Roy had already achieved the goal of weakening the Alliance army. However, due to the special nature of the troops of the Kingdom of Bracada, there was still a considerable number of puppet creatures in their army. Those stone gargoyles and iron golems were hindrances, and there were a lot of them. It would not be worthwhile to waste firepower on them during the battle. In addition, from Roy's observations, there were more than 100 titans and about 40 green dragons and emerald dragons in the Alliance army. Alaric's arrival brought nearly 500 priests and 20 angel soldiers to the Alliance army. The number of these high-level mythical creatures seemed to be a little too much, and they would be great trouble when fighting. Giovanni spoke up at this moment. Your Excellency Osiris, perhaps we can defeat Arander's troops first. You should be able to see that Arander's troops have a huge misunderstanding with the Alliance army, and their armies are now very far apart. If we attack Arander's troops first, the stupid mages of Bracada will definitely choose to watch the show. Roy nodded. After 2 days of investigating with the demon eyes, he had confirmed the conflict between the Alliance army and Arander, which was indeed something he could use. Okay, let's defeat Arander first. Roy nodded. Next, Cassandra led the undead army out, and Roy, Julia, Fat Tiger, and Giovanni followed closely behind. However, before they could go far, a voice suddenly echoed in the forest. Osiris, if I were you, I wouldn't be so rash. Who? As soon as Julia heard this voice, she immediately drew her sword and frowned in vigilance. On the other hand, Roy felt that this voice was a little familiar. After thinking about it, he probed, Benaiah? With a soft whoosh, a group of flames appeared in front of Roy. The flames flashed away, and then a succubus with demonic aura appeared. It's really you. Looking at Benaiah, Roy could not help but frown. How did you find us? He. Benaiah laughed sensually. She walked to Roy's side and stretched out her hand to touch Roy's strong chest muscles while lifting a thigh to rub against Roy's leg. She said bitterly, Osiris, why can't your words be trusted? When I invited you to come to this world together, you rejected me, but then you turned around and came here yourself. Why did you go back on your words and chase after me here? As soon as Benaiah finished speaking, she suddenly screamed, and her entire body was pulled away from Roy by a force. She turned around and found that it was Julia. Julia grabbed Benaiah's demon tail and dragged her over. At the same time, She placed the tip of her fallen angelic sword on Benaya's tail and said coldly, "Watch your actions, succubus. Or else I'll cut it." "Darling." Benaya licked her lips and walked to Julia's side with shining eyes. She hugged Julia's arm, pressed her chest against her tightly, and smiled seductively. "You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you're a bit rough." Julia shivered and remembered that Benaya was the type that did not mind either at all. She immediately threw away her tail, shook off her hug, and took a few steps back. Roy frowned and pointed a finger at Benaya. His powerful psychokinesis immediately imprisoned her body, preventing her from moving. "I'll give you one last chance to answer my question. How did you find us? If you dare to use this method to avoid answering again, I will kill you immediately." Feeling the murderous aura in Roy's tone, Benaya realized that he was not joking, so she stopped messing around and said, "Don't worry. Your current location hasn't been exposed. I have a treasure in my hand. When I first came to this world, I killed a seer and obtained it. It's called the missing person stick, and it can roughly tell me the direction of the person I'm looking for. By relying on it, I found you." Treasure? Roy was a little convinced. He knew that there were indeed many amazing magic items in this world. "Why are you looking for us?" Julia asked angrily. "Didn't you come to this world to seek revenge on your sister?" "It's a pity." Benaya gritted her teeth. "In fact, I've already found her, but I couldn't defeat her. Instead, I was captured and imprisoned by her. Fortunately, I thought of a way and finally escaped. I also learned that she sent Archbishop Alaric to find a demon and a fallen angel. I guessed that it was most likely you, so I transformed into a priest, mixed into Alaric's priests, and followed him to Aglin Fortress. After receiving the request for help from Dendera Fortress, I followed him too." Wait. You stayed among the priests?" Giovanni was in disbelief. "Didn't any of the angels recognize you?" "DCH, vampire." Benaya slanted her eyes and glanced at him disdainfully. But she still replied proudly, "Don't underestimate the metamorphosis ability of a high-rank succubus." After being interrupted by Giovanni, Roy suddenly realized the hidden implication in Benaya's words and frowned. "You said that your sister sent Archbishop Alaric? What does this mean?" "It means what you're thinking." Benaya giggled. "As for why she has such authority, it's because my sister is now Queen Isabel of Arathia." What? Giovanni's eyes almost popped out. "Queen Isabel is your sister? She is a succubus?" "That's right." Benaya looked at Roy and smiled. "You can simply understand it as a demon scheme." There was a lot of information, and Roy did not know what to say for a moment. But he also understood why Arander wanted to go to Arathia. He was probably already suspecting Isabel's true identity. This intuition was simply terrifying. After thinking about it, Roy asked, "What do you mean by telling us not to be so rash?" "It's very simple. You're being fooled," Benaya said seriously. "I just came out from the Alliance Army and found some strange situations. On the surface, the location where the Alliance Army stationed after leaving the city is about 2 to 3 kilometers from Arander's undead army. But in fact, Arander's undead army is completely empty." "What?" Julia's expression changed when she heard this. She hurriedly flew into the air and looked in the direction of the distant fortress. But after a while, she asked doubtfully, "No, Arander's troops are still in the same place." "That's magic, very special magic." Benaya pointed at her eyes. "This spell is called Phantom Forces. It should be that old guy Astral's proud skill. In your eyes, it may be very real, but we succubi are very proficient in illusion magic, and I can easily see through this illusion. I can tell you with certainty that the current Arander army is just a group of light and shadows, without any physical existences. This is a deception. Don't underestimate the heroes of this world. Those old fellows have been fighting for many years, and their minds are even more cunning than demons. They may have been overwhelmed by the plague you created, Osiris, but they are also plotting to strike back." "Really?" Roy looked deeply at Benaya and then flew into the air. Through his radiation perception, he looked at Arander's undead army. Sure enough, the location of Arander's undead army had a certain amount of radiation sources in Roy's vision. But after Benaya's reminder, Roy realized that the energy of these radiation sources was a bit small, probably caused by the light and shadow magic. But where is Arander's true army? Roy started searching. In the end, he found that the ground slightly more in front was emanating an abnormal radiation source and occupied a large area. Therefore, Roy immediately understood that Arander's undead army might have snuck underground to hide. If it were any other race, they might not have been able to do this. But for undead that did not have any life and did not need to breathe, sneaking underground was completely normal. If the positions of the Alliance Army, the Phantom Undead Army, and the True Undead Army were represented by 1, 2, and 3, then the Alliance Army's position was at 1, and the True Undead Army was at 3. In other words, if Roy really fell for the trap and launched an attack at position 2, the Phantom Undead Army, then it was very likely that he would be pincered by the Alliance Army and Arander. This stratagem was truly impressive. Roy did not even know how Astral and Arander, these cunning old guys, were able to reach an agreement and communicate to arrange such a trap. Although this trap might not necessarily kill Roy, he did not deny that it would indeed cause him immense trouble. Very good, Benaya, I accept this proof of allegiance. Roy released the restraint of his psychokinesis on Benaya and let her land. I promise you that after defeating the Alliance Army, I will help you to get revenge on your sister. The contract is established. Benaya giggled and asked, so now, how do you plan on defeating these guys? Is there a need to say that? A dim light flashed in Roy's eyes. Pentagrams appeared in his pupils as he grinned sinisterly. Since those bone drags want to hide underground, then they can stay underground forever. With that, a large black shadow suddenly appeared under Roy's feet. This shadow quickly spread out and rapidly covered the surface of the nearby forest. Then a strange scene appeared. All the tall trees and huge rocks on the ground seemed to be sinking into quicksand as they slowly sank into this endless shadow. Black Hole. Chapter 269 Plague Monarch, Artificial Disaster. Roy felt that this trap devised by Arander and Astral's group was very interesting. When he saw Arander's undead army being driven out of the fortress through the demon eyes, Roy had believed it for a time. If they were really just acting then Roy had to say that their acting was the best of the best. Precisely because of this, after Arander left the fortress with his troops, Roy did not pay much attention to him and focused the investigation of the demon eyes on the infection process of the T-virus. This allowed Arander to complete the operation of replacing the original with a fake under his nose. The reason why he said that this was a joint performance put up by Arander and Astral's group was that Roy had once fought Arander and confirmed that Arander did not know the Phantom Forces spell. If he did, there was no reason why he had not used this spell to fight Roy at that time, so this Phantom Forces spell could only be cast by wizard heroes like Astral and the others. In one of the magic books that Roy plundered, this spell was recorded in detail. But it only had a description of this spell and did not contain the incantation and usage methods. This was because the Mage Guild and Library in Ulumbus were not high-level and not qualified to keep this high-level spell. Yes, this Phantom Forces spell was true high-level magic in this world, and it was high-level strategic magic. Because what this spell created was true illusions. In order to kill the illusion demon Caesar, Roy had transformed his eyes into the Eyes of Nightmare, and the Eyes of Nightmare had the ability to see through illusions. But this time, the Eyes of Nightmare could not see through the illusions of Arander's undead troops because these illusions were very rare and had physical illusions. In Roy's radiation perception, the illusions of the undead troops glowed with radiation, which was very confusing. The truth was the same. In the magic book, the description of the Phantom Forces spell pointed this out. These illusions formed from magic had the same attack power as the main body. But after receiving an attack, even the weakest attack would immediately cause them to break and disappear. Such illusions could often play unimaginable roles in battles. Because the Ashan world was at war all year round, the types of magic and the research conducted in this world often inclined toward this kind of army magic. There was also direct offensive magic, but relatively few. But Benaya, this succubus, was an expert at playing with illusions. With her disclosing the information, it undoubtedly saved Roy a lot of trouble. The army advanced again, but this time, Roy was at the front. A large shadow was attached to his feet and spread to large areas nearby. As Roy moved, huge trees and rocks kept falling into the black hole space after Roy's selection. He was plowing a path like a bulldozer. During this process, the sinking trees naturally alarmed the birds resting on them. The frightened birds flew around blindly in panic under the night sky. From a few at the beginning to tens of them and then thousands of them later on, countless bird cries and rumbling sounds created a resounding cacophony. This scene was rather shocking in the eyes of everyone behind, especially Benaya. It was the first time she had witnessed Roy's power with her own eyes, and she felt that the power that Roy was displaying was rather strange. What does he want to do? Benaya asked Julia, dumbfounded. Where did those trees and rocks go? Julia vaguely guessed what Roy wanted to do, but she rolled her eyes at Benaya, not wanting to explain to her at all. In her eyes, Benaya was simply trying to seduce her partner. Her own fancy schlock. Julia did not want to bother with her at all. Like Benaya, Giovanni wanted to know where the trees and rocks went, but he knew that no one would explain to him, so he wisely chose not to ask. Instead, he concentrated and estimated how many trees and rocks Roy had taken away along the way. However, this estimation shocked him more and more. The distance from here to Dendera Fortress was about 20 kilometers, and Roy had collected at least 10,000 tons of trees and rocks every kilometer. With so many things sunk into the strange shadow ground, it was as though endless objects could be packed in the shadow. Such immense devouring ability was simply horrifying. Damn it, is it really alright for me to cooperate with such a strange and powerful demon? Giovanni could not help but mutter inwardly. Roy was uncensored about what the people behind were thinking. It was the first time he was using all his strength to release this black hole. He actually wanted to see how strong the devouring ability of black hole was, but after experimenting, Roy found that he could not find the bottom line of this ability. Roy could vaguely sense the existence of all the objects his ability devoured, but no matter how much Roy devoured, he could not fill the deep and dark space in his perception. At most, Roy's magic power consumption was gradually increasing over time. In other words, the storage capacity might be massive, but it required more magic power to maintain the storage state of the things inside. One of Roy's goals in coming to this world was to find a way to understand some of the power and knowledge of space magic. But after using his black hole, Roy suddenly realized that his own power seemed to be able to open a unique alternate space. Although the alternate space connected to the black hole ability was completely empty, Roy might be able to understand more if he could study this alternate space in depth. As Roy walked along the road, it could be said to be flying sand and stone. Accompanied by the panicked cries of the birds, it looked utterly terrifying in the dark night. How could the Alliance army not notice such a huge commotion? Therefore, after an order, countless magic flares were launched into the sky by the mages and then slowly descended. Under the light of the flares, night faded, allowing the Alliance army to see Roy's movements clearly. Then everyone was dumbfounded. They clearly saw a meandering but still straight path that brutally penetrated the entire forest in the distance. It gave off the feeling that there was no end to it, and it was as though a huge wild beast was walking on it. At the front of the path, the trees were constantly collapsing, and the sky was full of frantically flying birds, creating an apocalyptic scene. This scene that was like a big boss appearing caused the soldiers of the Alliance army to gulp unconsciously, and their hands holding their weapons were full of slippery, cold sweat. It's coming. Damn it. What kind of enemy are we facing this time? The soldiers were whispering to one another. Their tense nerves were almost reaching their limits, especially as Roy gradually approached and the rumbling noise grew louder and louder. Astral, Solmer, and the others looked nervously in front of them and constantly got people to shoot flares to light up the night sky in order to see the battlefield clearly. At the same time, they were praying incessantly in their hearts, hoping that the trap laid by them would work. Arander's illusion was currently watching and waiting motionlessly with the undead army that had indifferent expressions. His true body was hiding in the abdominal cavity of the spectral dragon, the Death Incarnation, lurking underground with the real undead army, waiting for Roy to pass over his head before he appeared and pincered Roy from behind. Everyone on the battlefield was waiting for Roy to appear. Finally, Roy walked out of the forest and came to the plains. For the first time, he appeared in the sight of the Alliance army, allowing them to see their opponent clearly, a tall body of more than 3 meters, wearing the pitch-black cold winter armor, with 2 pairs of huge demon wings that were raised high after entering a combat state. Within a radius of nearly a kilometer around him, the dense black shadow-emitting mist formed a no-man's land. The moment Roy appeared, the entire battlefield was silent. The Alliance soldiers looked at Roy in a daze, and even the dragons, titans, and angels could not help but narrow their eyes. Is this the Plague Monarch? A mage asked anxiously. Yes, because they did not know Roy's demon name. And because of the plague that Roy had created in Dendera Fortress, the soldiers among the Alliance army had been privately calling Roy, the unknown demon, the Plague Monarch. Even though Astral and the others had repeatedly emphasized that this demon was not a demon lord and was not worthy of the title Monarch, the soldiers kept saying it out, and they had not been able to change it. Seeing Roy walking toward the battlefield step by step, Astral and Solmer looked at each other and let out a long sigh. They ordered loudly, "Line up. Meet the enemy." Under the command, the Alliance soldiers finally returned to their senses and hurriedly searched for their positions in the crowd, causing the formation to become chaotic for a bit. "Come a little closer, a little closer." Gelu kept thinking as he stared intently at Roy's figure. However, when Roy was about to approach Urander's lurking undead army, he suddenly stopped. Just as Astral's and the others' hearts skipped a beat, Roy suddenly spread his wings and flew into the air. Looking at the still ground below, Roy grinned nastily. "Since you want to hide so much, then never come out. Don't you agree, Urander?" In the abdomen of the spectral dragon, Urander kept his eyes closed and sensed the movements on the ground. When Roy said this, he did not hear clearly, but his strong intuition gave him an immense sense of crisis. "Not good. Get out." Urander suddenly opened his eyes and ordered the spectral dragon to rush out. But at this moment, Roy shouted liberation in mid-air. Boom! 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 With his voice, all the trees and rocks that he had devoured along the way were released at this moment. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of tons of wood, rock, and soil poured down from the sky. It was more terrifying than a flood and more violent than a landslide. With the bombardment of such tremendous mass, the entire plain shook. Under the distraught gazes of Astral and the others, Roy's artificial disaster buried the area where Urander's undead army was lurking in almost a few seconds. Then the torrential rain of mud and stones continued to spread in all directions. It lasted for nearly 5 minutes as it covered all the ground within 5 kilometers. At this moment, Urander's undead army really could not come out because there were at least a few tons of heavy objects pressing down above their heads. Chapter 270 Killing Urander. No one would have thought that Roy would appear in such a berserk manner. Countless thick tree trunks and rocks piled on the ground without any pattern, forming a large area that completely covered where the undead army was lurking. It was just like a foundation built by a group of workers without any construction technique. But this messy foundation made everyone understand one thing. Urander's undead army was finished. To put it bluntly, the weight of the materials that Roy collected along the way was almost equivalent to a mountain. Although the weight of this mountain was spread out, the weight on top of the undead army was still not something that a group of bones could lift. Even the place where the stronger bone dragons were was taken care of by Roy, making it impossible for them to dig their way out. The undead were only undead, not groundhogs. Even if they could hide underground and did not need to breathe, they were unable to dig holes to escape from the area covered by these rocks and trees. Roy had basically used a physical method to seal Urander's undead army. Urander was the only one in the entire army who saw the situation quickly. He had led his death incarnation and escaped before the rocks and trees landed. Seeing that Roy had buried his army, Urander could not help shaking in anger. He saw the ground trembling slightly and knew that his troops were trying to get out, but unfortunately, they could only make the ground tremble twice. Since they're undead, then they should stay underground obediently, right? Roy slowly descended from the sky and landed on a huge rock. He looked at Urander derisively. "We meet Urander again, but the undead army seems to be worse than the last time." In the abdomen of the spectral dragon, Urander glared at Roy without a word. His eyes seemed devouring Roy, but he soon closed his eyes. After opening them again, he regained his usual cold expression. "I have to admit that I made a mistake this time. But in my opinion, this is a test given to me by Asha. Demon. Even without an army, I will kill you and execute Asha's will." With that, Urander raised his arms and shouted, "Asha uses all." With his shout, the colossal death incarnation raised its skull and let out an invisible roar. The powerful dragon might that was as terrifying as death radiated out in all directions. Then it suddenly lowered its skull. A black pillar of light shot out from its mouth and headed straight for Roy. At the same time, after seeing Urander taking action, Astral and the others in the rear immediately urged their troops to advance and prepared to cooperate with Urander's attack. Seeing the black pillar of light coming at him, Roy exerted strength under his feet and smashed the rock beneath his feet. While avoiding the death blast, he spread his wings and rushed toward the spectral dragon. Urander stared intently at Roy's movements and quickly chanted a spell, preparing to use his magic to fight Roy. But he did not see that a layer of dragon scales now covered Roy's tail. A powerful death power mist rose from the spectral dragon's body, and it swung its claws at Roy. The gigantic dragon bone claws slashed with sharp whistling sounds and covered Roy's entire body in the attack range. But just as the dragon claws were about to hit Roy, he suddenly disappeared and flashed above the spectral dragon's skull. Now! Urander waved his staff and cast a powerful slow spell on Roy. The spectral dragon quickly took this opportunity to raise its skull and bite at Roy with its enormous mouth. The slow spell stopped Roy's movements, but Roy only snorted coldly and did not move at all. He stretched out his fist and punched one of the spectral dragon's dragon teeth. Before the spectral dragon could bite Roy into its mouth, its longest dragon tooth cracked loudly under Roy's punch. This dragon tooth was nearly a meter long, but Roy's punch broke it. Seeing this dragon tooth fall, Orander was stupefied. Although the Death Incarnation existed in the form of a spectral dragon and looked like merely a pile of bones, Orander knew very well that the strength of this pile of dragon bones was incomparable to that of ordinary bone dragons under the enhancement of the formidable death power. Moreover, as long as the death power on the spectral dragon was still there, not only could it repair its injuries, but the spectral dragon was almost indestructible. But now, this demon only punched once and directly broke a dragon tooth? How is this possible? Dragon teeth are the hardest part of a dragon. Before Orander could figure it out, Roy had already flown out of the spectral dragon's mouth. Although the spectral dragon had bitten him, Roy escaped through the gap of the broken dragon tooth the moment it closed its mouth. If the spectral dragon could speak, it would only be a spectral dragon with air leaking through its mouth when it talked. With the enhancement of Dragon Slayer magic, Roy's damage to all dragons would double. Although the damage merely doubled, Roy realized that this increase in damage was actually very high from testing with the punch. After flying out of the dragon's mouth, Roy made a quick turn. Orander's slow spell had only taken effect on Roy for an extremely short time. At this moment, Roy had already regained his original speed. He came to the spectral dragon's cheekbone and punched again. The spectral dragon's enormous skull was almost several times larger than Roy's body, and Roy looked tiny in front of the dragon's skull. But it was this tiny figure that punched the spectral dragon's skull several meters away. Roy smashed the spectral dragon's cheekbones into pieces, creating a large pit on the spot. The spectral dragon staggered and almost collapsed to the ground. As the cheekbones shattered, the black death power on the spectral dragon's skull faded a lot. The relentless Roy quickly approached again with his speed advantage. He punched left and right over and over on the spectral dragon's skull. He was violently beating this spectral dragon. Seeing that the death power on the spectral dragon was fading at an astonishing speed, Orander was drenched with cold sweat. He hurriedly waved his staff and used Heal Undead to repair the wounds of the spectral dragon and replenish death power. At this moment, he no longer had the time to curse and weaken Roy. He only wanted to save the spectral dragon first. However, his replenishment speed could not keep up with Roy's destructive speed at all. After dozens of punches, Roy had already damaged the entire skull of the spectral dragon beyond recognition. The death power enveloping the skull had almost dissipated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Roy suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned Frostmourne. He roared and swung his sword at the junction between the spectral dragon's skull and neck. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. He cut through the spectral dragon's neck cleanly. With a loud thud, the entire skull of the dragon fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Orander was utterly stunned. His impression of Roy was still at the time when they fought in the desert. He thought that even if the spectral dragon could not defeat Roy, it could still stall him long enough. This way, there would be hope for the Alliance army in the rear to rush over and kill him. But who would have thought that Roy would cut off the skull of the Death Incarnation in less than a minute? Without the protection of the enormous dragon skull, the chest cavity of the spectral dragon was completely exposed in front of Roy. Roy flapped his wings and accelerated, rushing into the spectral dragon's abdomen to face Orander. The spectral dragon was an undead. Its skull had fallen, but its body did not collapse. As long as Orander cast the spell quickly, he might still be able to reattach the dragon's skull. But now, looking up at Roy's tall body in front of him, Orander could no longer worry about helping the spectral dragon. Orander waved his staff and cast Stone Skin and Shield on himself while quickly moving back. The next second, Roy stretched out his hand, pinched Orander's head with his demon claws, and lifted him into the air. Orander's vision went dark, and he could not see anything. It could not be helped. Humans were really short compared to a high-ranked demon like Roy. Roy grabbed him like he was grabbing a chicken. Moreover, be it the mages of Bracado or the necromancers of Haresh, their physical fitness was not good, and it was often difficult to make effective responses in close combat. But even so, Orander did not stop resisting. He waved his staff and wanted to release a decay curse on Roy. He chanted the spell quickly, wanting to force Roy to let go while the Stone Skin and Shield were still effective. However, the incantation was only halfway through when Orander suddenly froze because a long sword exuding cold death aura had pierced through his chest. Seeing Frostmourne penetrate Orander's body, Roy released his claws expressionlessly, but Orander was held on the sword like this. Frostmourne was currently trembling rapidly. Ever since Roy approached Orander, it had been exuding a strong desire. When it truly came into contact with Orander's soul, Frostmourne became even more excited. Without waiting for Orander to die completely, it began to absorb his soul impatiently. Although Aranter did not know what kind of sword Roy's sword was, the curses in the sword were continuously pouring into his body, making him understand what his outcome would be. "You actually want to transform me into an enslaved undead? Dream on!" Aranter shouted coldly at Roy. "Asha uses all." With Aranter's words, Roy suddenly discovered that the magic power on Aranter was rapidly condensing in a berserk manner. He immediately realized what Aranter wanted to do and quickly waved his hand to cover his body with thick ice crystals. Boom! The next second, Aranter actually blew himself up. Under the protection of the ice, Roy did not suffer any damage at all, but Aranter had reversed his magic power and directly exploded his body. As a necromancer, he knew what it would be like to become an undead, so he would rather blow up his body than be turned into an undead by Roy's Frostmourne and then serve him. However, he still could not control his soul to explode, so Frostmourne eventually absorbed Aranter's soul. After the infusion of Aranter's powerful soul, the two eyes on Frostmourne's sword hilt glowed faintly, and the light gradually spread to the entire sword blade. Roy knew that Frostmourne was evolving. It would evolve from a pseudo-divine artifact to a true divine artifact. However, before Roy could see what attributes Frostmourne would evolve, he suddenly found that the dragon skeleton body of the Death Incarnation was trembling violently. Thinking that something was wrong, so he quickly flew out. Logically speaking, the Death Incarnation was Aranter's summon. After Roy killed Aranter, the Death Incarnation should have disappeared as well, but Roy found that this was not the case. An even stronger pressure and death aura were emanating from the spectral dragon's body. This spectral dragon seems to be going berserk? Chapter 271 Reversal, Ancient Dragon. At this moment, most of the Alliance army was less than a kilometer away from the battlefield. When they saw Roy burying Aranter's undead army with rocks and trees, none of them expected Aranter to survive. After all, although Aranter was the strongest Death Lord of Haresh, a large part of his strength stemmed from the undead army he led. As a necromancer, what Aranter learned and was proficient in were dark magic and necromancy. The destructive power of these magics could be said to be quite weak. After losing the support of the undead army, how much combat strength could a lone necromancer have? Fortunately, Aranter still had a summon that was connected to his life, which was the Death Incarnation, the Spectral Dragon. Astral and the others thought that Aranter might be able to rely on this Spectral Dragon to deal with the demon and buy time for the Alliance army to rush over while also consuming as much of the demon's magic power as possible. But what Astral and the others did not expect was that Aranter would actually fall as fast as his undead army. The heroes had already seen the scene when Aranter was killed by the demon through the Eagle Eye skill. Everyone sighed for Aranter's death in their hearts. This believer of Asha died a worthy death and finally returned to Asha's embrace. However, before everyone could finish sighing, they saw the anomaly of the spectral dragon. The Death Incarnation did not disappear with Aranter's death. Not only was this out of Roy's expectations, but it was also out of the expectations of the heroes. In everyone's impression, the summoned object of any summoning spell should have disappeared with the death of the summoner. Why did something unexpected happen here? Could it be magic similar to divine vengeance? A glimmer flashed in Solmer's eyes as he said to everyone, "This is even better. The one who killed Aranter is that demon, and the Death Incarnation should avenge Aranter next." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and urged the troops to speed up and rush to the battlefield. Roy also vaguely thought of this, so he cautiously distanced himself from the spectral dragon. At this time, Julia and the others arrived, but Roy held out a hand to stop them from coming too close. After receiving Roy's signal, Julia and the others cautiously stayed around the edge of the battlefield and watched the changes of the spectral dragon. At this moment, Benaya was exceptionally excited. It was the first time that she had witnessed Roy's combat strength. Even she felt a headache from Aranter's undead army, but she did not expect that Roy would directly destroy this undead army that could control the battle situation. Giovanni was the same. When he saw Roy piercing Aranter's body with his sword from afar, he was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Indeed, it was the right choice to cooperate with this demon. Although he was excited, Giovanni quickly looked at the spectral dragon. The abnormal situation of the spectral dragon had attracted everyone's attention. The gigantic skull that Roy had cut off slowly floated up and reattached the spectral dragon's spine. At the same time, the mist of death power on its body was fluctuating violently, and the bones all over its body made cracking sounds, as though they were growing bigger. The pressure that belonged to a dragon was much stronger than when Aranter was still around. After all the parts of its skull that Roy broke during his beating were restored under death power, the spectral dragon suddenly raised its skull and let out an incomparably resounding roar. This was an incomparably pure dragon roar, but it shocked almost everyone, especially Roy. He had been fighting with the spectral dragon, so he naturally knew that the spectral dragon originally could not make a sound. It was just a pile of bones, so where were the vocal organs? But for some reason, this dragon roar really came from the spectral dragon. After roaring, the spectral dragon stood on all fours on the ground. It looked at Roy viciously and said in an oppressive voice, "My name is Rufaro, the son of Melissa. The faceless who walks in darkness and death. Demon, report your name." He really knows how to speak. Roy was surprised. And he seems to have restored his memories. What is the origin of this spectral dragon? Roy was fine, but Astral and the others, who were rushing over, almost fell from their elephant mounts when they heard the spectral dragon introduce himself. Rufaro? Descendant of the dragon goddess of darkness? Not only Astral's but also Solmer's eyes widened in shock. They did not expect that the dragon skeleton of the Death Incarnation controlled by Orander came from Rufaro. If this was true, then it meant that this was a dragon from the Elder Wars during the Ancient Age. The Elder Wars of the Ancient Age was still history before the first year of the Seventh Dragon Age. It was so long ago that there were no detailed records of this war on the continent. He only roughly knew that the so-called Elder Wars was actually a religious war that the angels had initiated against the faceless. This war affected the entire Ashan world and brought astonishing destruction, causing the early civilizations and kingdoms of this world to perish. After this war, the myths of the primordial dragons were slowly forgotten, and the belief in the elemental dragons was established. And in Rufaro's self-introduction just now, he mentioned his faceless identity. If he did not come from the Ancient Age, it was impossible for him to call himself that. Therefore, for a moment, the angels led by Alaric could not help but hold their swords nervously. Rufaro was the son of the dragon goddess of darkness, Melissa. In other words, he was once a dark dragon. In the Elder Wars, he was definitely hostile to the Dragon of Light, Elrith, and the angels were on the side of Elrith. No one could guarantee that Rufaro would not attack them. "Answer me, demon." Rufaro roared impatiently when he saw Roy not speaking. "My name is Osiris." Roy could only answer before probing, "Your memories have recovered?" "Damn Orander." At the mention of this topic, Rufaro suddenly became extremely irritable. He roared madly, "He disturbed my sleep, dug me out from the dragon tomb, and enslaved me to fight for him. Unfortunately, he died in your hands and did not let me tear him into pieces." This change caught Roy a little off guard. He thought that the spectral dragon Rufaro going berserk was the means of revenge left by Orander and that he was going to fight this spectral dragon again. But who would have thought that such a sudden reversal would come and that Rufaro wanted Orander to die? On the Alliance army side, Astral and the others were panicking after hearing this conversation. They had guessed completely wrong. "What should we do?" Astral and the other heroes communicated with their eyes. They felt that themselves turning cold. "Your Excellency Rufaro, what do you plan to do now?" Roy asked as thoughts spun quickly in mind. Orander used a special secret technique to connect his soul with mine, and through this, he placed a necromancer mark in my soul, Rufaro said. "Under the effect of the mark, my memories have always been suppressed. Only after you killed him did I completely escape from my predicament. Since you killed him, his soul must be in your hands. I hope you can give his soul to me. I want to torment his soul forever." Roy thought about it and said, "What if I say no?" "Cut the crap." Rufaro suddenly stomped his front claws, causing the ground to shake. He roared, "I only spoke to you so nicely because you demons and the faceless were allies. You'd better not anger me." Really? So they were allies? Roy thought. It seems that Rufaro's memories are still in the Ancient Age. Thinking of this, Roy said, "Please calm down, Your Excellency. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but Orander's soul has already been devoured by my sword. I can't even take it out myself, so how can I give it to you?" When Rufaro heard this, the flickering red lights in his eye sockets could not help but glance at Frostmourne in Roy's hand. "Okay, I'll believe you once." Rufaro retracted his gaze, turned his head, and looked at the Alliance army. He said in an envious and greedy tone, "I smell an annoying smell again. It's those angels. Demon Osiris, are they your enemies? On account of you saving my soul, I can help you kill these guys." "Oh?" Roy could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He nodded. "That's good. Our dark camp should help each other like this." "That's right." Rufaro could not hold it in anymore. He stomped on the ground, spread his wings, and flew toward the Alliance army. Seeing this scene, Astral and the others felt as though they had plummeted into an abyss. Damn it, that bastard Uranter. Turns out that being the chosen of Usher was all fake. He was just using this ancient dark dragon to deceive everyone. Solmer gnashed his teeth. Now that this bastard is dead, he even dug such a huge pit for us. There's no other way. Let's go. Gelu sighed. We have to do it one way or another. The next second, with a wave of Gelu's hand, countless arrows shot out by Elven Rangers whistled through the night sky toward Rafaro. The battle began. On another side, Julia and Benaya came to Roy's side. Julia whispered to Roy, "Has this rotten old dragon really become our ally? How is that possible?" Roy sneered. "If I had been enslaved for so long, after suddenly regaining freedom, would it be possible for me to stay and join a battle instead of quickly flying away?" "Then, what is he up to?" Benaya asked softly. "Who knows? But I'm certain that he's definitely not doing this because I saved his soul from Uranter," Roy said. "As for what he wants, let's wait and see. With a free fighter, we can save some effort." "Indeed." Julia giggled while holding her longsword. "Let's go there to destroy them as well." Chapter 272 Secret Technique to Reversing Death. Although Uranter had died, he had left a mess for the Alliance army. After losing Uranter's control, this spectral dragon named Rafaro completely revolted. After all, the memories in his soul had already recovered. Out of envy for the living and seeing his old enemies, the angels, again, he turned around and began to attack the Alliance army, immediately causing enormous casualties to the Alliance army. Undead creatures were much weaker than when they were alive, but because undead did not feel pain, they would often have the advantage in battles with the living. In particular, the death aura on their bodies often corroded and infected the wounds of the living, causing the loss of vitality and other negative effects. Obviously, the death aura on Rafaro was much denser than most undead. When he swooped down from the sky and smashed into the formation of the Alliance army, he immediately caused the Alliance army to fall into a complete mess. Rafaro directly resisted the fireballs, hailstones, and other magic fired by the mages. These low-level magic attacks could not break the death aura defense on his body. Similarly, the sharp swords that the Nagas slashed on him were also ignored. And when he opened his mouth wide and bit down in the crowd, dozens of mages would die immediately. With a swipe of his claws, he could cut a group of Nagas into dozens of segments. Seeing this spectral dragon wreaking havoc in the formation of their troops, how could Astral and the others let him continue? So a group of wizard heroes attacked. Not only did lightning continuously strike down, but huge rocks appeared in the sky and smashed down, baptizing Rafaro's body with countless magic attacks in a short time. These magic attacks naturally caused great damage to Rafaro. But what was strange was that even though Rafaro roared again and again, he had no intention of rushing over to fight Astral and the others. Even though his ancient enemies were not far from him, he did not have the slightest intention of charging over to attack the angels. He just kept slaughtering the mages, Nagas, and Elven Rangers. Roy and the others also joined the battle. But because the Alliance army's formation had iron golems and stone gargoyles at the front, they encountered these puppets first. Julia, Benaya, and Giovanni were flying in the air and killing the flying stone gargoyles. Cassandra's undead army and Fat Tiger faced the iron golems. Fat Tiger rushed into the formation of iron golems and attacked everywhere as the main attacker. As for Cassandra's undead, they assisted from the side. With Roy's enhancement magic, these undead troops displayed powerful combat strength. To Roy, killing these lifeless puppet troops was insipid, but they had to kill them. The only good news was that the T-virus that Roy released had almost wiped out all the gremlins in the Alliance army, so after they destroyed these iron golems on the battlefield, it would be impossible to repair them and have them fight again. Roy stretched out his palm, and a black bolt of forked lightning burst out from his palm. It quickly turned into a black electric net that exploded, easily melting hundreds of iron golems in front of him. But this move was of little use against the stone gargoyles. Because of the material of the gargoyles, lightning magic had a very weak effect on them. It could even be said that there was almost none. So they could only rely on Julia and the others to use physical attacks to destroy them. While annihilating the iron golems, Roy also released ice storms against the Alliance army in the distance from time to time to help reduce some of the pressure on Rafaro. With such a good meat shield to attract firepower, Roy could not let him die too quickly. However, as time went on, Roy felt a little puzzled because Rafaro seemed to have lasted a little too long. Roy had fought him before. Under the power of his Dragon Slayer magic, Roy had beaten Rafaro to the point where he could not fight back at all. But even after Uranter died, Removing Rafaro's suppression and increasing his strength a little, it should be impossible for him to last such a long time under the joint attack of so many heroes. It was impossible for the combined attacks of 8 heroes to be weaker than Roy's punches, right? It was too strange, and Roy realized that something was amiss, so he floated in the air and observed Rafaro's situation. Roy immediately found the issue. Despite this fellow Rafaro having a lot of wounds all over his body due to the magic attacks, and his black bones were full of cracks and chips, what was strange was that some fascia were appearing on his body. These fascia appearing on his wings and leg bones were wide and looked like cobwebs sticking to his body. Without observing carefully, Roy might not necessarily find them. After recalling the scene of Rafaro continuously attacking the mages and the Nagas, Roy summoned Cassandra and asked softly, "Take a close look. Is Rafaro absorbing the life force of the dead around him?" Roy could not see life force, but Cassandra could. After all, Cassandra relied on the life force of living beings to practice magic power. After receiving Roy's prompt, Cassandra observed for a moment and immediately nodded. "Master, you're right. The remaining life force of those killed is flowing toward Rafaro. It's very slow, but it's continuous." "I understand." Roy narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. No wonder when Rafaro mentioned joining forces just now, he felt that it was a little strange. He did not expect that this was actually what Rafaro was thinking. How strong was Rafaro when he was alive? Roy did not know, but he knew that the original strength of a black dragon who self-proclaimed to be the son of Moloss and had lived for countless years was probably not inferior to that of a true demon lord. Even the demon king level was possible. But the problem was that he had been dead for a long time before Anner found and resurrected him. After becoming an undead dragon, even if he still had his soul, his strength must have plummeted. Therefore, after regaining his memories, the first thing Rafaro thought of was not taking revenge but finding a way to restore his original strength. And the best way to restore his original strength was to recover his dragon body so that it could bear his original immense power. In the past, Rafaro might have just been a dragon that controlled dark power. But after so many years in the Dragon Tomb, Death Aura had condensed on his body and allowed him to control death power. And now, he seemed to be using this death power to seize the life force of the living and use it to transform his body. Needless to say, this secret technique of growing flesh on bones and coming back to life definitely required a massive number of living beings as sacrifices. No wonder he was ignoring the attacks of the heroes and only concentrated on slaughtering the mages and Nagas. It was because these two types of soldiers were the largest number of living beings in the Alliance army presently. What appeared now was only some fascia. Maybe in a while, blood vessels, muscles, skin, dragon scales, and so on would appear. At that time, Rafaro would be able to reverse death and achieve a complete resurrection in the true sense. After truly obtaining a dragon body, no one knew how powerful Rafaro would be. "Master, do you want to stop him?" Cassandra asked worriedly. "Don't forget that you gave him a fierce beating earlier. Black dragons have always held grudges. He might be cooperating with us to kill enemies, but when he really recovers, he might have other thoughts." Roy certainly understood what Cassandra meant. In fact, when Rafaro proposed to cooperate, Roy had thought that Rafaro was afraid of being beaten. After all, under the enhancement of Dragon Slayer magic, Roy's attacks were indeed extremely powerful for Rafaro. But now, Roy realized Rafaro's true intentions. This fellow had joined forces with him not only because he wanted an excuse to seize the life force of the living, but also likely because Roy's group had too few living beings among them. Even if he took their life force, he would not be able to seize much. Thus, he might as well attack the Alliance army with Roy and the rest. With the demon Roy, the fallen angel, and the undead army helping to split the firepower, Rafaro would not be beaten to the ground as soon as he came. "Hey! What a good plan." After Roy figured it out, he could not help but grin coldly. He said to Cassandra, "There's no need. Let's continue attacking. He wants to plunder life force, so let him plunder. I believe we're not the only ones who can see it. There are no idiots in the Alliance army. In addition, don't you also need life force to increase your magic power? You should also absorb as much as you can, snatching as much as possible from his mouth. I want to see how much he can steal in front of everyone." There were not many troops in the Alliance army. The most numerous gremlins had long been killed by Roy's T-virus. There were less than 10,000 mages and Nagas in total, and life force could not be absorbed from the puppet creatures. In other words, after absorbing the life force of the mage and Nagas, Rafaro could only target the angels, titans, and green dragons to obtain more life force. These high-level mythical creatures were the most powerful forces of the Alliance army. Although they had not moved yet, even Roy felt that it was troublesome just by looking at their numbers, so he might as well let Rufaro fight them first. Chapter 273 Boss. Roy's guess was right. Astral and the others quickly discovered Rufaro's intentions. At this moment, Rufaro was a dragon-shaped ferocious beast. He resisted the violent bombardment of magic and ferociously rampaged in the Alliance army. He continuously used death power to repair his bones while desperately killing the living and plundering the life force contained in them to create flesh for himself. In just a few minutes, some blood vessels gradually appeared on his bones. Under the illumination of magic missiles, no matter how bad their eyes were, Astral and the others could see the abnormal changes taking place on Rufaro's body clearly. They immediately understood what he wanted to do, so they got the mages, Nagas, and the Elven Rangers to retreat while getting the Titans and Green Dragons to go up. This was mainly because the iron golems at the front could not withdraw. Otherwise, using lifeless puppets was the most effective way to deal with Rufaro. But when Rufaro rushed into the middle of the Alliance army, it was equivalent to cutting off the iron golems. The golems were currently entangled with Cassandra's undead army, so how could it be so easy to retreat in the chaos? High-level mythical creatures had always been the reserve forces of the Alliance army. They were originally reserved to deal with Roy and the others, but at this moment, they had no choice but to move out first under the threat of Rufaro. Under Astral's command, a group of Titans ran forward with large strides toward Rufaro. When they arrived in front of Rufaro, the first Storm Titan condensed a powerful whirlwind on his fist and then slammed a punch on Rufaro's skull. Even with the power enhancement of the storm, the damage caused by this punch was still weaker than Roy's. Rufaro's skull only tilted a bit, and then he immediately bit at the Titan angrily. While Rufaro and the Titan were fighting, the other Titans surrounded Rufaro from both sides, condensed energy swords with lightning flashing in their hands, and slashed at Rufaro's bones together. This was the Titan's Gladius. Rufaro's body was truly colossal, which gave the Titans the chance to besiege him. The lightning energy brought about by the numerous Titans' Gladiuses was quite massive. Rufaro's entire body glowed with intense light. After the flash disappeared, the mist of death power on his body had dispersed a lot. Although he was undead and did not know pain, he could still feel the energy protecting his body had dissipated. Most importantly, he had recovered some of his flesh, and the damage the lightning energy caused to his flesh was much stronger than to a pure skeleton. Rufaro roared angrily. He violently slashed his dragon claw in front of him and scratched 4 bloody claw marks on the chest of the Storm Titan who was entangling with him while sweeping another one away with his other claw. Then he twisted his body, and his tail smashed into the 2 Titans on the left one after another. The tremendous force caused the bones in the chests of these 2 Titans to make muffled sounds and flung their bodies flying away. Then Rufaro's skull turned sharply and bit into the waist of a Titan on the right. Under the immense bite force, a huge gap appeared on the Titan's waist, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Rufaro was indeed rather fierce. In an instant, he counterattacked and severely injured the surrounding Titans. But at this moment, more Titans surrounded him, and the green dragons flying over also spat out a lot of acid at Rufaro from high above. This acid was actually the dragon breath of the green dragons. The dragon breath of green dragons was a liquid with corrosive and poisonous effects. Perhaps this dragon breath had a very slow effect on pure bones, but the flesh that had just grown on Rufaro was not the same. When the acid landed on Rufaro's body, it immediately corroded his entire body, causing it to make sizzling sounds all over and emit pungent white smoke. Rufaro was furious. The flesh on his body was corroded by the acid dragon breath, which meant that all the work he had done to absorb the life force was useless. He opened his mouth and spat out an extremely dense death blast at the green dragons in the air, enveloping several green dragons. The green dragons in the air hurriedly flapped their wings to dodge. But their gigantic bodies determined that they did not have such good mobility, and they were immediately hit by the death blast. 3 green dragons were hit, and the affected parts of their bodies directly turned into black mist and dissipated. But this was not the end. Formidable death power spread along their wounds and soon spread all over their bodies. The flesh on these green dragons began to rot rapidly and fall from the sky. When all that remained of the green dragons was a pile of bones, they actually transformed into ordinary bone dragons and turned their heads to bite their original companions in the air. Rufaro was originally a dark dragon that controlled the powers of darkness and death. After his soul gained freedom, as long as his death power corroded enemies, it could easily transform them into undead creatures. Seeing that Rufaro suddenly had 3 more helpers, Solmura took action. He stretched out his arm and pointed at the 3 bone dragons. A powerful bolt of blue lightning immediately flew out from his fingertip. When it hit the first bone dragon, the blue lightning did not completely disappear. It suddenly darted toward the second bone dragon. After hitting the second, it went to the third. Solmer's strongest spell was this chain lightning. The powerful chain lightning easily smote the 3 bone dragons to the ground. Finally, it struck Rafaro. After being struck by the lightning, the mist of death power on Rafaro shrank again. But he could no longer worry about roaring because 8 titans were now surrounding him. The titans of this world were perhaps not pure-blooded. Although they were tall, they had an upper limit and could not grow to a height of hundreds of meters. They were not even as tall as Rafaro. However, they had also inherited the elemental power and powerful physical strength of the titans. It could be said that they could fight both melee and long-range battles. 8 titans attacked together and beat Rafaro into the ground. Rafaro was beaten into a very sorry state. Although he coveted the powerful life force of these titans, the life force of one titan could exceed that of over 100 mages and nagas. The embarrassing thing was that Rafaro was unable to kill any of them when facing this siege. Even the titan that Rafaro bit half the waist off of did not die because the titan had received holy light treatment from the angels behind and had completely recovered. Boom! Fists flashing with lightning beat Rafaro silly. His entire body was now dozens of centimeters into the ground. Realizing that he would probably be beaten to death by a group of burly men if this continued, he finally began to cry for help. He raised his head desperately and roared, "Osiris! What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking? If I lose, you'll be next." It seemed like Rafaro himself had the awareness of being a meat shield, or else he would not have shouted such words. During this period of time, he had been beaten up alone, but Roy, this high-ranked demon, had not taken care of him at all, making him very angry. "Aha, I'm sorry, Your Excellency Rafaro, powerful faceless. I thought you could handle them all by yourself without my help." Roy's gloating voice came from behind, making Astral's and the others' hearts skip a beat. Is this demon finally going to attack? To be honest, Astral and the others were not afraid of Rafaro, but they were very afraid of Roy. Demons had undoubtedly always been enemies of the entire continent. Not only did Roy create a plague that caused heavy casualties in Dendera Fortress, but he also showed great imposing power when he buried Urander's undead army. The reason why the Alliance army gathered here originally was to deal with this demon. It could be said that if this war was regarded as a game, then Roy was undoubtedly the final boss, and Rafaro could at most be counted as the second boss. This led to Astral and the others not daring to make full use of their strength in the battle. They had to leave sufficient magic power to deal with Roy's attack. If not for this, how could Rafaro have lasted so long? Alaric's priest troops shot a few light spells into the sky, allowing everyone to see Roy above the battlefield. At this moment, Roy was hovering in the air with his wings spread. In his hand, Frostmourne was exuding a strange mist of power. They did not know if it was an illusion, but the eye sockets of the skull on the sword hilt were flashing red, as though they had come alive. "Stop him! Don't let him attack!" Gelu was the first to react. For some reason, Roy's sword gave Gelu a strong sense of threat, just like a top artifact he had experienced before. While shouting, the longbow in Gelu's hand quickly shot a powerful magic arrow with green energy on the arrowhead at Roy. Before the arrow hit Roy, the angels in Alaric's army were already holding their angelic swords. They spread their wings and flew toward Roy. Looking at the arrow shot by Gelu, Roy raised his finger and hooked. A thick black ice shield immediately appeared on the arrow's path. Gelu's arrow hit Roy's ice shield, and with a crack, it directly broke the ice shield. Roy was slightly surprised. He did not expect the arrow to be so powerful. But after passing through the ice shield, the arrow's flying speed had slowed down, and the green energy on the arrowhead was almost gone. Roy guessed that it was not much of a threat, so he grabbed the arrow. But the next second, the green energy suddenly erupted, transforming into countless vines that swiftly wrapped around. In the blink of an eye, Roy's entire body was bound by countless vines. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several angels swooped down while pointing their swords at Roy, wanting to kill him in the air. Humph! Seeing the angels approaching, Roy suddenly snorted coldly. He shook his hands and broke the vines. Then he held his sword in both hands and slashed at the first angel to arrive. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Under the collision of the two swords, Frostmourne directly cut through the angel's sword. Before the angel could react, Frostmourne's sword tip swept past the angel's cheek without slowing down. A long and narrow wound appeared on the angel's face. It was merely a small wound that this angel did not care about, But what he did not see was that when golden blood flowed out of the wound, it instantly turned grayish. The next second, the angel was stunned. His entire body was trembling as he stayed rooted in mid-air. It was not that he did not want to move but that he did not dare to move. A powerful force, or rather, a will, was invading his brain. A strange scene began to appear in his vision, and it seemed as though a demon was whispering in his ears. He desperately wanted to get rid of these whispers in his mind that he did not understand, but he could not do it at all. Not only that, but under his robe, his body was changing. The power of holy light was constantly dissipating, and replacing it was a kind of dark and gloomy power. Roy was currently fighting with other angels, but most of his attention was on this angel he injured first. His abnormal condition was discovered by his angel companions rushing over from behind. An angel flew over and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" However, at this moment, the angel injured by Roy suddenly turned around and stabbed his broken sword into the stomach of this companion who was concerned about him. Chapter 274 Divine Artifact. Although his attack did not cause much damage to his companion because only a bit of the sword blade was left, his actions shocked his companions. "Disher, are you crazy?" The injured angel shouted at him while hurriedly backing away. But after moving away, he saw that something was wrong with the angel named Disher because his expression was extremely terrifying, as though he was enduring intense pain. He appeared to want to restrain himself but could not and had lost control of his facial expression. Don't come over. Stay away from me," Angel Disher said with a trembling voice. "Damn it! Demon, what did you do to him?" The angels besieging Roy roared angrily while constantly swinging their swords at him. "Won't you know if you try?" Roy grinned sinisterly. He suddenly disappeared and appeared behind an angel. Frostmourne swung and cut a large wound on his wings. The angel screamed. Although he did not fall to the ground because of this, he immediately felt the sensations that Disher had experienced, and countless strange illusions appeared in his mind. And no. Don't get hurt by his sword. This angel had high willpower, so he quickly reminded his other companions while he was still conscious, I'm falling." Before he finished speaking, Disher, the first angel that was injured, let out a hoarse roar and rushed at his nearby companions. The wings behind Disher were now a grayish color. The originally shiny white wings seemed to be coated with a layer of dim light, giving others the feeling that they were decaying. At the same time, his golden eyes had turned completely pale, just like the eyes of those ghouls that had been dead for many years. But he did not seem to have turned into an undead. When the other angels saw this scene, their hearts skipped a beat. They knew that Disher had fallen. However, this kind of fall seemed to be different from the fall in the normal sense. Falling in the conventional sense meant the erasure of the angel's original memories, then abandoning the power of holy light and using the power of darkness instead. During this process, the wings would turn black. This was the commonly mentioned fallen angel. However, Disher's wings had now turned gray. What was going on? "Disher, wake up! What's wrong with you?" His companions shouted anxiously while they dodged his attack and tried to wake him up. However, Disher turned a deaf ear. When he attacked his companions, he did not use any supernatural power at all but instead only relied on his physical strength to use his fists, feet, and even teeth to bite his companions like crazy. His companions could not bear to hurt him, but they could not do anything about his fighting style. Instead, they were in a difficult situation. After Disher fell, the second angel whose wings were injured completed the transformation. He became like Disher and began to attack the other angels. But unlike Disher, this angel still held a sword in his hand, so he used the sword to attack. "Quick! Cleanse them quickly. It might be some kind of curse." Alaric, who was below, panicked when he saw this scene and quickly got the priest to help. The other angels also reacted and used the cleansing spell on the two mad angels. However, it was useless. Countless cleansing spells shone on the two mad angels, but they could not dispel the gray color on their bodies. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Roy cut a third and fourth angel. Yes, he did not kill these angels directly but used Frostmourne to wound them. At this moment, only Roy knew what was happening to these angels that he cut. Everything was due to the new attribute and power of Frostmourne, which evolved into a divine artifact after devouring Arander's soul. After evolving from a pseudo-divine artifact to a divine artifact, Roy's Frostmourne had a new attribute. Mind distortion. All beings injured by this sword will undergo the torment of will. If they fail to pass through the judgment of will, they will enter a state of mental distortion. If the wielder is not demon Osiris, they will also undergo the torment of will. Roy did not add this attribute himself, but it was an attribute that the system adapted. Roy did not understand the effect of this mind distortion at first, so he experimented with these angels. The result of the experiment was beyond Roy's imagination. Angels were beings that used the power of holy light. This talent was something they were born with, and holy light power had a characteristic: the firmer the faith, the greater the strength. Therefore, even ordinary two-winged angels were warriors with strong faith. Under ordinary circumstances, it was impossible for ordinary will torment to harm them. But merely a short time after only being scratched, the two angels entered a state of mental distortion because they could not pass through the judgment of will. This meant that the new attribute of Frostmourne was extremely powerful. And the energy level was very high. Perhaps stronger angels might be immune to this mind distortion effect, but that was only a possibility. In fact, Roy could imagine that even higher-level angels would have to fight against this constant will torment after being injured by Frostmourne. And the longer the time, the higher the possibility of collapse. After their minds were distorted, their wills completely collapsed. All their previous understanding of the world would enter a state of chaos. They would regard companions, friends, and relatives as enemies, while their original enemies might become friends or something else. They might treat a stone as an enemy and then fearlessly charge, or they might treat a poisonous snake as an intimate companion and embrace it. They would be confused about the various lights and colors that they saw in their eyes, have deviations in their cognitions, and make erroneous judgments about sizes and heights. In short, the world they saw might be a crazy world. In this state, in other people's eyes, they were utterly insane. Through the situation of the angels, Roy understood the true meaning of this mind distortion and could not help but shiver. This attribute was really terrifying. Mind distortion was not a curse in the conventional sense. Regular curses were a form of debuffs that others imposed on you. However, once affected by mind distortion, it was your own problem. Your brain and consciousness had collapsed. In this case, how could a spell such as cleansing save you? This should belong to the category of mind magic. If you wanted to save others, you could only use the same mind magic. However, mind magic did not seem to be part of conventional magic research, and it could be said that there were very few mages who knew it. Roy had only injured 4 angels, but the result was that there were 4 mad angels who could not distinguish between friend and foe on the battlefield. After their wills collapsed, these mad angels could no longer use the power of holy light. This could be regarded as a different kind of fallen effect. While the angel troops were in chaos, Roy extended his poisonous hands to the only 5 four-winged angels in the angel troops. Although these 5 four-winged angels did not understand what happened to their companions, they were wary of Roy. When they saw that Roy was coming after them, the long swords in their hands immediately ignited with golden flames as they roared and attacked Roy together. Facing the 5 angels' swords, Roy could not take them head-on. He changed direction and flew toward a 4-winged angel on the right. The 4-winged angel was staring intently at the Frostmourne in Roy's hand, afraid of accidentally being wounded by this powerful demon sword. However, he forgot that Roy did not only know how to use a sword to attack. Sizzle. Roy's sword had yet to arrive when a black bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the sword tip and hit the 4-winged angel in an instant. The black lightning was powerful, and the dark power contained in it had a huge conflict with the holy light power in the 4-winged angel's body. Although the 4-winged angel mobilized a large amount of holy light power to offset the erosion of the dark power, he neglected the paralysis effect of the lightning, causing the 4-winged angel's body to stiffen suddenly and unable to move for 2 seconds. What consequences would 2 seconds of stiffness be in the battle? Needless to say, Roy's Frostmourne directly pierced into the 4-winged angel's chest. His companions did not even have time to save him. After this attack, Roy flew back and fought the other 4 four-winged angels. The injured 4-winged angel had a pained expression on his face, and he could no longer fly and fell from the sky. When he landed, he struggled with all his might to prevent himself from falling too badly. But afterward, he could only kneel on the ground with his sword and fight strenuously against the effect of mind distortion. This 4-winged angel was at the Dominion level, much stronger than the 2-winged angels. However, he only persisted for a minute before completely collapsing. The energy level of mind distortion was higher than Roy had expected. After seeing this 4-winged angel also turn into a gray-colored mad angel, Roy roughly had a general judgment. He reckoned that only strength at the Demon Lord level could resist the power of mind distortion. For angels, only 6-winged angels could resist it. No wonder Frostmourne could be called a divine artifact after obtaining this attribute. Not only that, but Roy also discovered that although Frostmourne had evolved into a divine weapon, its soul hunger attribute had not disappeared. In other words, this sword could still be infused with other powerful souls. According to Roy's understanding, if other souls were infused, all the attributes of the sword would continue to increase. The energy level of mind distortion would increase again, and the other curses were the same. The tag of divine weapon was not the end but could be higher. The fortunate thing for Roy was that he had created Frostmourne through the system, so as the owner, he would not be affected at all. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to say whether he could remain unaffected by the mind distortion effect. With the help of the divine artifact, Roy fought against 20 of Arathia's angels alone. But he seemed to be at ease, and angels were constantly dying or transforming in his hands. This scene made the eyes of Archbishop Alaric, the leader of this group, bulge in anger. Ordinary two-winged angels were mostly artificial angels made from angel cores, so even if they died, Arathia could still afford to lose them. But the 5 four-winged angels were true original angels. Every time one of them died, it was a great loss for the angels. Thus, as Alaric watched the angels falling, he was going crazy. He commanded the priests to attack Roy and roared at Astral and the others to split a portion of the green dragons to help the angels. However, this request put Astral and the others in an awkward position. After Roy helped to restrain the angel troops, Rufaro did not have to worry about the angels joining the battle and overwhelming him. But facing so many titans and green dragons at the same time, he was merely hovering on the edge of his limit. If some of the green dragons withdrew from the battle at this time, it would be equivalent to releasing Rufaro. At that time, if the green dragons could not kill Roy, and they could not kill Rufaro, then it would be tantamount to not getting any benefits from either side. Finally, after careful consideration, Astral gritted his teeth and pretended not to hear Alaric. For the Alliance army, no matter what, they had to kill one of them first. Chapter 275 Trump Card. Roy noticed the intentions of Astral and the others almost instantly. To Roy, he could not let the Alliance army kill Rufaro for the time being, so after merely hesitating for a second, Roy suddenly whistled. Upon hearing this whistle, Fat Tiger, who was in the midst of mowing down the iron golems, immediately pricked up his 3 pairs of ears and looked up at Roy. When he saw Roy point at Rufaro, he immediately understood what Roy meant, so he abandoned the slow-moving iron golems and jumped into the air. He spread his wings and flew toward Rufaro. Boom! When Fat Tiger was landing, he directly threw himself on an adult green dragon and dragged it down with him. Fat Tiger was now over 30 meters long, almost the length of the largest blue whale. Moreover, he weighed more than 150 tons. With such massive weight, it was not difficult for him to drag a green dragon down with him. The green dragon that fell from the sky was smaller than Fat Tiger. When Fat Tiger bit the green dragon's neck and dragged it down, its eyes were full of disbelief. But before it could roar, a tremendous force suddenly came from its neck, and the green dragon's entire body flew into the air. Under Gelu's surprised gaze, Fat Tiger, this enormous hellhound that suddenly rushed over, bit the green dragon and threw it back and forth, causing the ground of the battlefield to tremble. True Fat Tiger style. Heaven to hell drop. Fat Tiger was biting this adult green dragon's neck tightly. Under the immense bite force, even the dragon scales protecting its body were useless. Fat Tiger's teeth pierced through it, and as his teeth sank into its muscles, the green dragon's blood flowed into Fat Tiger's mouths. Fat Tiger slammed the green dragon back and forth with all his might while sucking its blood in big gulps. The 3 dog faces revealed satisfied expressions at the same time. When Roy saw this scene while fighting the angels, he was unable to resist the urge to cover his face. He knew that Fat Tiger did not choose to attack the titans but instead attacked the green dragons purely because he thought that the green dragons were delicious. The roasted suckling dragon and green dragon meat had already given Fat Tiger a taste. To Fat Tiger, these green dragons were not enemies but food. With a crack, the green dragon's neck finally broke under the continuous heaven to hell drop. Fat Tiger had a good meal of dragon blood, so he finally let go and threw the green dragon aside. And this green dragon was lying on the ground and could no longer get up. Although it was not dead, it was on the verge of death. It had lost a large amount of blood, and its neck was broken. Any other creature would have died long ago, but it relied on the formidable vitality of dragons to continue living. However, it had completely lost its combat strength and could only lie there with its entire body twitching constantly. Roy knew that Fat Tiger was waiting to roast and eat after he was done, and he was just keeping it fresh. Seeing their companion incapacitated after a single encounter, the other green dragons were furious. Several green dragons turned their snouts in unison and spat acid dragon breath at Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger's enormous body was inevitably hit. But after the acid hit him, although white smoke was emitting, Fat Tiger did not care at all. He began to shake his body and his fur. The acid immediately turned into countless droplets that flew in all directions, and they even splashed on some titans not far away. After shaking his fur, Fat Tiger seemed to be fine. Other than some white smoke, his skin was not even broken. Gelu's sharp eyes caught the fine scales on Fat Tiger's body. He immediately understood and exclaimed, "Be careful. This hellhound has dragon scales protecting it. It may even have a dragon bloodline." This reminder stunned the green dragons. "Are you kidding me? How can a three-headed hellhound have a dragon bloodline?" They did not know that the dragon scales on Fat Tiger's body was not due to a dragon bloodline at all but evolved purely from eating the flesh and blood of dragons. Under the protection of the dragon scales and the strong resistance Roy defined for him, most magic could no longer hurt Fat Tiger. The green dragons did not know this, and so they would pay a huge price for this. Seeing that their acid dragon breath could not harm Fat Tiger, they switched to magic attacks. But the magic of green dragons was almost all plant magic. They summoned a large number of thick vines from the ground and wanted to bind Fat Tiger to death. But the poisonous thorns could not pierce Fat Tiger's skin at all. Under Fat Tiger's tremendous strength, he completely broke free with slight effort. After Fat Tiger escaped, another green dragon fell into his mouth. If it were any other opponent, the green dragons might not be able to hurt the other party for the time being, but they could rely on their ability to fly to stall for time. Unfortunately, Fat Tiger could also fly, which caused the green dragons to be unable to kite him at all. Seeing green dragons being bitten by Fat Tiger and killed after a while, the green dragons realized that this hellhound was stronger than they imagined and could only rely on group fighting to deal with it. Thus, the green dragons rushed forward and began fighting in melee with Fat Tiger on the ground. Fat Tiger's three heads could each attack one target, but there were too many green dragons, so it was a little difficult to handle. The green dragon's bite force was also very strong, especially when two emerald dragons appeared among the green dragons. These two emerald dragons could be said to be the evolved form of green dragons. They were much older than ordinary green dragons and could basically be regarded as thousand-year-old dragons. Fat Tiger could easily kill the younger adult green dragons, but he had a bitter battle with these emerald dragons since he could not so easily bite through their dragon scales. On the contrary, the teeth and claws of the emerald dragons could break through Fat Tiger's defense and accumulate damage on him. During the battle, Fat Tiger spat out flames, frost, and venom to attack the opponents. But these elemental attacks could only be considered Fat Tiger's auxiliary methods. Not to mention the emerald dragons, even the damage to ordinary green dragons was minuscule. Seeing Fat Tiger finally being suppressed, Gelu heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had also shot arrows to support the green dragons and attack Fat Tiger, but the effect had not been good. Unless they could hit critical points such as the eyes, the damage dealt to Fat Tiger was basically zero. This hellhound's defense was really too high. But before Gelu could finish sighing in relief, a scarlet light suddenly appeared on Fat Tiger. With an indescribable roar, Fat Tiger's body suddenly swelled under the light and became even bigger. Not only did his strength suddenly increase to an exaggerated degree, but he suddenly jumped up and overturned an emerald dragon. Then he pressed his claws on the emerald dragon's body, bit its stomach, and pulled hard. With a tearing sound, the stomach of the emerald dragon was ripped open, and a large amount of dragon blood splattered out, making the emerald dragon roar in fear. This was Bloodlust's support from Roy. Under the Bloodlust buff, Fat Tiger's current strength was terrifying. It could be said that he was the strongest existence on the entire battlefield. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before Fat Tiger killed all the dragons present alone. The heroes of the Alliance army could only complain bitterly when they saw this scene. They actually wanted to give the green dragons some enhancements, but no matter what kinds of dragons, they had a certain amount of magic resistance. This magic resistance was effective against both beneficial and detrimental spells. For example, enhancement magic like Stone Skin could not be cast on dragons because the magic level was relatively low. In the past, because dragons themselves were very powerful, it did not matter if they had any enhancements. But who would have thought that they would encounter such a Titan Hellhound? Now, the Titan Hellhound could accept the enhancement from its master, but they could not enhance the green dragons. What the consequences would be, did that even need thinking? A group of giant beasts was fighting, and a large area was naturally cleared out in the middle of the battlefield. On another side, Rafaro's situation was not good. In addition to the Titans besieging him, the Alliance heroes' magic almost all hit him. There was no need to mention all kinds of lightning, flames, and frost. The most troublesome was Alaric's holy light magic, which was simply the greatest restraint to the death power on him. Now, his death power was being suppressed, and the life force that he absorbed to repair his body was about to run out. Although Roy and Fat Tiger had already helped him attract the attacks of the angels and green dragons, the Alliance army seemed determined to eliminate him first, and he could only arduously maintain the current situation. Astral and the others were not stupid. Among the few super forces on the battlefield, Demon Osiris and the Titan Hellhound did not seem to be easy to deal with. Instead, it was Rafaro who looked easy to bully. Even though he had the resounding name of a Faceless during the Elder Wars, it could not erase the fact that he was an undead creature. Moreover, everyone knew well that such an ancient dragon soul would definitely have worn down after so long. Rafaro was only looking terrifying now, but in fact, his strength was probably not even a tenth of what it was when he was alive. At this time, it was certainly better to eliminate this soft persimmon first. The battle fell into a delicate balance. The Alliance army was trying their best to eliminate Rafaro, while Roy and the others were fighting on one side, and Julia and Benaiah were about to wipe out the stone gargoyles in the sky. Astral knew that once the fallen angel and succubus finished, they would support Demon Osiris and slaughter the remaining angel troops. The situation would then become worse. At this thought, Astral could not help but look at Gelu. Gelu also happened to look at Astral, and the two of them reached a consensus through their eyes. Then Gelu put away the elven longbow in his hand and took out a gorgeous longsword from behind. This sword was very strange. Its entire blade was not metal but crystal clear like ice. Not only did it look like ice, but it also emitted an incomparably powerful gold aura. As soon as Gelu took out this sword, he saw frost spreading on the ground and everything around him. The mighty power made Astral and the others hurry away from Gelu, as though they were worried that they would be frozen if they were any later. Chapter 276 Sword of Frost. When Gelu took out this sword, Roy suddenly felt something and looked in his direction. Due to this, he was almost stabbed by a four-winged angel's sword of flames. As a frost demon, Roy had extraordinary sensitivity to cold. Even from afar, Roy could feel the powerful frost magic power emanating from the sword in Gelu's hand. What is that sword? After Roy used Frostmourne to cut down the attacking angel, he could not help but look at Gelu in surprise and then at Frostmourne in his hand. At this moment, Gelu was enduring immense pain. When he held this crystal-clear sword in his hand, the powerful frost power on the sword had already corroded and froze his hands. But under Gelu's desperate resistance, the ice stopped at his hands and did not continue spreading. Sensing Roy's gaze, despite being in great pain, Gelu still gave Roy a confident look. Then he raised the sword with his frozen hands and slowly swung it at the front of the battlefield. The next second, powerful and vast freezing air surged out from Gelu's sword and swept the entire battlefield. Under this extreme freezing air, Rafaro, Roy, Fat Tiger, Julia, and Benaiah, who were fighting the stone gargoyles in the air, and finally Cassandra, who was commanding the undead army to fight, all instantly froze and turned into huge ice sculptures under the onslaught of the freezing air. After that, the freezing air extended all the way and crossed the battlefield to the mountains in the distance, causing sparkling ice to cover the towering mountains. The ground was frozen, the forest was frozen, and even the clouds in the sky were frozen. From where Gelu was until the end of the frost-covered land, it stretched nearly 100 kilometers. The might of this attack was beyond imagination. However, what was strange was that the freezing air did not affect the troops of the Alliance at all. The Titans fighting Rafaro, the Green Dragons fighting Fat Tiger, and the remaining angels were all safe and sound. Gelu could actually distinguish between ally and enemy to attack? Looking at the battlefield that suddenly turned from noisy to dead silence, the remaining soldiers of the Alliance army were all stunned. Under the illumination of the flares, the ice on the ground reflected dazzling white light, as though daytime had suddenly descended. But Gelu, on the other hand, collapsed and knelt on the ground with the sword in both hands. "Are you all right?" Astral hurried forward to hold Gelu's arm. Gelu was drenched in sweat. He shook his head. "I'm fine. I suppressed the power of the Sword of Frost, so I'm just a little weak." As he said this, he stood up. A ball of flames appeared in Astral's palm, and he slowly began to warm Gelu's wrist, melting the ice for him. Solmer floated over and looked at the frost covering the entire battlefield. He said fearfully, "The power of the Sword of Frost is truly astonishing. If you fully release the magic power in the blade, who knows what the consequences will be." Yes, the sword in Gelu's hand was the famous Sword of Frost in the world of Ashan. In this world, Many magic items were called artifacts, and these artifacts were generally only divided into minor and major. Among the many artifacts, only one object was called a divine artifact, the tear of Asha. It was said that this was the tear left behind by the first dragon, Asha, when she cried, and it would never disappear. Apart from the tear of Asha, the other magic items were called not divine artifacts. Even if they had great power, they were only regarded as major artifacts. Clearly, the Sword of Frost was one of them. This sword contained incomparably boundless ice power. When he swung it with all his might, it could freeze the sea and destroy the world. It was a powerful weapon with the power of a divine artifact but was not called a divine artifact. The wielder of this sword could freeze everything according to his wishes, so when Gellu swung it, he could perfectly avoid the Alliance soldiers and freeze Roy and the rest of them. Of course, there was a price to use such a powerful weapon. If he fully released the magic power in the sword, the wielder would also be frozen. Then, why did the Sword of Frost appear in Gellu's hands? This situation involved Roy's appearance in this world 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Roy had just started exploring the gates of the Abyss when Ziron summoned him to this world. At that time, the demon army appeared on the surface during the lunar eclipse and attacked Stedwick, the capital of Arathia. Ziron would not have died in this war without Roy as a variable. According to the original history, in order to destroy this world, Ziron would find 3 powerful artifacts during this war and then use these 3 artifacts to create the Armageddon's blade that also had the power of a divine artifact in an attempt to use the Armageddon's blade to destroy Arathia. However, Ziron's luck was not good. When he was carrying the Armageddon's blade and about to return proudly, he bumped into the righteous Alliance army that had already obtained the Orb of Inhibition. When he waved the Armageddon's blade and failed to summon the powerful Armageddon as expected, he panicked. Facing so many enemies, Ziron could only escape, but he lost the Armageddon's blade, and the Alliance army had taken it. Finally, after the Armageddon's blade passed through various people's hands, it fell into Gellu's hands. However, just like in Van Helsing world, Roy's appearance resembled a butterfly effect and completely changed the original plot. Ziron was hoodwinked by Roy and then beaten to death by the dragons. After his soul returned to the Abyss, he rested for half a year before recovering. Although he finally returned to Ashan, he no longer had the thought of constructing the Armageddon's blade. This eventually led to the Armageddon's blade not being able to appear in this world. However, although the Armageddon's blade did not appear, because of the butterfly effect, the Sword of Frost that should have fallen into the hands of the barbarians, orcs, finally fell into the hands of Gellu. Because Gellu was highly regarded in both the Elven and human kingdoms, he was dispatched to Aglin Fortress with this sword. The humans and elves hoped that Gellu could stay in Aglin Fortress and guard this border when the demon army invaded. Gellu had been in Aglin Fortress for a long time, but the expected demon invasion had not happened yet. However, Roy, this demon who wanted to enter, first welcomed him. It just so happened that Alaric was ordered to bring priest troops and angels to investigate the fallen angel. Gellu and Alaric did not get along with each other. Thus, when they received a request for help from Dendera Fortress, Gellu first brought a group of rangers to Dendera Fortress while having Alaric stay in Aglin, out of sight and out of mind. Therefore, Gellu had not actually thought of using the Sword of Frost, but plans could not keep up with the changes. The Alliance army suffered heavy losses one after another. Not only was the fortress infected by the plague, but even Urander's undead army was buried by the demon's artificial disaster. Finally, a faceless dragon from the ancient Elder Wars appeared. The Alliance army could not truly fight this battle to the bitter end and then use Gellu's weapon, so when he saw Roy and Fat Tiger continuously killing the angels and green dragons, Gellu knew that he could not wait any longer. If he waited any longer, they would really destroy the army, so he attacked decisively. In fact, the strength of the heroes of this world was not only reflected in their ability to use powerful magic but also because they were authorized to use powerful magic artifacts. Some of these magic artifacts had been passed down from ancient times, and some had been forged in recent generations. But no matter what, these artifacts had all kinds of mystical abilities and would often determine the outcome of a war. At this moment, after seeing that both Roy and Rufaro were frozen, Astral said, with such powerful frost power, that demon and fallen angel should have frozen to death. But it's a little troublesome for that spectral dragon Rufaro. And that titan hellhound has dragon scales on its body, which might have resistance to ice power. It's easy to deal with this undead Rufaro. Get Alaric to kill him. Gellu said. As for the demon and fallen angel, just breaking the ice can kill them. There's also a four-winged angel, which is enough to annihilate their souls. The heroes were discussing how to deal with the enemy, and the remaining soldiers of the Alliance army appeared very relaxed. But at this moment, a Naga suddenly lowered her head in doubt and looked at the ground. Due to the lower half of her body being a snake tail, the Naga was sensitive to the situation on the ground. When she lowered her head, she saw a black shadow slowly flowing under the layer of ice on the ground. Seeing the shadow slowly covering the ground beneath her and spreading out to cover the nearby area, the Naga finally realized that something was wrong and quickly warned, "Be careful." However, before she could finish speaking, countless black lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the shadow on the ground. This lightning was actually moving from the ground to the sky. As though a lightning storm had suddenly descended, the Alliance army was enveloped by countless black lightning bolts that soared into the sky. The remaining mages, Nagas, and Elven Rangers all screamed as they turned into human-shaped coke. The green dragons hovering in the sky were electrocuted and crashed to the ground. It was not as bad for the Titans because they also controlled the power of lightning. But under this black lightning, they also suffered severe injuries, and intense pain came from the places where electric currents flowed. A few of the Brikadan wizard heroes were directly killed by lightning and collapsed with a burnt smell. This sudden change caught the Alliance army off guard, but before they could react, Roy's ice sculpture on the ground exploded. After Roy escaped from the frozen state, he immediately turned into lightning and appeared in front of Gelu. He stretched out his claws. His left hand grabbed the sword of frost in Gelu's hand, and his right pierced Frostmourne through Gelu's heart. Looking down at Gelu's stunned face, Roy grinned nastily. Using the sword of frost to deal with a frost demon, what are you thinking? But thank you. This sword now carries the name of Osiris. Chapter 277 Utter Defeat. Roy had deliberately adjusted the power of the lightning under Gelu's feet, so when the lightning burst in reverse, even though Gelu was electrocuted, he did not suffer much damage. However, he was still flesh and blood, so he could not avoid the powerful paralysis brought by the lightning. So when Roy suddenly broke out of the ice, he did not even have time to react. Frostmourne pierced into Gelu's body, and a series of curses began to take effect. Although Gelu was not like the angels, whose entire bodies had turned gray because of mind distortion, the expression on his face was more distorted than any angel who had been struck. The paralysis of lightning, the sword piercing through his chest, and mind distortion and the curses, under the combined effect of these powers, Gelu could be said to be hopeless. Roy obtained the sword of frost from his hand effortlessly. At this moment, Roy's body was also not in good condition. Under the cold winter armor, frostbite had already appeared on many places of his skin because of muscle tissue festering from the low temperature damage. Although these frostbite injuries were slowly recovering under his self-healing ability, the damage still happened after all. What did this show? It showed that the low temperature damage brought by the Sword of Frost had even exceeded the limit that Roy could withstand. He was a frost demon, and because he could use the power of ice, his resistance to low temperatures was quite high. At least, he could withstand the lowest temperature that he could create. Now, when he was in the cryogenic fate state, he could almost be uninjured at the low temperature of -210 degrees Celsius. Coupled with the elemental damage that the cold winter armor could reduce, a temperature of -230 degrees Celsius was no problem for him. However, the frost created by Gelu using the Sword of Frost just now broke through the resistance of Roy and his armor at the same time. Therefore, the moment Roy was sealed in the ice, he immediately realized that this Sword of Frost was probably a divine artifact that could create the temperature of absolute zero. Even if it could not, it was likely infinitely close to absolute zero. I must get it. Roy only had this thought at that time. Fortunately, when Gelu used the Sword of Frost, he deliberately suppressed its power. Although Roy was injured, he could easily escape. In order not to give Gelu another chance to swing his sword, Roy decisively killed him. Roy immediately felt the extremely vast and powerful frost magic power when he held the Sword of Frost. What was worth mentioning was that the source of this magic power was the entire sword blade. As for the sword hilt, it was obvious after a closer look that a later generation had added it. In other words, the true essence of this Sword of Frost lay in the blade. Its original form might be a piece of solid ice that would not melt even after hundreds of millions of years. However, it was later polished into the shape of a sword by the creator, and then the hilt was artificially added later to make it easier to use. Roy had no interest in investigating the origin of this sword. He only knew that when he held this sword, the incomparably powerful magic power in the blade traveled along the hilt and permeated his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. This situation made Roy secretly happy. He had already thought of how to use this Sword of Frost. When Roy drew out Frostmourne, Gelu slowly fell to the ground. Although he was also affected by mind distortion, it seemed that he would not have the chance to show his madness. Frostmourne had already devoured his soul. Since he had been killed by Frostmourne, it would not take long for him to become a powerful undead and rise again, and then be dominated by Roy, the owner of Frostmourne. As divine artifacts, even though Frostmourne was not as powerful as the Sword of Frost, it could devour the souls of the slain. Their bodies would then be enslaved, becoming neither alive nor dead. This strange characteristic could make anyone who knew it tremble in fear. In the eyes of Astral and the others, Frostmourne was absolutely a demon sword. It could be said that the Alliance army had made an absolute mistake in their intelligence. Although they had information about the demon from Renner, they had not truly understood what kind of demon Roy was until now. Although Roy had displayed the powers of darkness, lightning, and frost during the battle, they had always thought that this was only magic that Roy used. After all, high-ranked demons like Ziron also knew the magic of many other elements. This led to the impression that the demon should be like the ones of Sho and Diafol, where demons had flames and magma as their source. In fact, let alone them, people had always linked demons to flames in their minds, and it was not wrong to use the power of ice to deal with demons that represented flames. They might think that even if Roy knew how to use frost magic, it was absolutely impossible for it to be stronger than the Sword of Frost. But the problem was that Roy happened to be out of the ordinary among demons, and he was a rare race among them. Roy had been in the Abyss for many years, but he had yet to encounter any of his kind. Although this was also because he did not deliberately search for the frost environments in the Abyss, it showed that frost demons were rare. Being able to use frost magic and have frost power as a source were two entire different concepts. The Alliance army had wrongly estimated Roy's resistance to frost power, which was why they could not turn the tables. In this lightning storm attack, 5 heroes, including Gelu, fell. Solmer was fine, and the treasures on Astral helped him block the lightning, but they exploded. Nearly 400 priests and Elven Rangers were electrocuted into ashes. The Titans were fine since they had relatively strong resistance to lightning and had no casualties. But 12 green dragons were heavily injured by Roy's dark lightning and fell from the sky. Such massive casualties allowed the Alliance army to understand Roy's terror once again. Smelling the smell of burnt corpses and looking at the tragic scene, the Alliance army wondered whether their enemy was a demon lord. Don't let him come over. Archbishop Alaric was the first to retreat. Seeing Roy holding Frostmourne in one hand and the Sword of Frost in the other while flying into the air, Alaric immediately ordered the priests and the remaining angels to attack Roy. He himself turned around and fled under the protection of a few personal guards. I've finally become an archbishop after great difficulty and have a high status. I definitely can't die in the hands of a demon like this. With this thought in mind, Alaric ran away without looking back. Alaric had left his troops behind, but the rest of the Alliance army was in chaos as he ran. Especially when Roy's halo of fear spread out, the remaining mages and Nagas subconsciously ran away in fear. "Come back! You bastards!" Astral roared furiously. "You'll only die this way." However, he was unable to persuade them. The Brigadans were originally not an army with firm willpower. When the fear of death threatened them, they could not even hear the commander's orders. "Your Excellency Astral, I'll cover the retreat. Leave this place quickly," Solmer suddenly said to Astral, but his eyes were fixed on Roy, who was killing the angels in the air and sending their feathers flying. "How can I do that?" Astral said angrily. "I still have magic power. As long as you buy me some time, I can use powerful magic to kill him." "It's useless." Solmer shook his head. "Didn't you see that the Sword of Frost couldn't do anything to him? If you want to kill him, you have to use a top-level spell like Armageddon. But can you cast such a spell alone?" Astral was silent. Yes, although he was the president of Brigida's Wizards Guild, it was impossible for him to cast Armageddon alone. This kind of forbidden-level magic required several powerful mages to work together. "You go first. I'll hold him back. Go back to the country immediately and apply to use all the powerful artifacts collected by the Kingdom of Brigida," Solmer said. "We must treat this demon Osiris as a demon lord. To kill him, we must gather the strongest force and the largest army." Astral was conflicted, but he knew that what Solmer said was right. Now, he could only bring the news of the battle back to the country and inform the allies. If he did not leave now, he might not be able to leave in a while. After making up his mind, Astral immediately turned around and escaped while leaving a sentence. "Solmer, don't die." "Don't worry. I'm a djinn," Solmer said. "It's not that easy to kill me. With Astral's escape, the Alliance army also began to flee. Except for a few that were still following orders and stayed behind to cover the retreat with Solmer, the rest fled desperately along the riverbank to the canyon. However, misfortunes never came singly. Many agile and strange black shadows suddenly appeared on the wall of Dendera fortress. They were the mutants in the fortress. After Roy killed the wizard heroes, the magic restrictions they left in the fortress had disappeared, and the mutants could finally escape outside. These mutants were already stimulated by the thick smell of blood drifting over from the battlefield and were about to go crazy. After jumping down off the tall wall, they began to attack the fleeing Alliance troops. Had it been a normal retreat, perhaps the Alliance troops could have organized and fought back against these mutants. But in this state, they had no choice but to hope that they could run faster than others. Fortunately, there were not many mutants that jumped off the city wall. After sacrificing some casualties, the remaining Allied troops escaped and headed for Aglan Fortress. In the air, Roy also noticed the appearance of these mutants, but he was dealing with the remaining Alliance forces alone, so he could not attend to these mutants for the time being. Roy stabbed Frostmourne forward and pierced through the throat of a titan before retracting his sword. He opened his mouth, and a black ball of lightning headed straight for the angel to his right. The lightning ball exploded, and a thick black lightning bolt shot into the sky and struck the angel directly. Then Roy faced the acid dragon breaths spat out by several green dragons and emerald dragons. Under the enhancement of his Dragon Slayer magic, he swallowed these dragon breaths directly, thereby increasing his resistance to acid dragon breath. Solmer, who had stayed behind to cover the retreat, continuously released lightning to strike Roy. However, he could not hurt Roy, but he could not stop his magic attacks because, besides magic, he did not know what other power he had to restrain this demon. Why can't this drag him down? Solmer roared unwillingly. How does he have so much magic power? No one could answer him. Although the troops staying behind delayed Roy, their numbers were getting fewer and fewer. In the end, Roy caused rivers of blood to flow. Chapter 278 Skeleton Angel. The battle ended faster than Roy expected. Solmer, who stayed to cover the retreat of the Alliance army, was actually a very powerful hero. Unfortunately, he did not choose any other magic to practice but chose air magic. His signature chain lightning spell was useless against Roy. This was the advantage of source magic. Not only could it bring stronger magic power to the user, but it could also allow the user to obtain higher resistance to the corresponding magic element. Solmer and Roy both used lightning as their source, so the final competition was whose magic power was higher. Solmer's magic power was not as good as Roy's, so his lightning could not affect him. On the other hand, Roy's lightning could cause a certain degree of damage to him. The same logic applied to the Lightning Titans and Storm Titans. These Titans were often invincible when facing other enemies, but they were defeated by Roy. The only thing they could rely on was their physical strength. Unfortunately, the Titans had never been known for their speed and agility. Even though these Titans could easily beat him to death with their combined strength, they could not catch him at all. This led to the remaining Titans repeatedly roaring angrily throughout the entire battle. They struck as fierce as tigers but could only turn around in place while panting heavily from exhaustion. Roy continuously killed them one by one. After all, this world was a world ruled by dragons. Roy did not know if the Titans in this world had bloodline problems, but they were not actually too powerful. At least, it was easy for him to deal with the remaining dozens of Titans. Roy did not rush to kill the remaining green dragons and emerald dragons at first. Although these green dragons had only just matured, their acid dragon breath was just as greatly beneficial to him. Therefore, while evading and killing the Titans, he continuously lured the green dragons to attack him with dragon breaths and then devoured the dragon breaths. This feeling was strange. It felt like he was eating the saliva of the green dragons. But under the enhancement of Dragon Slayer magic, these dragon breaths constantly transformed into his physical strength and magic power recovery. This feeling was like a group of green dragons was healing him, making it easier for him to kill the Titans. At the same time, Roy's acid and poison resistance increased rapidly through devouring these dragon breaths. He did not have resistances in these elements in the past, so their growth speed was rapid. Gradually, the acid dragon breath that could cause him some damage at the start no longer worked afterward. Roy knew that the higher the resistance brought by devouring the same element dragon breath, the weaker the effect became. So when he found that the absorption effect was no longer much, he began killing these green dragons that had completed their mission. The green dragons flying in the air wailed as they fell one after another. Their massive weight smashed onto the ground and caused it to tremble. They all had gaping wounds on their bodies. These wounds were either caused by Frostmourne or the Sword of Frost. Because the wounds caused by the Sword of Frost froze due to the ultra-low temperature, it allowed them to last a little while longer. But before they could recover from their self-healing abilities, they were bitten by their companions who had fallen to mind distortion. Finally, these green dragons exhausted their last traces of blood in their struggle and died. As for the angels left behind by Archbishop Alaric, they had also died. The difference was that they had ended up dying in the hands of their zombie companions. Roy originally thought that beings like angels, even artificial angels, would not transform into undead. After all, they were existences with holy souls. But he still underestimated the power of Frostmourne, which had advanced to a divine artifact. Those angels that collapsed because of mind distortion turned into very special undead. After they died and their souls were taken away by Roy, the flesh and blood of these angels dissipated, leaving only a pile of pitch-black skeletons. Even the wings on their backs had lost all their feathers, leaving only a pair of bone wings. When the first skeleton angel rose, to be honest, even Roy was shocked. He realized that he seemed to have created a new type of undead that had never existed in the Ashan world before through Frostmourne. This was likely because after being injured by Frostmourne, the angels could no longer use the power of holy light under the effect of mind distortion. The moment they fell into madness, their firm will and pious hearts no longer existed. Under such circumstances, their bodies could no longer restrain holy light power, and the holy light power left them. Therefore, after they died, holy light no longer protected their corpses, allowing their corpses to be transformed into undead. When the skeleton angels rose one by one and attacked their former companions, Roy saw a look of extreme horror in the eyes of the remaining angels. Even the angels with firm wills had such emotions, showing how great the psychological impact the skeleton angels had on them. To be frank, these skeleton angels probably made the angels feel even more furious and terrified than fallen angels like Julia. Finally, the last remaining four-winged angel was unwilling to continue fighting. He turned around and flew into the sky, wanting to escape the battlefield. But after discovering his intention, Roy instantly moved behind him and froze this angel into a black ice sculpture. He could not let this four-winged angel leave because once he left, the matter of the skeleton angels might spread throughout the entire heaven outpost of this world. At that time, all the angels in this world would probably come out and treat Roy as the most evil and unforgivable enemy ever. The kind where they would never rest until they killed him. Roy was not so arrogant that he wanted to go to war with the entire heaven of this world, so he could only intercept and kill this four-winged angel. Seeing Roy kill these high-level mythical creatures one by one, Solmer only felt deep despair. He knew that a demon as powerful as Demon Lord Kabelith had appeared. At the same time, Solmer also realized that despite this demon in front of him having strength not inferior to that of a demon lord, it seemed that he had not truly become a demon lord. Perhaps it was at the last moment of the battle, but his mind was unprecedentedly clear, causing him to suddenly recall a rumor about demons. It was a book about demon studies that he had seen in the library of Bricada. It recorded an unwritten rule among demons. When a demon had the power to become a demon lord and wanted to become a demon lord, they had to challenge a true demon lord during this time. This demon would recruit a large number of subordinates and launch a war with the demon lord they wanted to challenge. The challenged demon lord could not reject this challenge. If the demon lord was defeated, then they had to acknowledge the status of the demon and accept the demon as a new demon lord. If the demon was defeated, then they had to accept the fate of being enslaved by the demon lord. Solmer did not know whether this was true or not. After all, the one who wrote this was not a demon themselves. But since there was such a record, it had to be based on rumors. Solmer immediately roared at Roy, who was not far away. "Demon Osiris! Tell me, why are you so determined to enter Eophol? Do you want to converge with the demons or challenge Demon Lord Kabelith? Is there a need for me to tell you my purpose?" Roy had already killed all the high-level mythical creatures. He stayed in the air, took out the soul-attracting flag, and began to gather all the souls on the battlefield. Seeing countless souls floating in from all directions, he was in a good mood, so he did not mind chatting with Solmer. Solmer was also floating in the air. His lower body was a whirlwind, so he moved very quickly. He flew in front of Roy and stared intently at him. "Perhaps all of us have guessed wrongly. You're not going to Eophol to converge with the demons. You're a demon. Since you have such formidable power, how can you submit to other demons? What a joke! If we had known this was the case, even if Araner talked until the sky collapsed, we wouldn't have agreed to his request. In Dendera Fortress and Aglin Fortress, no one would have blocked you from entering Eophol." "Oh? What do you mean?" Roy did not understand what Solmer was talking about, so he was very surprised. However, in the eyes of Solmer, he felt that Roy's surprise was just him pretending to be confused, so he smiled bitterly and spread his arms. "Come, kill me. I hope you can fulfill your wish." Roy frowned as he looked at Solmer. He could not follow this guy's train of thought and felt strange. But looking at how he was prepared to die, Roy knew that he could not ask anything, so he stabbed the sword of frost in his right hand into his chest. He had killed genes before and knew that these genes were actually elementals. They could not be truly killed, and they would only be sent to sleep in their magic lamps. In order to completely destroy them, what he needed to do was to destroy the lamp they were in. When the sword of frost pierced Solmer and froze him, this fellow's body suddenly turned into blue smoke, escaped the control of the ice, and disappeared in the air. Following the direction where the blue smoke disappeared, Roy found Solmer's lamp among the corpses on the battlefield. This ancient lamp somewhat resembles an oil can. It seemed to have been around for a long time. Roy picked up the lamp and rubbed it, but he found no movement. He knew that Solmer was probably already asleep. He did not know how long Solmer was going to sleep, so he did not have the thought of getting him to serve him. Therefore, he threw the lamp on the ground and stomped on it, completely crushing it. Turning around, Roy began to remove the frozen state for Julia, Fat Tiger, and the others. But when he landed, he found that the mutants that escaped from Dendera Fortress had already arrived on the battlefield and surrounded him like the stars around the moon. Chapter 279 Taming the Mutants. These mutants could be regarded as the advanced forms of zombies. In fact, they were already dead from the virus infection, but they were not undead like zombies because they were not transformed by death power. However, only necromancers could feel death power, so it was impossible for those besides necromancers to distinguish the difference between them and ordinary undead. Roy's demon blood could transform others into liches, and Frostmourne could also transform others into undead. But Roy himself did not currently have any death power, so it had to be said that it was a rather strange situation. Seeing this, everyone might also be able to imagine that it would be very easy if Roy wanted to integrate death power as a new source power because the affinity between his body's attributes and death power was so high. The mutants had no interest in the corpses of the dead all over the battlefield. They bait the living to satisfy their instinctive hunger for fresh flesh and blood and the need to spread the virus. These mutants had chased after the fleeing Alliance troops, but they had been stopped by the counterattack. When they sensed that there still seemed to be a living being on the battlefield, they came here to surround it. This living being was naturally Roy. Although Roy was a little surprised to see these mutants surrounding him, they posed no threat to him at all, so he did not do anything and wanted to see what they wanted to do. These mutants were all in all kinds of ugly and disgusting shapes. They were originally hunting for food, but when they arrived not far from Roy, they suddenly stopped. They seemed to have smelled something special, and the mutants twitched their noses and sniffed as their hideous expressions slowly disappeared. In the end, these mutants crouched down like wild beasts around Roy while making low cries. "Huh, what's going on?" This scene stunned Roy. When he observed the mutants through the demon eyes earlier, he found that they were fearless. They no longer had any thoughts nor consciousness, and all of their body's actions were just instinctive reactions under the control of the virus. In order to obtain blood food, they had even tried to attack dragons and titans. But now, they were actually crouching quietly in front of him? Roy tried to take 2 steps forward but found that the mutants also retreated, and their movements looked very careful and cautious. Are they scared? Roy vaguely understood. Is it because of the perfect T-virus in my body? Between zombies and zombies, and between mutants and mutants, why didn't they attack each other? This was because they could recognize their companions. They could feel the same virus aura in one another's bodies. On Roy's body, they smelled the same kind scent, and this same kind was much more advanced than them. Be it zombies or mutants, the virus in their bodies evolved from the T-virus in Roy's body. This evolution was a reversion, which meant that it was degraded and diluted. Therefore, in both concentration and level, Roy's was far superior to that of these zombies and mutants. As soon as he realized, the first thing he thought of was to see if he could control and command these mutants. Since they felt fear and caution, it meant that they were also divided into a hierarchy. But when Roy wanted to order them, he found that he did not know where to start. Use language? That's impossible. Zombies and mutants can't understand at all. Use the mind? That's even more impossible. The brains of these guys have long stopped functioning. After experimenting and finding that he could not think of a way to control them for the time being, Roy could only put it aside first. He then placed his hand on the ice sculptures of Julia and the others and began melting the ice for them. Julia and the others were frozen by the magic power of the Sword of Frost, so Roy, who held the Sword of Frost, could unfreeze them by retrieving this magic power. Both Julia and Benaiah were high-ranked demons, and their powerful bodies guaranteed that they would not freeze to death in a short time. They had only been frozen in an instant before, and as long as the ice did not break and injure their bodies, they could recover through thawing. But because the temperature was very low when they were frozen, Roy could not immediately thaw them and had to do it slowly. Roy spent a lot of time unfreezing Julia, Benaiah, Fat Tiger, and Cassandra. Then he spent some souls to create a new potion. This potion was red, and Roy defined it as HP potion. Its effect was to heal wounds and restore physical functions. The exchange price for this HP potion was pretty high. One bottle actually cost 10 souls. But correspondingly, according to the attributes given by the system after the final adaptation, as long as the injuries were not fatal, this potion could theoretically heal all kinds of damage, so it was quite useful. All over Julia and Benaiah were necrotic muscle tissues due to the freezing. But because their bodies were strong enough, their self-healing ability had been fighting against the low temperature, preventing their bodies from becoming necrotic completely. After Roy poured down a bottle of HP potion to each, the necrotic muscle tissues quickly began to fade, and new cells regained the upper hand. Compared to the two of them, Fat Tiger's situation was much better. The ultra-low temperature of the Sword of Frost did not cause any damage to him, and he only lost consciousness because of the instantaneous freezing. After Roy thawed him, Fat Tiger stood up on his own not long after. He lowered his head and whimpered at Roy pitifully, looking as though he had been bullied. After Roy comforted him with a few words, Julia and Benaiah woke up one after other. The most troublesome one was actually Cassandra. Her body only had the skeleton left, and the freezing made her bones quite fragile, to the extent of almost breaking with a touch. She only had a little bit of the death power in her body left because of resisting the frost. When Roy unfroze her, the flames of death in her eyes were about to extinguish. Although Roy had her soul and could resurrect her, if there was a chance to save her, he had to try first. Thus, Roy looked at Rufaro, who was still frozen. Rufaro's body was too enormous, so much so that his ice sculpture appeared to be like a small mountain. The frozen Rufaro was still maintaining his movement at the moment he froze, looking ferocious and fierce. But the powerful death power in his body was still boundless. Through the ice, Roy could see the black mist swaying gently. Roy was about to move Cassandra onto Rufaro's ice sculpture to absorb the death power in him when he suddenly heard an intimidating roar from Fat Tiger. He turned around and found that the mutants that had been crouching and quietly waiting were all getting restless, so Fat Tiger was warning these guys. Roy immediately realized that these mutants were probably attracted to Julia and Benaiah. They were afraid of Roy, but it did not mean that they were afraid of Julia and Benaiah. They did not have the perfect D virus in them, so when the vitality of Julia and Benaiah was restored because of the healing potion, they became fresh blood food in the eyes of the mutants. After seeing Julia and Benaiah stand up, the mutants finally could not hold back. They ignored the fact that Roy was nearby and stomped their feet to rush toward Julia and Benaiah at lightning speed. "How dare you!" Roy flew into a rage. Without even thinking, a powerful wave of psychokinesis spread out, and the few mutants that lunged into the air seemed to have been hit by a gigantic truck weighing hundreds of tons. They stopped in the air for a moment before all their bones shattered and they flew backward. After landing, although the muscles on these mutants were still twitching, they could not stand up without the support of their bones. There were also a few mutants that targeted Fat Tiger, but as soon as they pounced, Fat Tiger swept them away with his claws. Roy strode over to Julia and Benaiah and looked at these mutants. However, the lesson from the previous mutants did not shake the remaining mutants. They looked at Roy in fear, but their gazes toward Julia and Benaiah were greedy. They were so straightforward that they were like the purest children. "What's the matter with these guys? Are they monsters?" Julia asked Roy with a frown. She could feel the intentions of these mutants. They were planning to hunt and eat her. They were originally the gremlins of Dendera Fortress. Roy explained roughly. But because of the virus in my demon blood, they were infected and became like this. Hearing this, Benaiah was shocked. No wonder the Alliance army withdrew from the fortress. I was wondering what you had done. Looks like the Alliance army was harassed by these monsters. Speaking of which, they don't look like the monsters of the Abyss. The virus in your blood is really terrifying. The monsters of the Abyss were actually creatures born by fusing with demon blood. However, the situation of the birth of those monsters was completely different from Roy's. It was stable and hereditary. That was why Benaya said that they did not look similar. They came for me, so they're very afraid of me. Roy said with a headache. I tried to control and command them, but I haven't found a good way. Since your demon blood caused it, why don't you give it a try with your blood? Benaya suggested. Huh? This method might really work. Roy was stunned for a moment before taking out Frostmourne and cutting a small wound on his finger with great force. When this wound appeared and before his blood even appeared, all the mutants nearby suddenly turned to look at him. They seemed to be attracted by the scent of the perfect D virus transmitted from his blood. When Roy saw this, his heart stirred. He tried to control his blood concentration by controlling his blood flow. The result was the change in the concentration of the T virus in his blood. A strange scene appeared. When the smell of the T virus on his finger was stronger, all the mutants were staring intently at him. When his finger pointed to the right, they moved to the right. When he pointed to the left, they moved to the left. When the smell of the T virus was fainter, they sat quietly and looked at him like a group of well-behaved puppies. Seeing this situation, how could Roy not understand it? Perhaps after training, these guys would be able to understand and listen to what he meant through the smell of the T virus at different concentrations. This principle was like taming a beast. To put it bluntly, to him, these mutants were just a group of Pavlov's dogs. The change in concentration of the T virus was the stimulating condition that caused their neural reflexes. The only troublesome thing was his self-healing ability. His cell activity was very high now, and a small wound healed completely in less than 10 seconds. To command them once, he would have to cut a wound. That would be too troublesome, so he had to think of a better way. Chapter 280 Taking over the fortress. After a battle, there were often many things to deal with, so Roy controlled the mutants to stand by and stopped bothering with them. He brought Julia and the others to Rafaro's ice sculpture. Cassandra was currently drawing death power from Rafaro to restore her flames of death. Rafaro's death power was very high quality, so she had already recovered quite a bit. Roy was standing under the ice sculpture and looking up at Cassandra floating above. How about it, Cassandra? Are you confident that you can absorb all the power from this guy? A large amount of death power was pouring into her body, and Cassandra was a little intoxicated. She only returned to her senses after a while. Master, sucking him dry is fine, but only if this spectral dragon stays frozen. But I've already sensed that the flames of death in his body are awakening, and he may wake up soon. Absorb as much as you can. Roy was not surprised. Rafaro was much stronger than Julia, plus he had an undead body. Even Julia and the others were fine, so the damage from being frozen was nothing to him. But if he were to smash Rafaro while he was in the frozen state, he would suffer a lot of the damage. Even if Rafaro could still wake up and recover his body, he would definitely have to pay a large amount of death power to repair it. Osiris, are you planning on saving the spectral dragon? Benaya asked curiously. Of course. Roy nodded. However, he would not reveal his true goal for the time being. Rafaro was dishonest. He had attacked the Alliance army with all his might just to obtain life force to reconstruct his flesh and blood body so that he could complete his transformation from undead to living. Roy realized that because Rafaro's soul was still around, this transformation was possible. To Roy, if Rafaro really completed reconstructing his flesh and blood body and resurrected, he had to be wary of this guy. Just like Giovanni, Rafaro was definitely not a reliable teammate. Roy could not give him a chance to bite him back. But before Rafaro completed his resurrection, he could be regarded as a supergoon. In order to obtain life force, Rafaro would fight bravely in battle, and Roy would not need to worry about him slacking at all. At the same time, he was a walking battery, and Cassandra could continually absorb his rich death power to evolve. Roy wanted to use Rafaro's power to make Cassandra a higher-level lich. In addition, Rafaro was a dragon-shaped creature, and Dragon Slayer magic also targeted his power. Roy could get Rafaro to fight him and then devour his attacks to increase his resistance to death power. In other words, this guy still had use value, and before squeezing out his usefulness, Roy certainly would not let him perish and dissipate just like that. About 10 minutes later, just as Cassandra had said, Rafaro's flames of death recovered. As soon as his consciousness returned, his ice sculpture immediately began to shake violently. With a bang, Rafaro broke the hard ice from the inside, and the mountain-like ice sculpture blasted into pieces. After escaping, Rafaro immediately raised his skull and roared angrily. His consciousness was still at the moment of the battle earlier, which was akin to losing his memories for a while. So once he came out, he immediately wanted to find the enemy and fight. However, He did not see any enemies but first discovered Cassandra absorbing his power. Roar. Damn little bug. How dare you steal my power? Rufaro turned around angrily, stretched out his skeleton dragon claws, and grabbed Cassandra, who was floating not far from his chest. He wanted to crush her to pieces. But at this moment, Roy shouted, "Rufaro! Let go of her. She's mine." Roy's roar stopped Rufaro's movements. He lowered his head to look at Roy. When he saw Roy's ferocious killing intent, Rufaro returned to his senses. He looked around and found that the Alliance army was no longer around. There were only countless corpses and wreckage left, as well as some strange undead nearby. "The battle is over?" Rufaro asked Roy in disbelief. "Demon, what happened? Did you kill all the enemies alone?" "Humph. Don't tell me you've been frozen, stupid." Roy mocked bluntly. "If I didn't do it, was it you who was frozen?" "You." After hearing Roy's words, Rufaro flew into a rage. He wanted to roar, but he suddenly realized something and did not say anything else. He hesitated for 2 seconds before loosening his claw and letting go of Cassandra. Cassandra smiled, but since she only had a skull, the others could not see it. When Rufaro grabbed her, she had not panicked at all because she had already predicted this scene. "Damn it, Osiris," Rufaro said unhappily. "Even if you killed the enemy, why did you let this lich steal my power? What are you worried about?" Roy sneered. "You have so much death power, so what's the big deal with my person taking some? She also needs to recover." Upon hearing this, Rufaro wanted to flare up again, but he hesitated for a moment and held it in. He could do nothing about it. In fact, he had been thinking about whether or not he could defeat Roy if he were to fall out with him. In the end, he waited and did not dare to make a move. Before Arander died, Arander had commanded him to fight Roy. At that time, he realized that this powerful demon named Osiris could always heavily injure him somehow. Even just a simple punch would always consume a lot of death power to heal the wounds. He felt that even that group of titans besieging him earlier could not compare. It made him suspect that Roy might have used something like a Dragon Slayer potion. Previously, when Arander was assisting him, Roy had cut off his skull with a slash. Now, there was a fallen angel and a high-rank succubus beside Roy. In addition, there was an enormous hellhound that was almost as large as him. This made him panic a little, so he decisively pretended not to hear Roy's ridicule. Of course, deep down, Rufaro was still thinking, "Humph, I, the great Rufaro, am magnanimous and won't lower myself to a demon like him. After I complete the resurrection ritual and restore my original strength, I must teach him how to speak to a great faceless." Benaya smiled as she looked at Rufaro's actions and behavior, having seen through everything. Roy could also see that Rufaro was being tough on the outside but weak on the inside. He rolled his eyes and ignored him. Seeing that Cassandra's strength had recovered, he asked her to gather the skeleton angels and undead titans on the battlefield. The undead skeleton angels were angels that died under Roy's Frostmourne, and the undead titans were the same. Roy had used Frostmourne to kill many titans during the battle. Although the souls of these slain titans sank into the ground immediately, their corpses remained and finally turned into tall skeleton titans. These skeleton titans were 5 to 6 meters tall. Of course, they had inherited the height of the titans, but they did not inherit the power of the titans. They could only be regarded as giant skeletons. The skeleton angels were similar. The power of holy light could not exist on these undead bodies, so they could only be regarded as skeletons with bone wings that could fly. This was something that could not be helped. After transforming into undead, there would always inevitably be a great loss of strength. However, no matter what, these skeletons were ultimately transformed from high-level mythical creatures and were naturally high-level undead. As long as they had enough death power, they could easily become powerful undead warriors. Due to being undead transformed by Frostmourne, these skeleton angels, skeleton titans, and the bone dragons transformed from green dragons did not have any necromancer marks on them. They were just afraid of Roy holding Frostmourne in his hands, so they did not dare to approach him and wandered around, but they would not obey Roy's orders. Roy could only let Cassandra control them. After receiving Roy's order, Cassandra quickly imprinted her necromancer mark on these undead, engraving it in their flames of death. As long as the flames of death did not completely extinguish, they would be under Cassandra's control. The thousands of undead troops that Cassandra had led had mostly been wiped out during the battle with the iron golems. Needless to say, the low-level skeleton soldiers had all been eliminated, leaving only some high-level death knights, wights, and bone dragons. Moreover, there were not many of them. But with the replenishment of the skeleton angels and skeleton titans, the military strength had recovered a little. After processing everything, Roy led everyone to Dendera Fortress. Dendera Fortress was now only a dead city. The spatial portal had been completely shut down, and there were wandering zombies and mutants everywhere in the city. But ever since he found that he could somewhat control these guys infected by the T-virus, it was equivalent to the Alliance army giving Dendera Fortress to Roy. How could Roy not want it? Ha ha ha, great. After flying up to the city wall and seeing the situation in Dendera Fortress, Benaya could not help laughing loudly. Osiris, there must be many materials in this city. We can use them to build a magic formation. With the Gate of the Abyss, we only need a little time to recruit a demon army. That's right. Giovanni was also looking forward to it. I can go back to Haresh during this time and bring my vampire troops. At that time, we will have a powerful army of demons and undead, and no one will be our match. Chapter 281 Spread of the Infection. After they entered Dendera Fortress, the sky was already dim. At this time, the fortress was a mess. On the originally untidy street, there was black, mottled blood everywhere. It was probably left behind from when the zombies and mutants attacked the Alliance soldiers, and the Alliance army had not had time to clean it up. Many of the buildings in the city had collapsed. Needless to say, this must have been due to the battle. There were traces of fires everywhere in the fortress, and even now, the faint smoke had not been able to dissipate. It was not until they saw this that Julia and the others realized how much trouble the zombies and mutants that Roy created had brought to this fortress. When Roy and the others appeared in Dendera Fortress, many zombies and mutants that had been hiding in the dark appeared one after another. They seemed to have sensed the perfect T-virus in Roy and unconsciously gathered toward him. Looking at these ugly fellows, Roy counted and found that there were hundreds of mutants, all of which had survived by hiding from the Alliance army's cleanup operation. From this number, it was obvious that the Alliance army had not been very effective at eliminating the mutants. They probably did not have much of a solution to the elusive mutants, or else they would not have resolutely decided to withdraw from the fortress. Now, these mutants and zombies were all Roy's. Since he could control them through the virus in his demon blood, they were natural troops to him. However, these mutants did not recognize anyone other than Roy. Roy could only use some of his blood to create demon perfume through the system and spray it on Julia, Benaya, and Fat Tiger so that mutants and zombies would not harass them. As for Cassandra and Giovanni, because they were undead, they did not attract the attention of the mutants and zombies. As soon as they entered the city, Benaya immediately became busy. Dendera Fortress was built on a mountain, so this city could not use the method of detonating a volcano to create a lava environment suitable for demons to stay in. But it did not matter. As long as they could create a cover of darkness to block the sunlight, the demon army could stay here. At the same time, Cassandra's undead troops could be stationed at ease. Giovanni reported to Roy and then left Dendera Fortress for the time being. He planned to gather his vampire troops. Although the distance was quite far away, vampires were flying creatures, so Giovanni would probably be able to rush back soon. Roy did not have any objections to forming a gigantic army. To be honest, he felt that it was necessary to form such an army. After the battle, he believed that the name of the great demon Osiris would spread throughout the entire world of Ashan. At that time, he would become a big boss-like existence. Although this big boss was powerful enough, he would not have the style of a big boss if he had to fight personally every time he encountered a battle. Fat Tiger had nothing to do, so he could not wait to bring back the corpses of the green dragons and emerald dragons that had died in the battle outside the city as soon as the sky lit up. He pestered Roy to roast them for him to eat. Helpless, Roy could only set up a huge roasting rack in the fortress and then find a group of Death Knights. He ordered them to dismount, put away their swords, and rotate the roasting rack to heat the dragon meat evenly. These poor Death Knights. In any undead army, they were absolute high-level combat power and aloof. But when it came to Roy, they could only become tools for roasting meat. Who knew what their souls would think? Under Roy's orders, Rafaro was restricted to staying in the fortress, and he was asked to contribute some death power to strengthen Cassandra. Although Rafaro was 100 times unwilling, under Roy's coercion and temptation, he could only agree. After all, he was seeking a complete resurrection rather than existing in this world in the form of a spectral dragon. To achieve this goal, he needed to rely on Roy's power. Julia was currently checking the spatial portal in Dendera Fortress. There was no need to think too much about this spatial portal, as it was probably impossible for it to connect to Aglan Fortress. But perhaps under the consideration of we might be able to use it in the future, The Alliance army only cleared the coordinates of Aglin Fortress but did not destroy the spatial portal. After checking, Julia confirmed that this spatial portal was still usable after injecting magic power. As for how to use it, Roy was not in a rush. He was currently checking the library of the fortress. Dendera Fortress was originally a fortress of the Kingdom of Bricada. How could the mages who loved to research magic not build a library in this city? Moreover, it seemed that the level of this fortress was higher than that of Ulumbus, so the library here had more books than Ulumbus. Roy had not found books about space magic in Ulumbus, and he finally found some here. Therefore, while the others were busy, Roy condensed a nice seat in the library and began reading these books about space magic. At the same time, the remnants of the Alliance army finally escaped to Aglin Fortress tens of kilometers away. When the garrison troops in Aglin Fortress saw that Astral, Alaric, and the others had fled here in a mess, they were shocked. When Dendera Fortress had asked for reinforcements, they naturally knew about it, but they did not expect the Alliance army to lose so quickly. It had only been more than a day. In particular, after knowing that the three famous heroes, Deathlord Arander of Haresh, the Chain Lightning Master Solmur, and the Elven Ranger Gelu, were all dead, everyone was stunned speechless. It could be said that the Alliance army was careless, and it could also be said that the demon had many tricks up their sleeves. But none of this could not hide the fact that the Alliance army was defeated, so Aglin Fortress immediately reported the entire matter to the various races and desperately sought reinforcements. In Astral's description, this great demon Osiris, who suddenly appeared in the world, was a rarely seen powerful demon. Although he was not a demon lord yet, he had power no less than that of a demon lord. He had buried Arander's undead army and taken away Gelu's Sword of Frost. The threat of this demon was no less than that of demon lord Kabelith. Messengers quickly brought the news to various countries. The elves of Avli, the human kingdom of Arathia, and the mage kingdom of Bricad all received reports about the Battle of Dendera Fortress. At the same time, a messenger went to the undead kingdom of Haresh to inform them about Arander's death. Without a doubt, this caused a tremendous shock in all countries. To be frank, these dead heroes were all people with immense influence in their respective countries. However, they had all been killed in a battle with a demon. How could the countries accept this loss? However, what made the countries most afraid of was the strange plague mentioned by Astral in his report. Although Astral had not seen Roy spread this plague with his own eyes, he vowed that demon Osiris definitely caused it. In his report, Astral mentioned the terrifying contagiousness of this plague and the details of the mutations of the infected, and he expressed extreme worry about it. Except for high-level creatures with powerful bodies, it could likely infect almost all other creatures. This was especially so after Dendera Fortress changed hands and fell into demon Osiris's control. This meant that the spread of the plague was beyond the control of the Alliance. If demon Osiris continued to spread this plague, then this plague might spread to the entire world. It would be a catastrophic disaster. The Avli elves were the first to respond after receiving the news. They dispatched a large number of troops from their capital, the forest Mazerolan. The heroes Ryland, Gem, Mephila, and others led the Avli troops. They also carried numerous artifacts and prepared to go to reinforce Aglin Fortress. Realizing that ordinary dragons like green dragons could not pose a threat to the demon, the wood elves brought many high-level dragons. Not only were there golden dragons, but there was even a batch of fairy dragons recruited from the magic forest. The kingdom of Bricada reacted slightly slower, but it also sent many troops to Aglin. Due to the size of these troops, they could not teleport through spatial gates and could only travel on land. However, compared to the Elven and Mage kingdoms, the kingdoms of Arathia and Haresh reacted very strangely. Alaric had returned to the capital, Stedwick, but Arathia had not made any movements. The same was true for the kingdom of Haresh. Although they were shocked by Arander's death, they had no intention of sending troops. Perhaps this was because Arander had been fooling people under the title of the Chosen of Asha all the time. Now that he was dead, it proved that he was not the true Chosen. And Haresh was originally loose sand, with each Death Lord in charge of their own territories. This situation would occur when there was no powerful figure to integrate the armies of the necromancers. The movement of the kingdom of Haresh was still understandable, but the kingdom of Arathia was incomprehensible. Back then, Stedwick almost fell in the demon army's attack, and it was only saved thanks to the alliance of the various races. Under such circumstances, Arathia should have definitely cooperated and dispatched troops, but there had been no response. Time passed slowly. The guards in Aglin Fortress were tense and vigilant, worried about when demon Osiris would come with his army tens of kilometers away. However, before the demon army appeared, A T-virus-infected person appeared in Aglin Fortress first. The cause of this matter was still from the well where Roy had thrown the virus. No one had expected that the underground water vein of the well connected to the river in the canyon. After Roy threw the T-virus, the well became contaminated, causing zombies to appear in Dendera Fortress. At the same time, the fish living in the well were infected. Although Roy had dropped only a few drops of demon blood, the T-virus continued to multiply in the creatures' bodies. Those infected fish attacked other aquatic creatures and finally spread the T-virus through the connected water veins. The canyon river was where many animals drank water. When some animals were drinking water, the zombie fish in the water attacked them. Then these animals became zombies and attacked other animals. Just like a chain reaction, as time passed, more and more zombies infected with the T-virus appeared. Even Roy, the mastermind, did not expect the T-virus to spread so quickly. Chapter 282 Eternal Frost Crystal. Roy was speechless for a while when he received a report from Benaiah that numerous zombie animals had appeared on the canyon plains. In fact, Roy had a premonition from the beginning that once he used the T-virus, the proliferation and spread might not be able to be stopped, but he did not expect it to be so fast. Of course, because this world was a high magic world, the creatures living here were physically stronger, and their resistance to the virus might be higher. Especially for those high-level creatures, the possibility of infection was relatively low. The population density of this world was not too high, so it might not be easy to achieve the degree of global proliferation. But no matter what, the spread of the T-virus was ultimately a crisis for this world. However, Roy did not do anything about it. If the virus spread, then it spread. Anyway, with his identity as a demon, even if he stopped it from spreading, the people of this world would not be grateful to him. On the contrary, as the T-virus spread, people would feel fear and respect for him, the lead. After experiencing so many worlds, he finally understood what was going on with demons. To be honest, for some worlds, even if demons did not destroy them, the people of these worlds would often seek death themselves. In the infinite worlds, survival and destruction were just a process of continuous evolution. In this process, demons and angels were only acting as catalysts. Roy knew that there was a true creator. Although he did not know where this creator went, since he had left the demon race behind, this race had to fulfill its corresponding mission. What Roy was doing now was merely fulfilling his duty. He was a dedicated demon and wanted to love his line of work. Perhaps this world might perish because of the spread of the T-virus he created, but it was also possible that before that, war would destroy this world first. Who knew what would happen? Perhaps the seers of the blind brothers could see some future scenes through prophecy, but what did this have to do with Roy? Therefore, after knowing this, Roy nodded to show that he knew. He did not say anything else and continued to study space magic in the library. There were a lot of things to do. Although Roy's landslide had buried Arander's undead army, as long as they dug out the stones and trees above them, Cassandra could still use the undead, but the premise was that Cassandra could obtain enough death power from Rufara to promote. Otherwise, she would be unable to control so many undead troops. Benaiah had finished engraving the magic formation, and they could activate and open gates of the abyss at any time and summon a large number of demons from the abyss. During this time, Roy communicated with her and learned from her that her sister, the succubus Biara, was now disguised as Queen Isabel of Arathia, and the true queen was missing. Perhaps this was a scheme of the demons, but Benaiah did not know much about it. However, she had specially learned about the situation of the demons in this world. She told Roy that the origin of the Dragon of Chaos, Urgash, was no longer verifiable, but it was actually wrong to say that demons were descendants of Urgash. In fact, the Dragon of Chaos was probably the first in this world to open a gate of the abyss and connect to the abyss. In order to fight against Asha, Urgash borrowed the power of the demons of the abyss. The demons coveted this world and reached an agreement with him. They chose to be loyal to Urgash, and after signing a long-lasting demon contract with him, they could stay in this world forever without being expelled. The so-called Inferno in this world, Sho, was the stronghold established by the first batch of demons loyal to Urgash. For millions of years, as the demons gave birth to descendants in this world, Sho demons had already become demons born and bred in this world. They could only be regarded as a branch of the Abyss demons. In fact, if these native demons wanted to return to the Abyss, they might not even be able to go because the Abyss would actually repulse them. These native demons did not have the protection of the Ouroboros mark. Once they died, they would really die. Due to this situation, Sho demons were constantly declining. In the past, Sho still had demon kings, But now, only demon lords were present. They had no choice but to seek help from their old hometown and summon powerful demons from the Abyss to take part in the war. Although Benaya's sister, Biara, came from the Abyss, she had now joined the Show Demon's army and was on the same side as Ziron. After Benaya learned that Roy's target was Ziron, she knew that her target was actually the same as Roy's, so her suggestion to Roy was to use this opportunity to defeat the master behind Ziron and Biara, Demon Lord Ka-Beleth, and thus become a new Demon Lord. When Benaya made this suggestion, Roy was a little puzzled because he remembered what Solmer had said before he died. So he asked Benaya if he needed a ritual to promote to Demon Lord. Then Benaya told Roy that this was a tradition passed down in Show, and it was a ritual unique to this world. If he wanted to become a Demon Lord in this world, he had to challenge an original Demon Lord. Such a rule was not necessarily universal in the Abyss because there were still many territories that had yet to be opened in the Abyss. If Roy became a Demon Lord, he could just find a territory that belonged to him. Unless he was interested in the territories of other Demon Lords, then he would naturally have to fight with the original master. But if he found a masterless place, he could just directly make it his territory. In other words, it was purely because this world was too small, and only Show was suitable for demons to survive in. Therefore, if the demons in this world wanted to become Demon Lords, they could only snatch the seat. After Benaya explained for a while, Roy understood her intentions. She was probably worried that after this incident, the various races of Ashan would unite against him. After all, he had displayed an immense threat in the Battle of Dendera Fortress. But if they learned that he was planning to promote to Demon Lord, they would realize that he might have a conflict with Ka-Beleth. Of course, the various countries were certainly eager for internal strife among the demons, the kind where they would beat one another's brains out. At that time, they would definitely loosen the ropes and watch Roy and Ka-Beleth fight. If Roy and Ka-Beleth suffered losses, it would be best. Then, the strength of the demons would suffer substantial damage, and the world of Ashan would welcome a long period of peace without worrying about demon invasions again. Even if the best outcome was not reached, no matter who won, the various countries would at most face one Demon Lord. To Roy, the benefits were massive. If he lost to Ka-Beleth, of course he would have nothing to say. But if he won, he would become a new Demon Lord and take over the entire demon army of Show. It was an enormous demon army, and there would be many high-ranked demons serving him. With this army, he could even go to war with multiple countries at the same time and be full of confidence. Roy actually knew that if he wanted to kill that bastard Ziron, it would definitely trigger Ka-Beleth's nerves. In other words, unless he were to leave this world immediately and return to the Abyss after killing Ziron, he would have to meet with Ka-Beleth no matter what. Benaya was now betting on Roy. Once Roy defeated Ka-Beleth and became a Demon Lord, then when she wanted to kill her sister, Biara, it would only be a few words from Roy, and she would be able to achieve it easily. Therefore, her suggestion was naturally in consideration for Roy from his perspective. Roy waved his hand and got Benaya to leave first. He put down the book in his hand and took out the Sword of Frost that he had obtained from Gelu. Roy's current magic power was full and surging. Perhaps anyone would think he was no different from a Demon Lord, but only he knew that there was still some distance between him and that threshold. A true Demon Lord, demigod-level power, made him feel a little blurry. Now, he felt slightly regretful. Back in the Darksiders world, the Lord of the Hollows had looked for him and said that he could lend power to let Roy experience the power of a Demon Lord first. But at that time, because he felt that it was a huge ploy, Roy had rejected it. While he agreed on the surface, he did not move at all. Thus, he could not experience the power of a true Demon Lord from the Lord of the Hollows. Regret was regret. But if Roy could choose again, he would still reject it. He was confident that he could complete this promotion himself. The Sword of Frost was an extremely powerful artifact in this world. During the few days he had obtained this sword, Roy had taken time to study it. His previous guess was right. This sword was an exceptionally good item for his frost power to break through to a lower temperature. When he placed the Sword of Frost into the system space, the system automatically analyzed its attributes for him. Excluding the sword hilt and the like, the essence of the Sword of Frost was in the blade. Among the attributes marked by the system, the blade was an eternal frost crystal. This eternal frost crystal was an extremely wonderful thing. According to the system, it would always absorb heat from the outside world, but the molecular motion inside it would always remain at a constant low-speed motion state. In other words, it would never heat up and melt. This was something that exceeded common sense. Roy did not know how it was born, but magic power could stimulate it to expand the area of heat absorption in the outside world without limit. This was why Galu could create the effect of ice and snow within hundreds of kilometers with a swing of this sword. The temperature of the eternal frost crystal had always been at -253.4 degrees Celsius. This was the temperature measured by the system, and it was a constant value that would never change. In other words, in theory, if Roy could absorb this eternal frost crystal, then the temperature that his frost magic power could create would easily reach this value. Roy had always been aiming for absolute zero in the past, but he knew that this might just be pure fantasy. In fact, the so-called absolute zero was only a theoretical extreme. Even human scientists who proposed absolute zero had never reached this temperature under laboratory conditions. They could only be infinitely close to this extreme value. Even though Daddy's system was so omnipotent that it could use his souls to bring about this extreme temperature, the number of souls he would spend at that time would probably be unimaginable. The consumption of souls that Roy had calculated before might have been wrong. The consumption might increase exponentially the closer he was to absolute zero. Not to mention millions, it might be even billions or tens of billions of souls. Now, Roy could only create a temperature of around -220 degrees Celsius through his magic power and the cryogenic fate skill. He did not know how many souls he would need to consume if he wanted to use them to reach the -253.4 degrees Celsius of the eternal frost crystal. However, if he could absorb this eternal frost crystal, it would be equivalent to saving countless souls out of thin air, so he had to give it a try no matter what. However, the troublesome thing was precisely the characteristic of constant temperature. Roy had been continually designing plans over the past few days to see how he could absorb this eternal frost crystal. Chapter 283 The Most Evil Ability in History. In order to absorb this eternal frost crystal, Roy first thought of devouring and digesting it directly. However, ignoring how to swallow a sword into his stomach, after studying it, Roy found that he could not digest this thing because it could not melt at all. It would be troublesome if he could not digest such a large piece of ice and freeze his stomach instead. As for transforming the shape of the eternal frost crystal and then using it to make items such as rings or embedding it into the cold winter armor, Roy thought about it, but he later gave up on this idea. Of course, it was possible to create equipment, but this way, it was equivalent to Roy using magic power to stimulate the cold aura within. The effect of this was merely a simple release of the cold aura. At that time, he would be unable to shape the cold aura at all. It could not become ice bullets and ice spears, nor could it form ice storms, nor could it even combine with the T-virus and take shape as the magic power virus. This was not what Roy wanted. He wanted to use the eternal frost crystal to completely lower the temperature created by his magic power. In other words, he wanted to integrate the power of the eternal frost crystal into the frost magic power circuit in his body. This way, the cold temperature created by any frost magic could reach the low temperature of the eternal frost crystal. The advantages of doing so were self-evident. Other things aside, the cold winter armor he used his magic power to create would benefit. As Roy's abilities increased, he could not consider problems one by one. When evolving any ability, it was best if he could consider other abilities at the same time. This was the most cost-effective solution. Of course, this plan was definitely much more difficult to conceive. Over the past few days, Roy had thought of more than a dozen plans, but none of them seemed too feasible. After thinking about it, Roy finally realized that digesting and absorbing it was actually the most reliable because the stomach of a demon was quite special. Not only could it digest ordinary flesh and blood as food, but it could also digest special energy such as souls. Moreover, this energy could often be converted and stored in the demon heart to increase the level of magic power. In the final analysis, the eternal frost crystal was still energy at its roots, but it was crystallized, and this crystalline state was eternal. Thus, Roy believed that as long as he could change the unmeltable property of the eternal frost crystal, he could digest and absorb it. And he was confident that he would be able to integrate the energy of the eternal frost crystal into his body. The key now was how to turn this eternal frost crystal into something that he could eat. After thinking about it for a long time, Roy suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right. Something to eat. Maybe he could use that move. Roy went to work right away. He put down the Sword of Frost and opened the system interface. This time, he planned to make a skill. As for the carrier of this skill, Roy looked around and finally looked at his tail. "Old pal, I'll have to trouble you again." Roy sighed. As the fifth limb on Roy's body. No, it should be the sixth limb. Roy's tail could be said to suffer frequent misfortunes, and it was even more hard-working than the fifth limb. The tails of other demons were at most sturdy and powerful, and they only played a minor supporting role in combat. But look at Roy's. He had used the knife on it a few times. In the beginning, he transformed it into a triangular blade. Then he used it as the carrier for Dragon Slayer magic, and dragon scales had to appear from time to time. It was no longer a proper demon tail. But now, Roy's eyes were fixed on it again. Fortunately, Roy did not create any strange designs this time. He only drew a demonstration animation that released bright purple electric light from his tail in the dynamic interface. Then Roy began to define the attributes of this skill. Transfiguration Beam. The beam has the speed of light. People and objects hit by the light will change shape in the following ways. Candy Incantation. When the user shouts "turn into candy," the people and objects illuminated by the beam will become candy. Chocolate Incantation. When the user shouts "turn into chocolate," the people and objects illuminated by the beam will become chocolate. Regardless of what the illuminated people and objects looked like before, they would become the same substance as the incantation used while retaining their original characteristics and abilities. Yes, that's right. The skill Roy designed this time was the Transfiguration Beam of Majin Buu. His idea was very simple. Can't melt the eternal frost crystal? Then I'll turn you into meltable chocolate. At the same time, this piece of chocolate still retained the characteristics of the original eternal frost crystal. When he threw it into his mouth, it had to melt even if it did not melt. This transfiguration beam was quite magical. To be honest, Roy had no idea if he could materialize it, but this did not stop him from defining the attributes first. The reason why he chose this ability was that he knew the system could trace his memories to supplement and perfect it. Roy only needed to make rough definitions and leave the rest to the system. This way, he could save a lot of effort. Otherwise, Roy would probably go crazy from describing the effects in words for a more complicated skill like this one. Majin Buu's Transfiguration Beam in the original work seemed to take effect only on living people. Of course, this would not work for Roy, so he specifically set the definitions so that it could take effect on objects, and the scope of use of this skill became broader. Of course, the result was that in the first test to materialize it, the progress given by the system was only 0.000000001%. It had to be known that Roy currently had about 120,000 souls. These were the souls he collected through the soul-attracting flag when he attacked Dendera Fortress. Such materialization progress meant that Roy would have to pay countless souls to achieve this ability according to the currently defined attributes. Therefore, he had to limit this ability to reduce the consumption of souls. The most powerful limitation was definitely a time limit. In Roy's definitions, this transfiguration effect was permanent, so the consumption of souls was naturally terrifying. Therefore, Roy's first limitation was transfiguration duration is 1 minute, and the time decreases or increases depending on the difference in strength between the two sides. The minimum time is 1 second, and the maximum is 3 minutes. As soon as he added this attribute, the difficulty of materialization immediately reduced dramatically. The second limitation attribute was for intelligent beings with souls and consciousness, retain their souls and consciousness. With this attribute, the consumption of souls fell again. Roy tried once more and found that the 120,000 souls he held could already materialize this ability to 82%. This meant that he could now materialize it with about 130,000 to 140,000, at most 150,000 souls. When Roy saw this number, he was overjoyed. Although this ability was similar to the mage's polymorph spell, the 150,000 souls was not for nothing. It was much more awesome than polymorph. First, this transfiguration beam could be released against any physical material. Second, this ability had the special effect of insta-killing enemies. If it was an opponent whose strength was about the same as his, the transfiguration beam could turn them into food for at least a minute. As long as the enemy who became candy or chocolate could not react in time, could not escape immediately, and was caught by him, he only needed to throw it into his mouth to bite and eat. Then he could easily kill his opponent. If it was an enemy stronger than him, or even an enemy much stronger than him, he could still force them to transform for a second. Although Roy might not necessarily be able to kill them during this time, he could buy a very crucial amount of time for himself. For example, when he went to the Charred Council back then, if he had thought of creating this skill at the time, he could have used the Transfiguration Beam to transform Raphael for a second when Raphael attacked, and then Roy could have used Flash to leave and escape quickly. Therefore, this skill was not as simple as the polymorph spell. It was a powerful ability that combined killing enemies and saving lives. Everyone! Roy shouted in high spirits after leaving the library. Rafaro. Cassandra. Fat Tiger. Binaya. Julia. Come here. After Julia and the others rushed over, Roy immediately ordered, all of you, spread out and collect souls for me. Whether they're animal spirits or other souls, no matter what method you use, in short, bring me about 30,000 souls before dark. Although Julia and Binaya did not know what Roy wanted souls for, they did not have any doubts. They nodded and set off. Cassandra and Fat Tiger were the same. Only Rafaro roared angrily, damn it, Osiris. You can't treat me like a dog. I am the great faceless Rafaro. I'm only cooperating with you, not your subordinate. However, before he finished speaking, Roy had already flashed above his head. With one fist, his huge dragon head smashed into the ground with a bang. Roy's face was ferocious as he said murderously, Rafaro, don't challenge my patience. Either you go out and collect souls for me, or I'll use your soul to make up for 100 souls. As the saying goes, if the child doesn't listen, he will be obedient after a beating. It was the same for Rafaro now. When he saw that Roy might really kill him, he immediately gave in. But he still roared angrily, you'll pay for this one day. Then he obediently flew into the sky and headed for the distant forest. It was good to have subordinates. When souls were lacking, Roy did not need to go out and collect them himself. He only needed to leave it to them. Cassandra took the undead army out, and Binaya brought out a portion of the low and middle rank demons that she had recently summoned to help Roy collect souls. Now, Roy was alone in Dendera fortress. Taking advantage of this moment, Roy continued to perfect the Transfiguration Beam ability. Roy did not need to modify anything else. He only added some incantations because he felt that just candy and chocolate did not seem too good. And these incantations would not actually cause the consumption of souls to increase too much because it was just a difference in shape. According to Roy's estimate, each additional incantation might cost a few dozen souls at most, so Roy could now boldly increase the number of incantations. Due to the characteristics of the Transfiguration Beam, it was not always necessary to turn the opponents into food. The incantation to turn enemies into food was for eliminating them, and the other non-food spells were for disrupting the enemies and protecting himself. Therefore, Roy added White Rabbit Creamy Candy Incantation, Fruit Pudding Incantation, Fat Otaku Happy Water Incantation, Stuffed Toy Incantation, and so on to the Transfiguration Beam. In the end, he even added Cross-Dressing Big Brother Incantation. Just like that, the most evil ability in history was born. Chapter 284 I'll drink you if you look anymore. When it was almost dark, Julia and the others returned. With Dendera Fortress as the center, they wiped out all the living creatures within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Although most of them were animal spirits, there were about 70 to 80,000 of them, which was at least 40,000 standard souls. In order to collect these souls, Julia and the rest had put in a lot of effort, but they did not say anything. Only Rafaro kept muttering and grumbling. Roy looked at him and did not say anything. After taking these souls, Roy acted as though he was devouring them as he stored them into the system space before choosing to materialize the ability. There were no strange signs or the like. The Transfiguration Beam skill was completed and ready to use. Roy picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and weighed it in his hand. Julia and Binaya looked at Roy curiously, not knowing why he wanted this stone. Then they saw Roy's long demon tail bend over from behind and point the tip at the stone in his hand. Turn into chocolate. With a sizzling sound, purple lightning shot out from the tail and hit the stone. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the stone instantly turned into a piece of black chocolate. What's going on? Binaya cried out in surprise. Of course, she heard the incantation Roy just shouted. Moreover, she had been to some other worlds in the past, so she knew what chocolate was. But she could not understand why a stone suddenly turned into chocolate. My new ability. Roy did not explain much as he sized up the stone-shaped chocolate. After hearing Roy's answer, Binaya nodded thoughtfully. So he asked us to collect souls because he was about to evolve his new ability. But what's with this strange transformation ability? Binaya was puzzled. Illusion? That's not right. As a succubus who was good at using illusions, Binaya could clearly distinguish what was false and what was reality. That stone had really become a human-made food chocolate. Osiris is clearly a frost demon, so why does he have such a strange ability? Is it possible that Osiris has the ability to choose the direction of his evolution? A wave of astonishment washed over Binaya's heart. I found a treasure this time. If it's true, then Osiris is absolutely a treasure. I have to hug this thigh tightly. Roy did not know about Binaya's astonishment. He looked at this chocolate stone carefully. After it became chocolate, the stone had the same weight and volume as before, and even the shape was no different from before, but it was now a piece of chocolate. After observing for a while, Roy directly threw it into his mouth. If nothing went wrong, this chocolate stone should stay changed for the highest 3 minutes. After Roy threw it into his mouth, he immediately felt the chocolate stone melting in his mouth. He tried to chew it and found that he could easily break it, and the taste was no different from real chocolate. Roy did not swallow it after chewing 2 mouthfuls. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat it out. He looked at the broken and melted pieces of chocolate stone on the ground and waited quietly. Then he realized that he seemed to have forgotten to add an attribute that could actively allow him to remove the transformation. But it did not matter. He could add it in the future. No one spoke at the scene. Everyone stared at the chocolate stone on the ground curiously like Roy. When the 3 minutes were up, the stone on the ground emitted a burst of purple light and changed back. But the stone that had transformed back was completely shattered, and the melted parts that had been in Roy's mouth had become powder. Julia and Benaiah looked at the stone in surprise and then at Roy. They were not stupid and had already faintly guessed about the power of Roy's new ability. And for some reason, Rufaro, who was silently observing this scene, suddenly had a bad premonition. Roy nodded. He was not surprised by the result of this experiment. He picked up another stone and turned it into a piece of chocolate again. After throwing it into his mouth, Roy bit it and swallowed it. Then he closed his eyes and began quietly feeling the changes in the chocolate stone in his stomach. The digestive ability of Roy's demon stomach was quite powerful. After the chocolate stone entered, it quickly decomposed and was digested. Roy could even feel the chocolate turning into weak energy to replenish his body. 3 minutes had passed. Logically speaking, the chocolate should have turned back into stone at this time. If so, there should be a relatively obstructive feeling in Roy's body. After all, he had eaten a stone. But this situation did not happen, and the chocolate had completely disappeared. Roy nodded in satisfaction. Through this experiment, he understood the hidden effect of this ability. If the changed form of the object decomposed entirely, then even when the time was up, it would never change back. This effect was what Roy wanted the most. It seemed like the system had detected his subconscious thoughts and realized it. Julia and the others saw the entire process of this second experiment. When they saw Roy nodding in satisfaction, they realized that Roy had really digested the stone, so they had even more surprised expressions on their faces. As for Rufaro, his sense of crisis became even more apparent. Instinctively, he wanted to leave this place. However, before Rufaro could spread his wings and fly away, Roy aimed his tail at him with a sinister grin. Turn into Fat Otaku Happy Water. Sizzle. Purple lightning hit Rufaro in an instant. He did not even have time to let out a horrified scream before his entire body suddenly turned into a large mass of brown liquid. After maintaining the spectral dragon shape for less than half a second, he fell from the sky with a thud and splashed on the ground. Numerous bubbles appeared. Just like real cola, carbon dioxide gas was emitting. The 7 demon kings above. How is this possible? Benaiah subconsciously screamed in surprise when she saw this scene. The cola liquid that Rufaro turned into congealed on the ground without dispersing. Rufaro's soul and consciousness were still there, but after realizing what he had become, his soul shuddered in fear. Although he felt that he could still control his body temporarily, he felt extremely sticky and sluggish. His body had undergone an incomprehensible change, which made the spectral dragon Rufaro feel unparalleled fear for the first time. He was clearly just a dead spirit now, and logically speaking, he should not feel fear. But he now did. This meant that his soul and subconscious were frantically warning him. This enormous pool of cola began to move desperately on the ground, giving off the feeling of a slime or a quagmire monster. But after moving for a long time, he could not run far and instead moved to a gigantic dog paw. Seeing the unknown liquid moving in front of him, Fat Tiger, who was crouching by the side, was startled. But then he became interested in the brown liquid and lowered his head to sniff it. Then he stuck out a tongue and licked the cola that Rufaro had become. Just one lick and he drank a few liters of cola. He narrowed his eyes at the taste. He liked this taste, so he quickly lowered his head and planned to continue licking. At this moment, purple light appeared again, and Rufaro happened to turn back. About 10 seconds or so. This fellow Rufaro is quite powerful. Roy narrowed his eyes and looked at Rufaro. In fact, without the enhancement of Dragon Slayer magic, it would take Roy a lot of effort to deal with this guy. Rufaro was currently in a daze because after he changed back, He found that half of the wing bone of his right wing had disappeared. "You damn dog! How dare you eat my wing?" Recalling Roy's experiment, Rufaro instantly understood what was going on. He stared fiercely at Fat Tiger and roared, "How? How dare you eat it?" Fat Tiger was also dumbfounded. The delicious cola suddenly disappeared, and the bone dragon returned. To Rufaro, the part of the liquid that Fat Tiger drank just now was his wing bone. But to Fat Tiger, what he drank was cola. Therefore, he simply could not understand why this colossal skeleton in front of him was so angry. However, Fat Tiger would not be afraid if he wanted to fight. His three heads also looked fiercely at Rufaro and barked at him. What an amazing ability! One dragon and one dog stared at each other. On the other side, Benaya recovered first. She stared at Roy with shining eyes and subconsciously wrapped her body around him. "Your Excellency Osiris, this is a divine skill." Roy nodded. He felt the same way. After several experiments, he had roughly figured out the power of this move. It seemed like there were really only things he could not think of, but nothing he could not do. Although this ability was a simplified and weakened version of Majin Buu's Transfiguration Beam, Roy was already very satisfied that he could materialize it with 150,000 souls. This ability relied on turning his opponents into food and retained the essence of devouring to kill. This was the greatest harvest. "Shut up, Rufaro. If you want me to turn you into a liquid to feed the dog, just continue arguing with it," Roy said. Upon hearing this, Rufaro immediately shut up. If he still had combative thoughts before, then he was really afraid now. He had seen how terrifying this damn enormous hellhound's appetite was. Just now, he had only taken one lick, and half of his wing bone was gone. If it happened again, he believed that this dog would be able to drink him up in one gulp. Damn it! What the hell is this demon Osiris? How can he have such a formidable and terrifying ability? Rufaro wanted to cry but had no tears. He did not know how much death power it would take to restore half his wing bone. And Fat Tiger, who had drunk cola, suddenly opened his mouth and burped. Seeing that Rufaro did not dare to be arrogant, Roy took out the Eternal Frost Crystal and prepared to absorb it. Chapter 285 The Disappearing Light. When Benaya saw Roy taking out the Sword of Frost, using that strange purple transformation beam to turn it into a piece of candy, and then immediately licking it with his tongue, she was more certain of her guess. She was not Julia. She had not been with Roy for long and did not understand him well enough. But now, she realized that his sudden evolution of this ability was not coincidental. His true goal was probably to digest this sword with powerful ice power. It was not uncommon for the demons of the abyss to have many strange powers, but Benaya had never seen ones like Roy who had the ability to evolve in a targeted manner. He's a born demon king. My choice isn't wrong, Benaya thought. The Sword of Frost in Roy's hand was currently a large lollipop. This sword contained immense energy, and he knew that it would not last long under the effect of the Transfiguration Beam, so he did not turn it into chocolate to eat. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting to swallow and have to spit it out again, so he might as well digest it slowly while licking like this. The duration of the Sword of Frost's transformation was only about 8 seconds, shorter than Rufaro's. Every time Roy changed it, he could only lick it as quickly as possible. The Transfiguration Beam also required Roy to consume a lot of magic power, but his plan was very successful. Every time he licked, a wisp of the energy contained in the Sword of Frost would fuse into his body. He could feel the heart-penetrating cold energy slowly transforming into his own magic power, reinforcing and strengthening the magic power circuit in his body. Every time he digested a little, he tried to use his magic power to create frost and feel its temperature, and then he found that the temperature of the frost was gradually decreasing. After many licks, the blade of the Sword of Frost began to shrink. From the big sword at first, it gradually became a small dagger. As it lost energy, the duration of the Transfiguration Beam became longer and longer. Finally, when there was only a little left, Roy turned it into candy, threw it with the hilt into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. This meant that he had digested the entire Sword of Frost and used such a strange method to eliminate a divine artifact-level item. This was simply unprecedented. Let alone the indigenous dragon Rufaro, even Julia and Benaya were dumbfounded. "Everyone, get out of the way," Roy said to Julia and the others. "It's best if you leave this fortress temporarily." Julia knew that Roy was going to test his abilities, so she hurriedly got Fat Tiger and the others to leave. After spending a long time with Roy, she knew how terrifying Roy's ice power was. Seeing everyone leaving, Rufaro certainly did not dare to stay and immediately flew into the air. After he left, an extremely terrifying cold tide erupted in the fortress. When Roy began to make a large amount of frost, countless tiny water droplets and tiny crystals appeared in a radius of hundreds of meters around him. The tiny water droplets were the phenomenon of the atmosphere liquefying at low temperatures, and the tiny crystals were the phenomenon of the moisture in the atmosphere solidifying. With the emergence of the extreme cold, he felt as though the entire atmosphere was being dismembered. All kinds of elements were being separated at this moment. When Julia and the others looked down from the sky, it was a different kind of scene. In the upper half of Dendera city, a blurry illusion of distorted light had appeared. There was clearly no wind, but Roy's position was like a giant wind hole, causing countless airflows to flow toward him, forming an enormous vortex. As soon as these airflows entered the range of his magic power, they immediately liquefied and separated. What was even more strange was that there was no crystallized ice around where Roy was standing. The ground, paved with a large number of solid limestone slabs, was instantly attacked by this sudden ultra-low temperature. It did not even have time to freeze before it became incomparably fragile. Roy stomped gently, and the ground disintegrated from the weak vibration, turning into countless fine powder. Under the influence of the airflow, many solid particles of various sizes rose. Even some metal objects became exceptionally fragile in this range. When the tiny crystals falling from the sky hit them, they made cracking sounds and broke into fragments. Roy succeeded. He had digested the power of the Sword of Frost and easily created an extremely cold frost power of -253 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, a terrifying and formidable scene appeared in the normal material world. It could be said that within the hundreds of meters around Roy, humans and animals were extinct. Let alone ordinary life, even the vast majority of microorganisms could not survive. Of course, the range of this extreme cold was not very large. Roy could maintain the temperature of -253 degrees Celsius for 500 meters around him, but it might only be -220 degrees Celsius a kilometer away from him. The farther away, the higher the temperature, unless Roy was willing to increase the consumption of magic power and expand the range of the ultra-low temperature. Fortunately, Roy was in the city hall, and it was built on the highest elevation area of the fortress. Cassandra's undead troops and the low and low-middle demons that Benaiah had summoned during this time were not in this area. Otherwise, there would probably be a large number of casualties. Without a doubt, Roy's ice power now had unimaginable lethality. In the past, when he could only create a temperature of less than -100 degrees Celsius, even if he could instantly freeze creatures, they would not die at this temperature. They would only fall into a low-temperature dormant state. It was just like the hibernation chambers used in human science fiction movies for long-term space travel. In theory, the creatures frozen at that temperature would remain alive as long as the ice did not break. But now, at the temperature Roy created after absorbing the power of the Sword of Frost, ordinary creatures no longer had the possibility of living after being frozen. The moment they were frozen, it was equivalent to all their cells completely dying under the ultra-low temperature of -253 degrees Celsius, and there was no possibility of recovery. It could be said that within a 500-meter radius of Roy, it was a domain of complete extinction. Any unprepared creature would only have death after stepping into this domain. It was also because Roy was a frost demon and had absorbed the energy of the eternal frost crystal that he could use this temperature freely. Otherwise, just like Gelo previously, if he wanted to use his magic power to fully activate the power of the Sword of Frost to create his current low temperature, he would also be attacked by this low temperature. Although this could certainly kill the enemy, he would die as well. Such powerful ice power was not something that anyone could control. Looking at the terrifying scene that usually did not exist in the natural world around him, Roy was very satisfied. He felt that obtaining the Sword of Frost was probably his greatest harvest in this world. Correspondingly, when Roy could use his magic power to create an ultra-low temperature of -253 degrees Celsius, the cryogenic fate skill he made before became obsolete. Cryogenic fate, at the cost of consuming additional magic power, forcibly reduces the temperature of frost power to -200 degrees Celsius. This state can continue until the amount of magic power drops to zero. He created this skill for forcibly reducing the temperature of his ice power. Fortunately, he did not consume too many souls to make it. After all, this skill increased the consumption of magic power as a substitute. Moreover, the key was that he could change and strengthen all the skills he created by modifying their attributes. Roy looked at his stock of souls in the system. He had only needed 30,000 standard souls, but Julia and the others brought back almost 40,000 standard souls. After using 30,000, there were around 9,800 left. Roy guessed that it was enough, so he began to modify the cryogenic fate skill and redefine its attribute. Cryogenic fate, at the cost of consuming additional magic power, continue to reduce the temperature of the frost that can be created currently. In other words, Roy no longer set a specific value for this skill because he felt that this skill might be the opportunity for him to break through to absolute zero in the future. It was definitely unrealistic to use souls to achieve absolute zero. In that case, he would use magic power as a substitute. As long as his magic power was powerful enough, he would be able to reach the lower limit of temperature one day. The modification of the definition this time did not exceed Roy's expectations. It only took more than 600 souls. This made Roy understand one thing. In the future, it was best to define his skills to allow for growth so that there would be room for sustainable development in the future. After completing the skill, Roy stopped releasing his magic power and began to restore it. After his magic power was full, Roy cast cryogenic fate on himself. With the blue light on his body, Roy exerted all the magic power in his body. He wanted to try. When he used all his magic power, under the effect of cryogenic fate, how low was the temperature he could create. Therefore, Julia and the others, who had been paying close attention to Roy, suddenly saw an indescribable scene. Roy, who had been standing on the ground, suddenly turned into absolute black. He had no appearance, only an outline, seemingly like a brush had painted a piece of white paper black. On the edge of his body, there were some mist-like line and shadows. This indescribable scene only lasted for a moment, not even a second before Roy's figure suddenly appeared. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What happened just now?" Benaya asked in astonishment. "I don't know." Julia's face was solemn. The area around his body seemed to have entered a mysterious state. That absolute blackness gives people the feeling that light has disappeared? Chapter 286 Condensate, Marching toward EFO. After realizing that there was no longer that terrifying ultra-low temperature around Roy, Julia quickly flew down, and Cassandra and Benaya followed closely behind. "Darling, are you alright?" Julia asked in concern while supporting Roy. "I'm fine. My magic power is already starting to recover." Roy stood up and sighed. "What happened just now?" Julia asked curiously. "I know you're experimenting with your frost power, but why did you turn black for a moment? Like all the colors on your body turned into deep darkness." "Huh? Really?" Roy was stunned when he heard this question. Of course, he could not see his state just now, so he felt puzzled. But Julia and the others saw it, and even Benaya and the rest nodded to confirm Julia's words. "Turned black?" Roy was puzzled. "Did that explosive increase of 100,000 points of magic power allow me to enter the absolute zero state? Or else why would such a phenomenon appear?" Roy could not help but ask the system in his mind, "Did the temperature I create reach absolute zero?" "No." The system immediately denied. But at that moment, the temperature you created reached about 1/1,000,000th of a degree above absolute zero, so you entered a short condensate state. Condensate? Roy was puzzled. After asking carefully, he learned that the condensate mentioned by the system referred to the Bose-Einstein condensate. As temperatures neared absolute zero, the matter in the real world would experience some very special states due to the slowdown of the internal molecular motion. In the condensate state, the density of all affected substances around Roy's body had dropped dramatically to 10 million times thinner than air, and their mass had been reduced to an unmeasurable level. The affected matter referred to here naturally included light, and the speed of light under the influence of a condensate would decrease. The mist-like line and shadow around Roy was actually a visual phenomenon caused by the slow escape of photons. The closer to the surface of his body, the slower the speed of light, and the harder it was to escape. Even when it reached the surface of his skin, the speed of light was almost zero. In other words, his body was no longer able to refract light. This led to the black vision on Roy that Julia and the others saw. This principle was the same as the black hole model. The difference was that the light entering a black hole could not escape because of the immense gravity, while the light around Roy could not escape because of the temperature. For some reason, after hearing the system's explanation, Roy's first reaction was, "Fuck. It turns out the Saint Seiya anime was all lies. Cygnus Hyoga's absolute zero move was fake." According to theory, before reaching absolute zero, the speed of light could already be reduced to cause the black vision phenomenon. Then after reaching absolute zero, the speed of light would become zero. Without light, there would not be any refraction, and the eyes would not be able to capture any scenes. In other words, reaching absolute zero would ultimately create a phenomenon of turning off the lights. No one could see the world at absolute zero. Even Roy's radiation perception would not be able to perceive anything because even the radiation of objects stopped at absolute zero. It was indeed the true extinction of everything. It seemed like there was a reason why absolute zero was so difficult to reach. There was no upper limit for temperature, and temperatures as high as tens of billions of degrees could occur, but there was a lower limit for temperature. However, it was probably harder to reach this temperature than to reach tens of billions of degrees. The low temperature of the condensate that Roy created did not even last a second. To be precise, it was only 0.2 seconds. Although it sounded terrifying that even the speed of light could be reduced, the duration was too short, and it did not seem to have much use for the time being. However, no matter what, this was a good thing. All of Roy's plans had achieved his expected results and had not deviated off track. Although the magic power required to reach the condensate temperature was too terrifying, as long as his magic power continued to increase in the future, he could make the condensate temperature last longer. As long as he had the condensate state to protect himself, the power of holy light was basically useless against him. Holy light was an energy that had a certain amount of autonomous will. It repelled corruption and resisted darkness. However, this energy was spread through light, and under a condensate, the speed of holy light would also decrease, becoming incomparably slow. Moreover, the energy contained within it would also become incomparably weak. A powerful holy light impact would probably become similar to a tickle if it hit Roy under the condensate state. Similarly, in the condensate state, any form of energy attack was basically useless against Roy. Looking at Julia's curious expression, Roy explained a little to her, saying that he had entered a very special state just now because of the lower limit of temperature. Of course, Roy could not explain a condensate to Julia because this little fool Julia was simply a scientific idiot. She could not understand many things on the scientific side. She had not even known what a nuclear missile was. Otherwise, she would not have been shot down by the human missiles in the Darksiders world. Regardless of whether Julia and the others understood or not, Roy left with them after saying that. In order to test his frost power, the commotion he caused was too big. Now, the entire city hall of Dendera Fortress was in an extremely fragile state. The slightest vibration could cause this area to collapse, and it was naturally impossible to stay here anymore. While walking, Roy asked Benaya, "How many demons have you summoned now?" "About 5,000 low-rank demons and more than 2,000 middle-rank demons. But I didn't summon any high-rank demons," Benaya said. "Because even if I summon them, I can't suppress them. If you want high-end combat power, you have to appear." Roy nodded. He knew this situation. Of course, there were differences in strength among high-rank demons. When Ziron summoned those big demons, he could only reach an agreement to cooperate with them to get them to help him fight. Benaya's strength could only be considered at the middle level among high-rank demons. If a high-rank demon stronger than her came during the summoning process, it might instead overpower her. Therefore, Roy had to summon high-rank demons to ensure that the unruly high-rank demons obeyed orders. "Okay, prepare the magic formation. I will summon some high-rank demons to assist in the war later," Roy said. "In addition, we've been in Dendera Fortress for so long, and the situation here must have already spread. Have there been any movements in Aglin Fortress? What about the demons in Neathol?" "I've already sent people to investigate. Aglin Fortress is currently in a terrible state due to zombies, and they've been waiting for reinforcements. It's impossible for them to attack us," Benaya said. "However, what I don't understand is on Neathol's side. Of the two fortresses on the border, one has fallen into our hands, and the other can't even take care of itself. Logically speaking, the demons of Neathol should definitely take the opportunity to come out to cause trouble and harvest some souls. But I don't know why that the news I received is that Neathol's demon army has shrunk its defense instead." "Do you know who gave the order? Ziron?" Roy asked. "I'm not sure." Benaya shook her head. "It's probably not him. After all, you and he are enemies. If he sees your name in the intelligence, there's no reason why he won't react. I'm more inclined to believe that this might be an order from Demon Sovereign Kabelith." "Didn't you say that your sister has become Queen Isabel and has control over the kingdom of Arathia?" Julia frowned. "Your sister should be under Kabelith's orders. Is there any connection between these two? Perhaps these situations are related to what Neathol's demons are plotting?" Roy actually felt very puzzled. He had once mentioned his demon name on the battlefield. And now with the defeat of the Alliance army, the name of Osiris must have spread. Although Ziron's impression of him might still be when he was at the low-rank demon level, when he heard this name, he should have come to see even if he felt that it might not be the same person. Moreover, Roy's attack on the border fortress was actually lifting a blockade for Iathol's demon army. Just like what Benaiah said, with the nature of demons, they should have come out to have a carnival of destruction. Why did they not come out but instead turtle up? I'll give you 2 more days to continue summoning demons, Roy said to Benaiah. Get as many as you can. 2 days later, Giovanni should return with his vampires. At that time, we'll immediately set off and march toward Iathol. I want to see what Ziron and the others are up to. Understood. Benaiah nodded. 2 days passed quickly, and Giovanni finally arrived as scheduled. He did not go back on his word. After returning this time, he actually brought more than 10,000 vampires. In his words, they were almost all the members of his clan. This guy was now betting everyone on Roy. If Roy succeeded, he might be able to push him onto the throne of the undead monarch, but once he failed, Giovanni's people would probably suffer heavy losses. After Giovanni returned, after some mobilization, an enormous mixed army finally took shape. They left Dendera fortress like a mighty flood and marched toward Iathol. To Roy, Dendera fortress was only a temporary stronghold for recruiting troops. After occupying it, Roy had not thought about staying for long. However, when Roy and the others first occupied Dendera fortress, it was still intact, but when they left, it had become utterly dilapidated. In addition to the damage caused by Roy experimenting with magic, there was also the destruction wrought by the summoned demons. Even if the Brigadans could retake the fortress in the future, it would probably require an overhaul before they could use it. During this period of time, Benaiah summoned more than 10,000 low-rank demons and more than 4,000 middle-rank demons from the abyss. In addition, in the last 2 days, Roy summoned over 140 high-rank demons. In this mixed army, there were about 15,000 demons. Furthermore, since Cassandra had been constantly digging out the undead that Roy's landslide buried, there were almost 12,000 undead troops. And with the more than 10,000 vampires from Giovanni, the total number of mixed troops was nearly 40,000. The terrifying aspect of demon and undead armies was this. As long as there was enough time, they could rapidly have an explosion of soldiers. If these 40,000-odd troops were the troops of other races, then logistics would probably be an enormous problem. But Roy did not need to consider the logistical supplies at all. The undead did not need food, and the demons only needed to eat a big meal to sustain physical exertion for a long time. It was very convenient. Like a mighty force, the mixed army marched along the river to the depths of the canyon. As far as the eye could see, it was full of heads. Roy did not ride Fat Tiger this time. He flew slowly in the air with Julia and Benaiah at the front of the army. On the ground behind him was a group of ugly zombies and mutants. That's right. Roy brought along these zombies and mutants and kept gathering the zombie animals he encountered along the way. The main thing was that these zombies did not have any intelligence at all, and they were actually reckless enough to dare to attack the summoned demons. In order not to cause trouble for the team, Roy could only control them personally. After passing through the canyon, another beautiful plain with abundant water and grass appeared. But what was strange was that the plain was dead and silent, and there were no traces of any animals. It seems like the spread of the T-virus is more severe than I imagined, Roy said. Yes, I discovered that the animals on the plain and fish in the river have all been infected and turned into some strange monsters, Julia added. And these mutated zombie animals are gathering in the direction of Aglin Fortress. Your Excellency Osiris, the plague virus you created is truly terrifying. Benaiah looked at Roy with an enthralled expression. These zombie animals seem to be constantly searching for and attacking living creatures. Aglin Fortress is likely already in a terrible state. Roy nodded and looked at the vast plain. With a conservative estimate, there were probably no less than hundreds of thousands of animals living on it. During the time that Roy and the others had stayed in Dendera Fortress, the number of infections was terrifying. If these zombie animals were really heading for Aglin Fortress, then they would probably be able to see a huge disaster when they arrived. The only pity was that Roy did not collect many of the souls of these infected animals. Although it was a mixed army, it was actually quite distinct. Demons had always hated undead creatures, so Cassandra's undead troops did not march together with the demon troops but stayed behind at the back. Even so, the demons would occasionally look at the undead with ferocious and violent eyes. In particular, Rufaro's colossal body was naturally very eye-catching. Even though he looked quite powerful, the high-rank demons that Roy summoned were not afraid of him. From time to time, they would swing their weapons at him from afar. Rufaro was extremely aggrieved. He was angry and wanted to rush over to fight with the big demons, but the problem was that he was scared when he saw the number of big demons. There was no choice. There were too many. Rafaro, the dignified faceless, the son of Malasa, had now fallen to such a point. This made him unable to tolerate it. Now, the only thing that could support him was the belief in his resurrection. He could only continuously fantasize about the scene of him killing all around after restoring his flesh body and using the psychological victory to comfort and encourage himself. After spending nearly a day, the entire army finally reached the end of the plain. Although Aglin Fortress was tens of kilometers away from Dendera Fortress and just a straight line, it was still rather far to march. Moreover, there were too many troops, which was also a burden on the marching speed. At noon the next day, after passing through a mountain range, the figure of Aglin Fortress finally appeared in front of everyone. However, the first thing they saw was rising black smoke. Aglin Fortress was currently at war. There were countless black dots below the city wall. Not only that, but there were also black dots on the city wall. Roy's sharp eyes could tell at a glance what these black dots were. They were countless wounded and bloodied animals that had already died on the plain. They were fearlessly facing the arrows and magic shot from the fortress and climbing the city wall of Aglin Fortress with all their might. Roy was in a daze. This scene reminded him of the zombie movies he had seen in his previous life, such as World War Z. The situation at Aglin Fortress was very similar to the classic scenes in the movie. Even at a distance, he could see the terrified and desperate expressions of the elves on the city wall. There were too many zombie animals. The scene of zombie animals that were as dense as an army of ants would not only cause people with trypophobia to have their blood run cold, but it also made everyone who saw it feel a deep sense of helplessness. More than 10 green dragons were flying in the sky and constantly spitting acid dragon breath at the zombie animals below. But this strong corrosive dragon breath was not necessarily better than flames at this moment because these zombie animals emitting corrosive green smoke kept climbing up as long as they had not lost their ability to move. They overlapped one after another and stepped on the bodies in front of them. They continued to grow taller until they were at the same height as the city wall and could then charge in. Not to mention, there were zombie apes that were good at climbing. Although they were the main targets of the elves' attacks, there were too many to stop them all. Some of them slipped through the net and climbed onto the city wall in a few steps. Then they rushed into the elves and bit and scratched them indiscriminately, using the price of their deaths in exchange for injuring a few elves. Whenever an elf was injured, they could not help but scream in fear because they had seen too many scenes. Anyone injured would soon become like these monsters and attack their companions. Roy and the others could see green light shining everywhere on the wall of Aglin Fortress. The druids were using nature spells to treat their injured companions and clean up the infection. However, in front of so many injured people, the druids' treatment was simply a drop in the bucket. Even if they exhausted their magic power, they might not be able to save many people. The city wall of Aglin Fortress rose in a spiral shape. The city wall below was occupied, so they could only move up. But under the offensive of the zombie animals, their defense line kept retreating. It was unknown how long this battle had been going on. Anyway, when Roy and the others appeared, the elves' defense line had already retreated to the top. "The elves are finished," Benaiah directly said upon seeing this scene. "We won't even need to take action." Giovanni and his people were flying in the air and also saw this scene. Giovanni was fine, but it was the first time his people saw such a scene. All the vampires felt their scalps tingle. "Your Excellency Count Giovanni, is this really caused by that demon?" a vampire asked in a whisper. They were all brought here by Giovanni and only knew that Giovanni was cooperating with a demon. But they had never seen Roy fight, so they had no impression of his strength. Now, seeing the visual impact of Aglin Fortress, their hearts began to tremble. "That's right," Giovanni said excitedly. "How is it? Do you think these monsters are even more terrifying than a skeleton? See? They are more suitable to be cannon fodder than skeleton soldiers. With such numbers, such fierce and fearless attacks, they can break the defense line of any army." "But, Your Excellency, I have to remind you," the vampire said hesitantly. "You have to be careful when cooperating with such a terrifying demon." "Don't worry. Demons only want souls, but do we have souls?" Giovanni said confidently. "There's nothing to lose by cooperating with this demon." "I hope so." The vampire did not dare to say anything else and could only mutter inwardly. Collapse, utterly defeated. Especially when the sharp-eyed Elven Rangers saw the demon army in the distance, all of Aglin Fortress's final confidence and determination disappeared. "We're finished. Avli's reinforcements are still on the way, but we were first defeated by these plague-inflicted monsters." The Elven heroes commanding the battle in the city were in despair. "Let the soldiers ride the green dragons. Let as many escape as possible. Chapter 288 Attack. The elven defenders of Aglin Fortress escaped. Transported by many green dragons and silver pegasi, the remaining troops had all evacuated. But they were unable to save their infected people and could only leave them behind. However, under the pleas of these wounded, they ignited an immense fire before leaving, burying all of Aglin Fortress in the raging sea of flames. First, it was to prevent these wounded compatriots from becoming zombie monsters. Second, it was because they saw the appearance of the demon army and did not want Aglin Fortress to fall into the hands of the demons. Since they could not keep it, they might as well make it so no one could. Unfortunately, the elves had not expected that Roy did not intend to take Aglin from the beginning. At this moment, Roy and the others were already near Aglin Fortress. Seeing the elven army evacuating with the green dragons and silver pegasi, Giovanni came to Roy's side and said eagerly, "Your Excellency, do you want to make them stay behind? My people and I can easily intercept them." "No need." Roy shook his head. Not many of the elves' troops withdrew in the end, and Roy could not be bothered to pursue them. He looked at the zombie animals. Although the fire had burned a lot of them to death, there were still many left. Roy took out the demon perfume he created earlier and poured magic power into it, getting the smell of the demon perfume to spread. This demon perfume was originally used to cover up the scents of Julia and the others, but at the same time, Roy defined an attribute that could control zombies when he made it. This thing contained his demon blood, and he could activate it using magic power to release a pheromone. After the smell of the demon perfume spread, the zombie animals in Aglin Fortress gradually calmed down from their berserk state. They staggered out of the fortress and converged toward Roy. Roy observed that there were also many special mutants among these zombie animals. Perhaps it was because there were more zombie animals, but the number of mutants produced was much more than what he had obtained from Dendera Fortress. Under the effect of the demon perfume, these zombies and mutants gathered around him steadily while making strange roars from time to time. But overall, it was still quite quiet. He continuously used his magic power to activate the demon perfume so that the smell kept spreading out. Gradually, the number of zombies and mutants he controlled increased, so he began to command them to move forward. The size of the army increased once again, but this time, there were almost 100,000 zombies. They would replace the low-level undead skeleton soldiers and become his cannon fodder. Leaving behind a burning city, Roy led the army and set off again. After crossing Aglin Fortress, he would truly step into the territory of Eifol. After this mighty army marched for about 3 days, the environment they saw became more and more barren. The sky above Eifol was dark and gloomy, but this darkness and gloom were not because of the weather but because of volcanic ash. Be it Roy and Benaiah, as well as the other demons in the army, they felt exceptionally comfortable because the familiar smell of sulfur came from the air again. After the show demons occupied Eifol, they have been working on transforming the environment here. Giovanni explained to everyone. To begin with, there were already many volcanoes in Eifol. The demons chose to build their headquarters here because they had taken a fancy to this place. In the past 2 years, they continually detonated volcanoes, and an incalculable amount of volcanic ash rose into the sky and hasn't dissipated for a long time. This resulted in the dim environment here. Now, most of the magma spewed out has cooled down, or else it would be sweltering here. You have to know that this is only the border. Roy nodded and did not say anything. When he first came to the world of Ashan, he had seen the way demons built cities, so he did not find it strange. Although demons were very fond of destruction in other creatures' eyes, most of the time, they only wanted to create an environment that was favorable to their survival. This was an instinct for any life form. Unfortunately, the living environment that demons liked was terrifying and disastrous to most creatures. "Is there a demon city in front?" Roy asked Giovanni. Giovanni shook his head. "No. Demons basically build their cities on volcanoes, so without volcanoes, we won't be able to see cities." Hearing this, Roy could not help but frown. How can we judge if our direction is correct without a city? I need a map now. "Should you release demon eyes?" Julia asked Roy. Before Roy could answer, Giovanni said, "Your Excellency, leave it to my people. Now that we haven't had the chance to fight, we vampires can act as good scouts. There are many people of other races living in this area, so we can capture them to ask questions." "People of other races?" Roy was puzzled. "I've heard of it," Benaiah said. "There are many people who worship demons and devils, and they have chosen to follow demons to serve them. In the eyes of others, these people are heretics. Since the show demons have taken root here, then these heretics will certainly follow." "Understood. Then take your people and set off," Roy said to Giovanni. "Catch some people who can lead the way as soon as possible." Giovanni nodded, and without him giving any orders, the vampires in the army immediately turned into countless big bats and flew in all directions. The vampires set off to investigate, so Roy brought the army to stop and reorganize for the time being. Due to the environment, it was very difficult for other races to enter, so even in Dendera Fortress, he could not obtain any information about Eofol. He had just arrived here. Although he wanted to find Ziron, he did not know where Ziron was currently, so he could only find ways to get information. During the rest, Roy had been thinking. His greatest harvest after coming to this world might be the Sword of Frost, which had brought about the evolution of his frost ability. But this sword had come quite unexpectedly and could only be regarded as an unexpected harvest. As a demon, collecting and plundering souls would always be the theme. Compared to the Darksider's world, he had obtained fewer souls in Ashan, so after killing Ziron, he had to obtain as many souls as possible. In Ziron's hands, Roy guessed that he probably had a lot of souls. After all, not every demon could store their souls in the system space like him. Ziron had participated in wars multiple times, so he definitely had many souls. It was impossible for him to devour them all as soon as he got them, so he might be like the illusion demon Caesar, who used a soul scroll to store his souls for future use. Moreover, Ziron was the commander of the demon army. He might exploit the low and middle rank demons, but he had to pay the high rank demons he recruited. Just like Roy now, he had to share some souls with the high rank demons he summoned. Therefore, Ziron certainly had a reserve of many souls. In addition, Ziron's current backer was Demon Lord Ka-Beleth. As a demon lord, because of his territory, he was much richer than ordinary demons. Since Ziron was willing to serve Ka-Beleth, Ka-Beleth should have given him some rewards. In short, there might be a good harvest after killing Ziron. Thinking of Ka-Beleth, Roy could not help but think of himself. His growth to his current strength was inseparable from spending innumerable souls. In the past, when he worked alone, the souls he obtained belonged to him, and he could use them however he wanted. But now that he was becoming stronger, demons like Benai gradually began to join him. It could be imagined that after he really became a demon lord, more and more would join him. This was like becoming a company boss from a freelancer. He definitely had to give his subordinates some benefits when the time came. So he felt that he could not use up all the souls he obtained in the future and had to leave some pay for his subordinates. Of course, after having subordinates, there would certainly be more ways to earn souls. Roy paid them, and they had to create profits for him. The advantage of doing this was that he did not need to do everything personally in the future. While Roy was thinking about this, he suddenly saw Giovanni's expression change, and then he roared angrily, "Damn it! Who is it? Who attacked my people? What's going on?" Roy asked with a frown. "Your Excellency." Giovanni naturally suppressed his anger in front of Roy, but he was still angry. "Our vampire swords have a special long-distance contact method, but just now, I sensed that some of my people were attacked and killed." "Oh?" Roy was a little surprised. "Was it those heretics?" "It's possible." Giovanni nodded. "After all, we vampires are undead, and heretics will treat us as enemies without knowing this. But it's also possible that true demons attack them. I'm not too sure about the details, so I can only go personally." Roy thought about it and said, "Julia, follow Giovanni. No matter if the attackers are heretics or demons, capture them all." "Yes." Julia nodded, spread her black flame wings, and flew out first. Seeing this, Giovanni quickly turned into a bat to follow. Chapter 289 Dark Elves. What Roy did not expect was that Julia only returned after a while. Although it had been a while, Julia still brought an attacker back. When she threw the attacker in front of Roy, he realized that it was a dark elf. This dark elf was knocked unconscious and lying motionless on the ground. Roy looked up and asked Julia, "What's going on?" "It's a group of dark elven assassins," Julia said in a depressed tone. "There are still a lot of them, and they're very good at concealing their whereabouts. After Giovanni and I rushed over, these bastards attacked us, but after realizing that they weren't our match, they immediately scattered in all directions to escape. Giovanni and I split up to chase after them for a while, but the assassins we caught all chose to commit suicide. It wasn't easy for me to knock this guy out first. The question is, why are dark elves a Neophil?" Giovanni was a little depressed. "Are they here to attack demons specifically? I wonder which clan they belong to." The dark elves were defectors of the wood elves. They did not have a country, and they lived in the underground world with their clans as their units. In each clan, the leaders were matriarchs, a typical matrilineal society. These matriarchs controlled the religious, political, and military power of the Dark Elves. It was said that they never raised their children personally but sent them to the temple to learn all the skills needed for survival. Male Dark Elves were generally trained as assassins, while female Dark Elves were generally trained as killers. In addition to being extremely hostile to the Elves, they had been fighting endlessly among themselves, so they had yet to unify into a country. But these Dark Elves who believed in the Dragon of Darkness, Malasa, were also an enormous force in the world of Ashan. No one was willing to be targeted by the Dark Elves because once they were targeted, it meant endless assassinations and schemes. The Dark Elves themselves understood that with their sparse numbers, they could not live openly like other forces, so they used ruthlessness and insidiousness as a means to preserve themselves. Precisely because of this, the Dark Elves had always been feared by other races. Therefore, when he found out that the ones who attacked his people were actually Dark Elven assassins, Giovanni had a headache. He thought that nothing seemed to have happened between the Kingdom of Haresh and the Dark Elves recently. Won't it become clear if we ask? Roy looked at the motionless Dark Elf on the ground. How long are you going to pretend? Hearing Roy's words, Giovanni and Julia immediately drew their swords and were on guard. The Dark Elven assassin realized that he had been noticed and did not continue pretending. He stood up from the ground and looked at Roy calmly. There was a mask covering his mouth and nose, but his long ears were very conspicuous. Perhaps because of living underground for a long time, the skin of this Dark Elf was very dark, which was beneficial for them to hide in the darkness and shadows. Julia had already searched his body on the way. His poisoned daggers and crossbow bolts, including the poison sac in his teeth, had already been taken away. This Dark Elven assassin had no strength to resist, so he did not do anything extreme. Which clan are you from? Roy rubbed his chin with his claws and looked at the sky with interest. Why did you attack Madge? People? The Dark Elf said nothing, but his eyes darted around, observing the surroundings. Roy smiled coldly. Don't bother. Even if you remember everything, you might not be able to pass the information back. After hearing Roy's words, the Dark Elven assassin did not continue looking. He lowered his head and remained silent. Facing this situation, Giovanni was furious. He had also encountered this situation when he was trying to capture these assassins. These assassins were simply ruthless, the kind that would commit suicide without a word. Although this Dark Elf had lost his means to commit suicide, he still looked like a tough nut to crack. So Giovanni could not help but walk forward, step on the Dark Elven assassin's hand, raise his sword, and cut off a finger. Giovanni planned to interrogate him, but despite the Dark Elven assassin trembling in pain, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. TSK. You have guts. Roy quite admired him, but he did not intend to continue wasting time with this guy. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Then he saw Benaya sashaying over with a smile. Benaya, I'll leave it to you. Roy said. Find out his origin and purpose. Don't worry. I'll get him to confess after he experiences a few wet dreams. Benaya giggled. Seeing the succubus walking toward him, the Dark Elven assassin finally had panic appear in his eyes. The Dark Elves had received special training since they were young, and pain and torture could not make them open their mouths. But the magic of succubi was different. As long as they still had desires and delusions in their hearts, as long as there were flaws in their hearts, charm magic could take effect. Sure enough, after a while, as the Dark Elf's expression turned silly, Benaya successfully completed the task Roy gave her and asked all about the origin and purpose of this Dark Elf. This Dark Elven assassin came from the Shadowbrand clan. This Shadowbrand clan was only a very small clan among the Dark Elves, and its power was already declining. At least Giovanni had never heard this name. Logically speaking, it would not be long before this clan faded away in history, leaving no traces of it, just like the other weak Dark Elf clans. But not long ago, during the ceremony for a new chief presided over by its matriarch, a new chief stood out and became the new war chief of this clan. This male Dark Elf named Raylag received the full support of the matriarch. He integrated the Shadowbrand clan and launched a war against other clans. He successfully defeated these clans and integrated their strength. Now, the Shadowbrand clan had gradually become a powerful force among the Dark Elves. According to the situation explained by the Dark Elven assassin, Raylag seemed to have obtained the approval of the daughter of Malasa and received support from black dragons. In his army, there were now many black dragons and shadow dragons. However, the strangest thing was that Raylag could have used this opportunity to unify all the Dark Elves. But for some reason, Some time ago, he hurriedly brought his troops to Eifel and then ordered the troops to attack the demons here while constantly searching for something. This dark elven assassin was a member of Raelag's army, and he did not know much about it. However, they spread out over Eifel in small groups and assassinated the demons here. The reason why they attacked Giovanni's people was that there were a large number of demons in Roy's army, and Giovanni and his people were inevitably contaminated with these auras. When the Dark Elves smelled the faint demonic aura on the vampires, they naturally regarded them as the forces of the demons, so they attacked. Of course, that was indeed the case. Roy was a little speechless that a Dark Elf force inexplicably appeared here. Thinking of Arander's actions, he could not help but speculate that this Dark Elf clan was also here due to the replacement of the Arathian Queen. Roy actually did not know much about the situation in Ashan, unlike the Darksiders' world, where he still knew a bit about the general plot, so he did not understand what was going on. But through the many things that happened during this period of time, he vaguely felt that something big might be happening in the Ashan world, and the key to this matter might be Queen Isabel. What are the demons plotting? Since Ziron was in the demon camp, he must be participating. This Dark Elf had been active in Eifel for quite some time, so Benaiah asked him about some of the geography here. About 200 kilometers southeast from here, there was a city built by demons. Roy planned to go there first. After Giovanni drained the Dark Elf's blood, the army set off again, and the vampires that had spread out gradually returned. During the march, Julia came to Roy's side and whispered, "My dear, I feel that Ziron might not have recognized you." "Why do you say that?" he asked. But he was not surprised because he had roughly mentioned the enmity between him and Ziron to her before. Think about it. When you came into contact with Ziron, you were merely a low-rank demon, and all demons will change appearance after the bloodline awakening. I feel that if it were me, it would be impossible for me to connect you to that low-rank demon. So even if you call yourself Osiris in front of Ziron, I don't think he will believe that you were that low-rank demon. You mean? Roy could not help but look amused. Yes, I think you shouldn't rush to fight Ziron after seeing him. Julia smiled. On the contrary, we can become allies with him. He definitely won't reject you bringing so many troops to join the demon camp. As long as he doesn't doubt you, we can figure out what they're planning. At that time, maybe we can completely destroy their plans. This will be much more pleasurable than simply killing Ziron, right? Ha ha ha. Roy could not help but laugh. He raised Julia's chin and said flirtatiously, "Julia, you've also become a bad woman." "Humph, don't demons love bad women?" Julia put her finger on Roy's chest and drew circles on it. "Besides, if I don't take it seriously, you'll be taken away by that little slut Benaiah." Roy broke out into a cold sweat. Wasn't it because she's a succubus? Her magic works better for interrogating. How is it as exaggerated as you say? I don't care. I've said it before. I want to give birth to a little demon for you. After she finished speaking, Julia immediately rapped. Chapter 290 Rather believe in the contract. The army set off again, but because of the appearance of the Dark Elves, Roy made the army remain vigilant along the way. What happened was not out of his expectations. The Dark Elven assassins that had escaped from Julia and Giovanni brought back information to the Shadowbrand clan, so in the following march, Roy and the others encountered more than 10 waves of the Dark Elves' attacks. Let's not talk about why it was so difficult to deal with Dark Elves. Roy's large army was enough to launch a large-scale battle. Facing such an army, others could not escape in time, so how could they bump into it head-on? However, the Dark Elves were just so stubborn. They did not fight his army head-on but instead dispatched numerous assassins to set traps on the path that the army had to pass through. They set these traps in combination with the environment, and they were extremely hard to guard against. Once the traps sprang and caused the army to fall into chaos, these Dark Elven assassins would immediately appear and attack the group with poisoned crossbow bolts. Their main target was the demon soldiers in Roy's army. The undead and zombies were not among their targets. They wanted to use this method to reduce the living forces of the army. Although the Dark Elves had to pay a painful price for every ambush, their frequent and endless harassment gave Roy a big headache. In particular, the demons he summoned had already fallen into a violent state because of these attacks. "It seems like these guys are targeting us." Roy sighed. "Do they think I'm easy to bully?" "No, it's the opposite." Benaiah giggled. "They probably think you and your army will pose a tremendous threat to them, so they're attacking you tirelessly." Benaiah was very good at talking and flattered Roy without batting an eye. Although it sounded comfortable, it did not help. The nearest demon city was still more than 200 kilometers away. At the speed of the army, it would take 2 to 3 days to get there. If the Dark Elves were allowed to continue being so rampant, his army would probably be in a sorry state when it reached the demon city. This would be Roy's first time coming into contact with show demons, so of course such a situation could not happen. It would make the show demons look down on him. I have to kill them. At least, I have to teach them a painful lesson and make them feel fear. Roy thought about who he should get to go. After thinking about it, he summoned Rufaro. Rufaro, I believe you should know the information that I obtained from the Dark Elf. Roy looked up at Rufaro. This Shadowbrand clan has obtained the recognition of the daughter of Malasa, and you claim to be the son of Malasa. Perhaps you'll meet an acquaintance? Of course. Rufaro said. If there's no mistake, the daughter of Malasa mentioned by the Dark Elf should be the Malzara. Is she your elder sister or younger sister? Roy asked. Younger sister. Rufaro did not beat around the bush and answered directly. To be honest, I never thought that I would hear her name again after so many years. Okay. Since she's your sister, then it's up to you to negotiate. Get her to warn the Shadowbrand clan not to harass me again. Roy sneered. I don't have time to play with them, but if they insist on doing it, don't blame me for being rude. The Dark Elves lived in the underground world, and the underground world was complex, which was one of the reasons why Roy was unwilling to entangle with them. It was too difficult to find their lair, but it did not mean that he could not do anything. If the Dark Elves wanted to continue entangling with him, then he did not mind spending some time to deal with them. As long as he could find an entrance to the underground world, he could make them suffer a fate worse than death. However, Rufaro shook his head in response to Roy's order for him to go and negotiate. Unfortunately, if Malzara sees me, it might have the opposite effect. Oh? Why? Roy asked in surprise. When I was still alive, I wanted to get Malzara to lay a nest of dragon eggs for me, but she was unwilling. I had no choice but to use force. I didn't expect her to be so angry and fight me. Rufaro said regretfully. From then on, she and I became enemies. Although thousands of years have passed, with the vengeful personality of black dragons, she probably still remembers this matter. If I appear in front of her, I'm afraid she would make the entire Shadowbrand clan find a way to kill me. Roy was dumbfounded. Fuck. You actually forced yourself on your sister? Serves you right for becoming a bone dragon. Is this foreshadowing of you visiting a German orthopedic? Although Roy understood that dragons seemed to have a very weak concept of siblings, and they could reproduce with close relatives, Roy was still thunderstruck when he heard this story from Rufaro. Damn it, what's your use then? Roy said angrily. You've grown such a big head for nothing. You can't even use it at all. Fuck, why don't you contribute all your death power to Cassandra? Seeing Roy's anger, Rufaro was a little terrified. He quickly lowered his head and said, Don't worry. I haven't finished speaking. Although I can't negotiate with Malzara, it doesn't matter. Give me an army, and I'll go and kill her. Huh? Roy was dumbfounded. You want to kill your sister personally? What kind of trick is this? Rufaro said proudly, in fact, when I heard the Dark Elf mention the daughter of Malasa, I was thinking about this issue. Although devouring life force can restore my flesh body, it is too slow. It requires a massive amount of life force to completely reconstruct the body of a dragon. But if I can directly possess Malzara's body, then this problem is simple. Oh? Roy understood. He looked at Rufaro with a faint smile. Aren't you afraid of becoming a female dragon? Gender is just a small matter. Greedy flames of death ignited in Rufaro's hollow eyes. She's my sister. My soul will certainly adapt to her body very well. The success rate of this plan is definitely high. Roy sneered in his heart. This fellow Rufaro was really scheming. He had died in battle, and his flesh body had perished, but his sister, Malzara, had always survived. And dragons were like this, the longer they lived, the stronger they became. After thousands of years, her strength had probably long surpassed that of the original Rufaro. If Rufaro could possess her body, then he would leap to become a top existence of this Ashan world, becoming much stronger than the body he would recover through devouring life force. However, the problem was that Rufaro alone would definitely not be enough to kill Malzara. Roy would also have to take action, but if her strength exceeded his expectations, then his life would be in danger. In addition, according to the historical records that Roy had seen in the library, the Dark Elves had reached an alliance with the Faceless in the Elder Wars, and Rufaro himself was also a Faceless. In other words, if he could really kill Malzara, then he could also take over the Dark Elves. At that time, would he still be willing to be controlled by Roy? Therefore, this suggestion of Rafaro was equivalent to dragging Roy into a fiery pit. It would be a wonder if Roy agreed. Roy stretched out his foot and stepped on Rafaro's skull. The immense force pressed his skull against the ground. He said coldly, "Rafaro, has anyone ever told you that your acting skills are terrible? The idea in your heart is too obvious and extremely crude. So give up on this thought. I won't help you deal with Malzera." Rafaro roared angrily, but he was pressed down by Roy's foot again. During this time, in addition to Julia and Benaiah watching this scene with a smile, the summoned abyss demons pointed at Rafaro smugly and mocked him without restraint. Rafaro felt extremely humiliated, but he was already under Roy's control, so he could only be helpless and furious. "Rafaro, I will say this one last time. I am a demon, but I am a credible demon." Roy lowered his head and said to him, "You want to resurrect, okay. I'll help you fulfill this wish, but in exchange, you have to obey my orders and work for me. As long as you don't have so many crooked thoughts, I'll fulfill my promise, damn it." Rafaro growled sullenly. "Osiris, why don't you sign a demon contract with me? How can I believe you just from you saying it?" "Oh?" Roy was stunned for a moment before laughing. "Are you willing to believe in a demon contract? Of course. Although I can't guarantee that you won't set loopholes in the contract, it's better to have a contract than nothing." Rafaro said dejectedly. "I've interacted with many demons before, so I know very well that it's good to have a contract with demons sometimes." This was the difference in perspective. In many people's eyes, demon contracts were always full of lies and deception. But for existences like Rafaro, who had truly interacted with demons, they would rather believe in contracts than verbal promises made by demons. Since he wanted to sign it, Roy did not mind adding another one. He waved his hand and got Giovanni to come over before writing 2 demon contracts in front of them. He saw that both Rafaro and Giovanni signed their names happily after seeing the contracts. As the contracts turned into flames and disappeared, the agreements between Roy and them took effect. With the guarantee of the contracts, Rafaro and Giovanni finally decided to work hard for Roy. Chapter 291 Master Beast Tamer. Although Rafaro did not dare to meet his sister, it did not mean that he could not attack the Dark Elves. In the following days, Roy ordered Rafaro to move out. Against these irritating Dark Elves, Roy was sinister. He gave Rafaro a bottle of demon perfume and got him to bring a group of mutants. The combat power of the mutants was not high, so Roy did not expect them to kill many enemies. Instead, he hoped that they would spread the highly infectious mutant virus to the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves did not have a large population. Once the virus infected them, it would be an extermination-level disaster. As expected, not long after Roy dispatched the mutants, the number of assassins encountered along the way began to decrease significantly. Finally, the assassins never appeared again. This meant that his response was quite effective. As long as the Dark Elves were injured by the mutants and escaped, the virus would spread without a hitch. After all, even priests could not cure nor cleanse Roy's T-virus, so for the Dark Elves, the T-virus was unsolvable. Rafaro soon returned. He told Roy that he had encountered a few waves of assassin attacks. After the battles, dozens of assassins were injured by the mutants and escaped. At this time, the interior of the Shadowbrand clan had probably already fallen into chaos. Although the Dark Elves were cold and ruthless, and they could mercilessly kill their infected compatriots, as long as any Dark Elves chose to hide their injuries, it would not be easy to get rid of the infection from the roots. After this, the Shadowbrand clan could not come and harass his army for the time being, so Roy continued to lead the army forward. Just as they were about to reach the destination Demon City, a demon patrol team appeared on the road. A high-ranked demon hero led the demon patrol of about 500 troops. When he found that there were many demons in Roy's army, this high-ranked demon hero stopped in surprise and pointed his scythe at him. "Stop! Which city are you from?" Roy spread his wings, turned into a flash of lightning, and appeared in front of this high-ranked demon. This incomparably fast speed shocked the high-ranked demon, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon. Roy looked at this high-ranked demon from head to toe. This high-ranked demon had a black full helmet on his head, with 2 demon horns extending from both sides of his helmet. But apart from the helmet, he wore no other armor. His body was bare, with bulging muscles under his fiery red skin, and several steel chains crossed over his body. He looked capable and valiant, and clattering rang out when he moved. Most of the demons behind him were hellhounds. These hellhounds were 3-headed and looked strong. They should be elite ones. Not only did Roy see these hellhounds, but Fat Tiger also saw them. He could not help but jump and land behind Roy with a bang, causing the ground to shake. Then Fat Tiger curiously looked at these of the same races as him. The elite hellhounds on the opposite side had been standing proudly behind the high-ranked demon, but they immediately cowered as soon as Fat Tiger appeared. They whimpered and shrank back, clearly frightened by his enormous body. As for the high-ranked demon, his eyes were shining as he looked at Fat Tiger and said greedily, "What a powerful hound! Is this a mutated breed? Great!" Roy did not say anything and stretched out his palm. Fat Tiger lowered his head cooperatively and rubbed against Roy's palm. It was not until this moment that the high-ranked demon opposite realized that this Titan hellhound actually had an owner, so he quickly withdrew his gaze, clenched his fist, and thumped his chest. "My name is Grawl, the Hound Master, and Master Beast Tamer under Sovereign Ka-Beleth. Where do you come from?" Even though Roy did not release all his magic power pressure, he was still much stronger than Grawl. Grawl immediately felt this. In addition, Roy led far more troops than him, so when he asked, he subconsciously had a hint of respect. "My name is Osiris. I just escaped from a seal," Roy replied. Roy felt that Julia's suggestion was excellent. The mages of Brachyta disseminated Roy as a powerful demon that escaped from a seal. They said that the so-called Dragon Balls were simply lies created by the demon so that he could escape. This declaration was, of course, a method for the Brachytans to justify themselves, but Roy used it directly. "Really?" Grawl was stunned for a moment, but he immediately accepted Roy's words. In the past thousands of years, there were indeed many show demons that had been sealed. Generally speaking, since the enemy sealed them, it just meant that the demons were powerful. Since they could not kill them, they could only seal them. The power that Roy displayed now was one of the best among high-ranked demons. Wasn't it reasonable for such a demon to be sealed? "Your Excellency Osiris, did you come to Eofol to return to show?" Grawl asked. "Or do you plan to use a gate of the abyss to return to the abyss?" "Who's in charge of Eofol now?" Roy pretended to ask. "I've been sealed for too long. After coming out, I found that everything has changed. It's His Excellency Ziron, a high-ranked demon," Grawl said. "He is the commander of the army personally appointed by Sovereign Ka-Beleth." "Oh? Where's Sovereign Ka-Beleth?" Roy asked. "Sovereign Ka-Beleth is still in show," Grawl said in a depressed tone. "This damn prison isn't easy to break." Roy certainly knew what Grawl meant. In fact, the so-called show was a special alternate space inside the planet. Demons regarded it as a prison and a cage, rather than a home. The true home of demons was in the abyss. In fact, in the beginning, demons had come to this world because of the Dragon of Chaos, Urgash. However, after the Dragon of Order, Asha, defeated Urgash, the demons did not return to the abyss but instead hid in this world. According to the historical records that Roy had found in various libraries during this period of time, the demons were sealed in show by the 7th dragon Sariulam because they launched the first demon invasion, known as the Wars of Fire, during the 28th-40th year of the 7th dragon. The demons sealed in show were undoubtedly extremely powerful, but due to being sealed, they could no longer return to the abyss. In some unofficial histories recorded by demons, they had speculated that this might be because Sariulam had transferred the demons' Ouroboros marks and grafted them into the show space when he sealed them. The reason why demons could travel to the infinite worlds and back was because of the Ouroboros marks given by the gates of the abyss. Once these marks were transferred, the demons could not return to the abyss. Now, the show demons could only escape when the seal weakened during lunar eclipses. However, the sealing barrier prevented some overly powerful demons from coming out for the time being. And the demons that escaped could only continually think of ways to summon their companions from the abyss in order to form an army. These newly summoned companions were naturally not restricted by show's seal. "What a pity," Roy sighed perfunctorily. "Since I can't see Sovereign Ka-Beleth, bring me to see Ziron first." Grawl felt slightly awkward. "I can, but I have a mission now." "What mission?" Roy asked. "Recently, a group of Dark Elves has appeared in Eofol. They constantly attack our army, so His Excellency Ziron ordered us to capture as many of these rats as possible and send them to Ur-Hekel," Grawl explained. "Ur-Hekel is currently the capital of the Kingdom of Eofol. His Excellency Ziron is there, and he needs these Dark Elves to carry out the sacrificial ritual." "Sacrifice?" Roy's heart stirred. "Yes, not only these Dark Elves. The commander heroes of the other cities are doing their utmost to collect living creatures." Grawl laughed. "No matter which race it is, as long as they dare to enter Eofol, they will be captured. Since we need so many sacrifices, why don't we send an army to invade?" Roy asked. No, His Excellency Ziron has made it clear that we must keep a low profile recently. Grawl had no doubts and explained, this sacrificial ritual concerns the plan of Sovereign Kabelith. If we arouse the vigilance of the other races and they interfere, causing the plan to fail, it will be a heinous crime. What kind of sacrificial ritual is it? Why is it so important? Roy asked. Ha! Grawl wanted to say it, but he stopped his mouth in time. What exactly is it? When you see His Excellency Ziron, he might tell you. Okay. Roy could not continue asking. But if you want to hunt down those dark elves, you don't need to go. They're already in big trouble now. Huh? What's going on? Grawl asked in confusion. Did you encounter them? Not only did I encounter them, but they also attacked my army. Roy sneered. So I gave them a present called Plague. Now that the Dark Elves are battered and can't take care of themselves, even if you want to hunt them down, you probably won't be able to catch them for now. Take me to Heckle first. This. Grawl was a little hesitant, but he looked at Fat Tiger beside Roy and nodded in agreement. But Your Excellency Osiris, I hope you can agree to one condition. Can I have a good exchange with your Titan Hellhound? Roy glanced at Fat Tiger and nodded. Sure. He could tell that since Grawl called himself the Hound Master and a Master Beast Tamer, he seemed to be very fond of hellhounds. He wanted to communicate with Fat Tiger because he wanted to see if he could obtain Fat Tiger's favor and then have Fat Tiger mate with his hellhounds. However, Roy had confidence in Fat Tiger's loyalty. Grawl was probably going to waste his efforts. Chapter 292 Master Fat Tiger. Although the demons in the Ashan world also had factional struggles, they did not implicate Roy for now. Therefore, Grawl welcomed Roy's arrival. High-ranked demons could mostly communicate equally, especially before their respective interests were harmed. Along the way, Grawl chatted with Roy, and after realizing that no Dark Elves were harassing them, he was even more amazed and asked Roy how he subdued these annoying assassins. When he was communicating with Roy, his tone was very respectful. He was a typical war demon, the kind who relied on his muscles to eat. But during the conversations, Roy found that this guy was not reckless, and he had been secretly inquiring about Roy's origins. Roy still said the same thing, that he was sealed back then. Moreover, he used Rafaro's identity and said that he was sealed during the Elder Wars. This excuse stunned Grawl. If it was really during the Elder Wars, it would have been a long time ago. Grawl felt relieved. It was normal that he had not heard of Roy's name since it happened so long ago. At the same time, Roy had been trying to figure out what the sacrificial ritual that Grawl had mentioned was about. But it seemed like Grawl was not too clear. He was only an ordinary high-ranked demon hero. He knew a little about the situation, but not much, so he could not say what it was for. In addition, this guy still had the awareness to maintain secrecy, so Roy could not find out anything from him. Under Grawl's lead, Roy and the others did not go to the city where Grawl stayed. Instead, they kept going deeper into Eifel and toward Heckle. Due to the large number of explosions to build cities, the environment in Eifel had been severely damaged. The black ground left from the flowing magma was everywhere, and the sweltering air was full of the pungent smell of sulfur. In such an environment, it was very difficult for other species to survive. Most of the ones here were mutated monsters. This environment was also one of the reasons why the other races could not conquer Eifel. Even if they knew that the demons had established a country on the surface and that the demons were an immense threat, they were helpless since the various races themselves were not united. Thus, they could only limit the demons and not truly eliminate them. After traveling for more than a week, Grawl was no longer worried about the attacks of the Dark Elven assassins. The Dark Elves of the Shadowbrand clan would probably find it difficult to go too deep into Eifel, even without Roy's T-virus causing them trouble. During this time, Grawl went to care for Fat Tiger most of the time. Of course, he also knew that Fat Tiger was Roy's pet and subordinate, so he did not dare to have any ideas about Fat Tiger and wanted to abduct him or anything like that. But it was not without reason that he was known as the Hound Master. He seemed to love demons like hellhounds very much. Just like the dog lovers among humans, Grawl was infatuated with hellhounds. He had a large army of three-headed hellhounds under him, which he had trained all by himself. These elite hellhounds were very loyal to Grawl. Under his command, these hellhounds were fearless and could tear apart any enemy for him. Fat Tiger's enormous body was exceptionally rare among the entire hellhound race. Moreover, Fat Tiger had demon wings that other hellhounds did not have. It could be said that Fat Tiger was a super flying dog in Grawl's eyes. This was also why he was so excited. He had been trying to understand why Fat Tiger had become like this. After obtaining Roy's permission, Grawl carefully cut off a few of Fat Tiger's hairs with his scythe. These hairs took him a lot of effort because each of them was as hard as steel. Roy did not stop him from researching because he knew that Grawl would not be able to study anything at all. Fat Tiger's mutation was from the system. But looking at his infatuated expression, Roy's eyes darted around, and he pretended to tell him casually that Fat Tiger liked to eat dragon meat. Just this sentence made Grawl pay attention. He told Roy that when the demons detonated volcanoes in Eafol, they had discovered several wild lava dragons living in them. The demons did not disturb these powerful lava dragons for the time being. He remembered that there was one on the way to Ur-Hakel. Roy didn't make any comments about this topic, so Grawl could only bring his troops to hunt a dragon alone. When he returned, he really brought back the corpse of a gigantic adult lava dragon. However, Grawl seemed to have paid an immense price to hunt this wild lava dragon. Hundreds of his elite hellhounds had died, and he was also covered in injuries. As the name implied, lava dragons were dragons that like to live in magma. Unlike red dragons, lava dragons like to soak their entire bodies in magma, so they could only be found in the depths of volcanoes. The wings of these dragons have completely degenerated, and they could not fly at all. But correspondingly, they had evolved a defensive ability that far exceeded that of ordinary dragons. On the surface of their bodies were shells of incomparably hard magma, and these shells had completely fused with their dragon scales and could not be stripped off. Furthermore, they also maintained high temperatures, and it was a natural magma shield. They could breathe out lava dragon breath, and its lethality was extraordinary. They also had gigantic bodies and weight. When an adult lava dragon stood up, it was probably around 7 to 8 floors tall. They were extremely powerful dragons. As Grawl did not have Roy's Dragon Slayer magic, so it must have been incredibly difficult for him to defeat such a powerful lava dragon. The death of the elite hellhounds he had personally trained made him feel immensely pained. But for Fat Tiger, he still did not hesitate to complete the dragon hunt and brought back this lava dragon. Roy was shocked when he saw his miserable appearance. He felt that he would probably be touched if he were Fat Tiger. He was treating Fat Tiger as a master. Unfortunately, Fat Tiger was heartless. He only recognized Roy as his master, so he did not care how much Grawl had sacrificed to obtain his favor. When Fat Tiger saw the lava dragon, his saliva flowed, and he rubbed his heads against Roy, asking Roy to make him a feast. Lava dragons were mostly in a magma state, and they did not have many edible parts. This was something Roy only discovered when he handled the lava dragon. In particular, when the fiery red muscles inside were stripped off, they were still emitting high temperatures. There was no need to cook such dragon meat at all. They could just eat it directly. Roy tasted it and found that the meat of the lava dragon was spicy. The burning taste in his mouth did not need any spices at all. Fat Tiger fell in love the moment he took the first bite. A lava dragon that weighed dozens of tons only had a few tons of edible parts. Under Fat Tiger's devouring, it did not last for more than 5 minutes. After eating, he looked at Grawl longingly, meaning, "Are you getting more?" Grawl shivered under Fat Tiger's gaze. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Although higher-ranked demons usually had no problems dealing with dragons, it still depended on what kind of dragons they were. One adult lava dragon had cost him a lot, so how could he withstand a few more? Fortunately, Grawl did not do anything useless. After Fat Tiger ate the lava dragon, he witnessed Fat Tiger's evolution process. His skin soon began to glow dark red and emit a high temperature. His body was in a similar state as the lava dragon. His dragon-scaled skin gradually showed the effect of the lava dragon's magma rock skin. Moreover, for his head that could breathe flames, the temperature of the flames that it spewed out rose considerably. Roy had now discovered that Fat Tiger often benefited after devouring these powerful creatures. He seemed to be able to absorb some of the advantages of the creatures he devoured to evolve. To be honest, Roy had not expected so much when he set his attributes. This was entirely the system looking after him. The effect of this evolution made Grawl extremely excited. He felt that the price he paid was really worth it. He firmly believed that Fat Tiger was a rare hellhound in the abyss and had noble bloodlines, so in the following time, he constantly encouraged his female hellhounds to find ways to get close to Fat Tiger. He planned to borrow his seed. But the problem was that Fat Tiger was too big now. Even if he really had that intention, these ordinary female hellhounds could not accept it at all. They wailed as soon as he pressed down. This issue caused Grawl to feel like he was banging his head against a wall. After about 4 days, A colossal demon city appeared in front of everyone. They had finally reached Herhekel, the capital of Eifol. Looking at the city, Roy could not help but smile sinisterly. "Ziron, I've come to find you. I wonder if you'll be able to recognize me." Chapter 293 Greeting. Herhekel was a demon city built on a massive volcano. Along the black ground that was still exuding high temperatures and thick, toxic smoke, a wide magma river slowly flowed along the mountainside. This river seemed to have been deliberately guided, forming rings that circled the entire mountain. In the slowly moving magma, bubbles would burst from time to time, as though the magma in this river would never cool down. The various buildings built in the demon city completely covered the top of the entire mountain, extending upward in the form of terraces. Although this three-dimensional construction method did not seem large, its volume was quite big. After crossing the magma moat, it was the gate of Herhekel. The city gate was more than 20 meters tall, and there was a ferocious demon head engraved on it. After Grawl shouted loudly under the city gate for a while, an ear-piercing clicking sound came from the city gate. It slowly opened, and the ferocious demon head split into two. After the gate opened, Roy looked at the top right of the gate and found hundreds of strong long-horned demons pushing an enormous wheel. The wheel had a thick chain wrapped around it, which was the mechanism to open the gate. After entering the city, what he saw was a world of darkness and fiery red. Not only was the magma of the massive volcano used as a moat, but it was also brought into the city to create an environment resembling the abyss. Even though Giovanni and the vampires were undead, they found this hot environment unbearable. The buildings in the city were pretty orderly, but the demons running around were a mess. They often saw demons fighting and biting each other. There was an immense number of demons in this city of Herhekel. According to Grawl, there were more than 1 million here. Even though the city was enormous, it still seemed very crowded with so many demons in one city. When Roy and his army entered the city, they naturally attracted the attention of the demons here. After all, this was the headquarters of the demons, and the demons hated and ostracized the creatures of other races. In Roy's army, not only were there demons, but there were also undead and zombies, especially the two gigantic fellows, Fat Tiger and Rafaro. They were very eye-catching. Fat Tiger was fine since he looked like a three-headed hellhound. This appearance at least made the demons treat him as one of their kind. But the demons provoked the undead like Rafaro, Cassandra, and Giovanni. On the way forward, some low-ranked demons on both sides of the road bared their fangs at Rafaro and the others, and low roars came from their throats. The middle-ranked demons kept waving their weapons, looking eager to try. These provocations from the demons angered Rafaro and Giovanni, but they did not dare to respond when they saw that demons surrounded them. They could only follow Roy with their heads lowered. Roy knew that this was the nature of demons, so Rafaro and the others could only deal with it. Roy paid no attention to it, but unexpectedly, the demons seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. When they found that no demons were going to stand up for them, they actually regarded Rafaro and the others as captives. Indeed, demon heroes who participated in the war outside would also get some captives from time to time. If these captives were living creatures, they would often be brought back as sacrifices. Although undead captives were rare, it was not like there were none. Since they were captive, their status was naturally low. With the cruel personality of the demons in the city, they naturally had to play a bit. It was unknown who started it, but a group of low-ranked demons attacked. They rushed into Cassandra's undead troops and used rocks and claws as weapons to attack the undead. Among the undead troops led by Cassandra, there was a group of several hundred skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were the first to be unlucky under the assault of the demons. They could not resist at all as the low-ranked demons tore them into countless broken bones. After dismantling the skeleton soldiers, the low-ranked demons proudly jumped and stomped on these broken bones, looking like they were having a good time. Roy was walking at the front with Grawl. After hearing the commotion behind him, he turned around and saw this scene. He was furious. He did not care if this was a game to demons or not, but he knew that he was now a coming to seek shelter demon. If he swallowed his anger now, the demons in the city would definitely look down on him. Strength, status, and face were the capital that powerful demons needed. Roy did not know if anyone was instigating these demons from behind, but regardless, he only needed to fight back. Retaliate. Hack them to death. Roy roared. Cassandra was already waiting for Roy's orders. Upon hearing Roy's roar, she immediately ordered her Death Knights to attack. Hundreds of Death Knights moved from stillness. In the blink of an eye, they rode their skeleton war horses and rushed into the group of low-ranked demons. They raised their swords with powerful dark power and slashed down expressionlessly. Purple blood splattered, and the screams of the low-rank demons came and went. In just 6 seconds, hundreds of them were hacked and killed. Although the Death Knights did not play much of a role in the previous battles, it was because Roy, Julia, and the others were too powerful, so they could not perform. In fact, Death Knights had always been the main combat power of the undead in the battles of this world. They were powerful high-level undead, and they cut down the ordinary low-rank demons like cutting grass. There was no emotion, no mercy, only pure killing intent. After the Death Knights attacked, the low-rank demons along the way suffered heavy casualties. Seeing the low-rank demons being attacked, the middle-rank demons, who had planned on watching the fun, became angry. They rushed forward with their weapons, preparing to kill the Death Knights. But at this moment, Roy threw out a black ball of lightning. This ball of lightning quickly smashed into the middle-ranked demons. Loud thunder rumbled, and then countless black arcs of lightning exploded. They revealed their might as they darted into the middle-ranked demons. Every struck middle-ranked demon twitched and instantly collapsed to the ground, black all over and foaming at the mouth. None of them could withstand it. Roy's attack directly cleared the 300 middle-ranked demons in that area. Although he did not kill them, the middle-ranked demons were still shocked when they saw such powerful magic. They looked up Roy in fear. Roy snorted aptly and suddenly spread his 2 gigantic pairs of demon wings. The powerful magic power pressure instantly swept through the whole scene, not only covering the entire city gate area but also quickly spreading out to envelop all of Urhekel. This time, Roy fully released his magic power pressure. Under his formidable magic power, the air in the entire city was shaking, and the tiny stone particles on the ground slowly floated into the air. The low-ranked demons wailed and screamed in horror. They hugged their heads and lay on the ground, trembling. Although the middle-ranked demons could still stand, their faces were deathly pale and close to vomiting. Even the high-ranked demons summoned by Roy felt extremely heavy and uncomfortable. But the difference was that these high-ranked demons were staring at Roy with shining eyes. They were summoned by Roy and were considered his partners, but they did not really know how strong Roy was before. After feeling Roy's vast magic power, they realized that they had encountered a treasure. Roy was already floating in mid-air. Above him, in the sky above Urhekel, the black clouds formed of volcanic ash were slowly stirring, forming an immense black vortex. The center of the vortex was undoubtedly pointing at Roy. At least 90% of the over 1 million demons in the city were terrified under Roy's pressure. "Your Excellency Osiris, please calm down." Gral's shout came from below. Although he was wearing a helmet, his face was full of cold sweat under it. He was also a high-ranked demon, but he felt that the disparity between him and Roy was too great. However, he had to stop Roy. After all, this was Urhekel. If Roy recklessly slaughtered other demons, it would definitely anger Sovereign Ka-Beleth. "Your Excellency Osiris, please withdraw your magic power," Gral said respectfully. "I hope you won't lower yourself to these damn idiots. I'll transmit orders so that they'll restrain themselves." Roy snorted coldly. He knew when to stop. He folded his wings, landed on the ground, and said grimly to Gral, "Don't get it wrong. Although I'm a demon, it doesn't mean that I have to join the show camp. My army is still my army, not your show army. So don't attack my people without permission, even if they're undead." "Understood. I understand." Gral nodded. "I will restrain them." With that, Gral turned his head and roared angrily at the demons in the city, "Get back to your lairs. Damn idiots." The low and middle-ranked demons immediately yelled in horror and fled in all directions when they heard this. After a while, the scene was silent, leaving only hundreds of corpses and blood. Seeing this scene, Roy nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to follow Gral into the city, the ground not far in front of him suddenly exploded, and a towering pillar of flames appeared out of thin air. This blazing flame pillar carried a fierce heat and shot straight into the sky. But it was not over yet. Soon afterward, several similar flame pillars appeared on the ground in front of them. These pillars did not last long and quickly disappeared. But after they dissipated, several figures appeared at the place where the flame pillars had risen. The leader was a tall demon with fiery red skin and a pair of blade-shaped demon horns. The moment he saw this figure, Roy's eyes lit up. This tall demon was none other than Ziron. Ziron was wearing armor and had a long cloak on his back. Behind him were a group of high-ranked demon heroes, all of them in different forms. Once he appeared, Ziron first saw Gral, then shifted his gaze to Roy. Roy had been staring at him, so he naturally saw the thick doubt in his eyes and immediately realized that Ziron really could not recognize him. "Who are you?" Ziron raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Was it you who released the magic power pressure just now?" Clearly, Roy's unbridled magic power alarmed all the demon heroes in the city, and they could not recognize this strange magic power pressure, so they all chose to check. While Ziron observed Roy was also observing him. Roy found that he was much stronger than before. At least in terms of the magic power he was emitting now, he was not much worse than Roy. From the looks of it, after being killed by the dragons once, Ziron had worked hard. Or maybe he really obtained huge benefits from Demon Lord Ka-Belith. Roy replied lightly to Ziron's question, "Don't be surprised. I was just casually greeting you." Chapter 294 Demon life is like a drama, everything depends on acting skills. This was a demonstration. Yes, Roy knew very well that as a foreign demon, if he wanted to attract attention, he had to show his strength. Among demons, it was generally not feasible to act like a pig to eat a tiger. Demons would only recognize and respect those stronger than them. If you performed poorly, then what awaited you was disregard, contempt, and enslavement. Clearly, Roy had achieved his goal. The high-ranked demon heroes looked at Roy with restrained fear. They did not dare to show any anger at Roy's arrogant greeting. Even Ziron was surprised because he could feel that the magic power pressure that Roy released seemed to be slightly stronger than his. Ziron sized Roy up and asked, "Your Excellency, who are you?" "My name is Osiris," Roy replied. "And two of my followers, fallen angel Julia and succubus Benaiah." As soon as he heard Roy's name, Ziron was obviously startled, and his eyes narrowed. Osiris was a name that Ziron would never forget. In the past hundreds of years, since he grew up from a little demon, he had never suffered such a big loss. He was a dignified elite high-ranked demon, but he had been tricked by a low-ranked demon and even died once. This kind of stupid matter was impossible to conceal. It could be said that Ziron was now the laughingstock of the Abyss. The reason why he spared no effort to inquire about Roy in the Abyss was to wash away his humiliation. The humiliation of demons could only be eliminated with the blood of enemies. If Ziron did not kill Demon Osiris, then other demons would use this to mock him for the rest of his life. Just like now. When the high-ranked demon heroes behind him heard Roy say his name, they could not help but be stunned for a moment before looking at Ziron strangely. "Is it just the same name?" Ziron's eyes gleamed as he looked at Roy. The demon claws under the cloak had already clenched into fists. The name of demons came from when they were born. Their names were inherited from their parents and even from the previous generations, so the true names of demons were often very long. Under such circumstances, the chances of having the same ones were relatively high. When demons announced their names to the outside world, they would only use one of their names, which led to duplicate names. This was why Ziron could not be certain. In his impression, that strange little demon Osiris had only been alive for a few years. Even if he did not die in the Abyss, he would only promote to middle-ranked demon at best. Moreover, the power that Roy displayed now was seriously inconsistent with that little demon. When Roy said his name, he did not deliberately look at Ziron. He looked indifferent as though he had never seen him before. Seeing Ziron's doubtful expression, Roy frowned and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with my name? Why are you looking at me like this? Or have you heard my name before?" "Okay, Demon Osiris." Ziron returned to his senses. "Where do you come from? The Abyss? Who summoned you?" Before Roy could answer, Grawl, who had not dared to say anything, finally seized the opportunity and introduced, "Your Excellency Ziron, Osiris is a demon who was sealed during the Elder Wars, and he escaped not long ago." "Really?" This statement stunned Ziron. Grawl, a high-ranked demon hero, had only joined the demon camp not long ago, and his status was not very high. Otherwise, Ziron would not have let him go out on patrols. It was precisely because he had not joined for long that Grawl did not know about Ziron's foolish matter, unlike the demons behind Ziron, who had been with him for a long time. So after hearing Roy's name, he did not have any reaction. Instead, he felt excited that he could bring back a powerful demon to help Ziron, so he deliberately mentioned Roy's identity, hoping to attract Ziron's attention. He was even looking forward to what kind of reward Ziron would give him. At this moment, Roy opened his mouth. "I've been sealed for too long. If not for those stupid bookworm mages of Bracada, I might not have been able to escape from my predicament so quickly. So to thank them, I directly destroyed one of their cities after escaping." "Right, that city seems to be called Elombus. You can check it out." Hearing this, a demon hero behind Ziron was stunned for a moment before whispering into Ziron's ear. Ziron nodded while listening. From the narration of this demon hero, he knew that what Roy said was true. Although Ziron and his demon army had been holing up in Eifel and had not gone out, they still had the corresponding intelligence collection. It was just a little slow. Roy had already destroyed Ulumbus for a long time, but this information reached Eifel not long ago. Although a long time has passed, I'm still a demon, so after getting information about you in Ulumbus, I crossed the desert of death and came to Eifel. Roy continued. But I encountered a necromancer pestering me on the way, so when I walked out of the desert of death and reached Dendera fortress at the border, I killed him and the defenders of Dendera. What? You destroyed Dendera fortress? A demon hero behind Ziron shouted in surprise. Is what you said true? How could the demons in Eifel not know about Dendera fortress and Aglin fortress? These two fortresses were firmly stuck at the northern exit of Eifel. The demons had discussed more than once that the next time they wanted to invade the continent of Arathia, they had to get rid of these two fortresses first. But these two fortresses had numerous troops and solid defenses. It would not be easy for the demons to defeat them. But now, they heard that Dendera fortress had actually been settled? Not only Dendera fortress, but I also destroyed Aglin fortress. Roy lied through his teeth. Aglin fortress was destroyed by the tide of frenzied zombie animals, but Roy did not hesitate to take the credit for himself. The demons were even more surprised. Ziron asked doubtfully, is what you said true? You can check. Roy nodded affirmatively, but then he frowned. But your intelligence is very backward. It's just something that happened on the border. It's been a few days, and you still don't know? A demon hero said awkwardly, we haven't paid attention to the situation of those two fortresses during this time. Gruul stood out at this moment and nodded. Indeed, Your Excellency Osiris. Just like when you met me, we're being harassed by the Dark Elves and unable to divert our attention to inquire about the situation. Then you don't have to worry now. Roy pretended to be annoyed, but then he said eagerly, I've already destroyed these two fortresses. When will the next invasion start? I can't wait to harvest souls. The group of demon heroes in the back looked at each other. Unexpectedly, this guy that's also named Osiris is a war maniac. During Roy's conversation, Ziron did not say anything. To be honest, he was still a little puzzled, so he had been carefully observing Roy, wanting to find some familiar traces from him. However, Roy's appearance had changed from when he was a low-ranked demon. His once fiery red skin had turned pale blue because of the awakening of the frost demon bloodline. Not only did the demon wings behind him become two pairs, but there were also many demon runes on them. It was absolutely impossible for Ziron to find the same parts as the low-ranked demon Osiris in his impression. Unless Roy used bloodlust in front of him. After all, Ziron had died under Roy's bloodlust skill. He would always remember the red light shining from the dragons and the screaming background music. Hey! While Ziron was thinking, Roy suddenly said unhappily, damn it, who are you? I told you my demon name, but we don't know each other. Do you have something against me? Ziron was a little speechless, but he still introduced himself. The demon heroes behind him also went forward and told Roy their names. After getting to know one another, Roy asked, okay, Your Excellency Ziron, since you're now the leader of the demon camp, how are you going to arrange me and my people? Ziron looked at Roy and the army behind him. The ordinary demons were easy to deal with, but not only was Roy a high-ranked demon, he also brought many powerful existences. The colossal spectral dragon and the strange three-headed hellhound made Ziron realize that this was a powerful army. This made Ziron have to be cautious when making arrangements. With Roy's strength, he had to give him a higher status. Otherwise, if Roy was unsatisfied, he might leave with his army. That would be a loss for the demons. But at this moment, Ziron's eyes landed on Benaiah behind Roy. He did not pay much attention to Roy's introduction just now, but he suddenly remembered. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Wait, your succubus is named Benaiah? That's right. Roy nodded. She joined me when I attacked Dendera fortress. Damn it. Do you have a sister named Biara? Ziron glared at Benaiah. That's right. Benaiah raised her chin proudly. Biara is my sister. But you don't have to worry. I'll kill her soon enough. With Ziron's reminder and Benaiah's admission, the other demon heroes looked at Benaiah in surprise. Of course, they had heard Biara mention that she had a sister. Not long ago, Biara had secretly sent a piece of information to tell them that her sister had escaped and asked them to help find her and think of ways to kill her. The demon heroes did not take it to heart before, and they did not expect to encounter her here. What made everyone most uncomfortable was that Benaiah had actually joined Demon Osiris. In other words, if they accepted Demon Osiris, they had to accept Benaiah. But what if Biara came back and discovered this situation? Both sides wanted to kill each other. Once a conflict occurred, it meant that they had to have a conflict with Osiris. Internal strife. This term immediately appeared in the minds of the demon heroes. They all looked at Ziron, wanting to see what decision he would make. Chapter 295 Forcibly Joining. Roy had already planned long ago when he said Benaiah's name. The first time he came to the world of Ashan, the mutual suspicion between Ziron and other high-ranked demon heroes had caused Ziron to end up fighting alone. This time, it seemed that Ziron had grown in strength and obtained the favor of Ka-Beleth, so Ziron could be said to have the most dominant position in Neophol. Weren't all the demon heroes behind him following his lead? Therefore, Roy did not dislike this tactic for being old, and it was easy to use. Roy was just deliberately creating a barrier. He directly pulled Biora's sister into the demon camp, which was equivalent to nailing a nail into the demon camp. In case Biara and Benaiah had a conflict, who would they side with? Ziron and the others naturally realized what Roy wanted to achieve, and they could not help but look at Roy strangely, feeling that this demon Osiris was simply too evil. Ziron was in a dilemma now. If Roy were just an ordinary high-ranked demon weaker than Ziron, then Ziron did not need to care so much. He could simply not accept Roy joining the demon camp. This way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. But the problem was that Ziron now believed that Roy was a sealed ancient demon that escaped. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? If rejecting Roy from joining caused his dissatisfaction, what would happen if Roy coveted his status and challenged him? After all, among demons, the Fist had always spoken the loudest. The reason he managed the current demon camp was that he was stronger than the other demon heroes. Under such circumstances, if Roy challenged and he did not accept, his subordinates would immediately look down on him and treat him as a coward. But if he accepted the challenge, he did not have the confidence to win against Roy. It was the same even though his backer was Ka-Beleth. What Ka-Beleth valued was only his strength. If a stronger demon took his place, as long as he continued to carry out Ka-Beleth's plan, then Ka-Beleth would also value him. This was the benefit of Roy's display of strength earlier. What he was doing now was being like a tyrant, forcibly stuffing himself into Ziron's team and joining them. And not only that, but he added, "I'll bring another person in, but this person has a grudge with someone on your team. Maybe they'll fight, so please forgive me." "Forgive you? You mother efker." Ziron was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He now realized that this demon Osiris was simply a thorn, not to mention that his demon name irritated him. He could easily imagine that there would be more troubles in the future if he let demon Osiris join. Looking at the demon heroes behind him, Ziron calculated in his heart. If he directly fought Osiris and chased him away, how high would his chances of winning be? However, just as he was thinking about this, the face of Demon Lord Ka-Beleth suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly remembered that this place was Ur-Hekel. If he were to fight here, it might affect the sacrificial ritual in the city. At that time, if Sovereign Ka-Beleth's plan was hindered, he might not be able to answer to him. Thinking of this, Ziron could only let out a long sigh. Okay, no matter who she is, settle down in the city first. That's right. Ziron could only pinch his nose and swallow the poop Roy handed over. The only good news now was that Biara was still far away in the kingdom of Erathia and could not return for the time being. As long as she did not return, she would not meet her sister, Benaiah, and there would be no conflict between them temporarily. Ziron had already thought about it. He would find a chance to send Demon Osiris out and let him lead the army to attack the cities of other countries near Neophol, getting him to go far away. The other demon heroes heard Ziron's decision, but they all remained silent. However, not speaking did not mean that they did not have any thoughts in their hearts. Demon Osiris had barged into the demon camp so domineeringly that they realized one thing: the structure of Ur-Hekel might change because a powerful demon that could oppose Ziron had appeared. Demon Osiris came by himself, not due to Ziron's summoning. In other words, Osiris did not need to sign a demon contract with Ziron and have to accept orders. He joined as a partner, and the souls he and his army harvested would be under his control. If Demon Osiris was more ambitious, he could force Ziron aside and seize the leadership of the demon camp. Whether this change would be good or bad, the demon heroes did not know, but it was very in line with demon style, so these demon heroes only planned to wait and see. Grawl, bring Osiris and the others to camp in the city. After Ziron said this, a flame pillar appeared, and he teleported away. The other demon heroes grinned at Roy and disappeared. Just like that, Roy successfully entered the demon camp. Under Gral's arrangements, they found an area in the east of the city as a station and settled down. The hot environment and poisonous air made Giovanni and his people very uncomfortable, but they were undead creatures after all and could not die. Now, Giovanni was a little excited. He had noticed that Roy and Ziron were not on good terms, so after settling down, he looked for Roy and whispered, "Your Excellency Osiris, are you preparing to seize the power of Demon Ziron and become the leader of Eofol?" Roy was in a good mood and smiled sinisterly. "Do you think this method works?" "It works. Of course it works." Giovanni rubbed his hands. "It's absolutely impossible for us outsiders to do this. But you're different. You're a demon. Don't look at how the demon heroes obeyed Ziron. I can guarantee that if you defeat Ziron, they won't hesitate to submit to you. At that time, the entire demon army of more than 1 million in Eofol will all be under your command." Julia and Benaiah nodded in agreement. In occupying another's nest, first of all, you had to have a stronger body and strength than the original owner of the nest. Only Roy could do this. "Don't worry. If we want to seize power, we have to take it step by step." Roy laid lazily on his seat. "Let's first figure out how many powerful demons there are in this city. Even if we want to kill Ziron, we first have to establish our prestige. In addition, we have to figure out what Ziron is doing to help Kabelith. This so-called sacrificial ritual, what do they want to do? If this sacrificial ritual can be destroyed in Ziron's hands, it'll be best. At that time, once Kabelith vents his anger on him, it'll be easier for us to do things." Julia said, "But it seems like Ziron is already wary of you. He probably won't let you come into contact with the sacrificial ritual." "Of course. In fact, I've already expected that even if I don't act so aggressive, that guy will still have psychological barriers against my name." Roy sneered. "Moreover, I estimate that he's now wary of foreign demons or all his subordinates. I made him suffer a huge loss back then, so it's impossible for him not to remember. Otherwise, he's not foolish, but stupid." "Then, what should we do?" Benaiah asked. "Let's check it ourselves." Roy stretched out his hand, and dozens of demon eyes appeared in his palm. These eyes with small wings fluttered and circled around Roy's arm before soon disappearing. Roy smiled. "Before, my demon eyes still had a faint demonic aura that the angels had detected. If nothing unexpected happened, Ziron should have been able to sense them. But now, I've completely eliminated the aura of these demon eyes. They will become my best scouts. I believe that we will soon know what the so-called sacrificial ritual is." The demon eye spread out, and soon, they would spread throughout the entire city of Erhekel. Even if Ziron excluded Roy could still figure out what he was doing. "Giovanni, your people, and Rufaro, wander around the city if you have nothing to do." Roy turned around and urged Giovanni. "Be arrogant. If any demon dares to provoke you, hit him back hard." "Understood." Giovanni immediately understood Roy's meaning. He was deliberately causing trouble. He rubbed his hands in eagerness and agreed. "One more thing." Roy rubbed his demon horns and said thoughtfully, "We've destroyed both Dendera Fortress and Aglin Fortress. Moreover, the T-virus infection is still spreading with these two fortresses as the center. This means that the various countries of Ashan can no longer monitor and control Eofol. But I estimate that for such a major event as the fortresses falling, the humans, elves, and Brigadans will dispatch an enormous number of troops. Perhaps they will directly form an alliance army and enter Eofol to attack the demons. Even if they can't annihilate all the Eofol demons, it's also good to destroy 1 or 2 cities. In other words, there may be a war in the near future?" Julia understood. "Then, Ziron will likely send us to fight." "That's right." Roy nodded. "The alliance army will definitely be surging with a vengeance. Our troops might not necessarily be able to win, so we have to find an excuse to avoid this war first." "How about the Dark Elves?" Benaiah smiled as she twisted her waist and sat down on Roy's thigh. "Let Giovanni and the others create trouble in the city. If Ziron can't bear it, he'll definitely send us out as soon as possible. At that time, we can use the invasion of the Shadowbrand clan to enter the underground world to fight. The underground world is complicated, and we can use the excuse of getting lost to avoid the most intense period of the war. Perhaps, if possible, we can also come on stage near the end of the war and flank the Alliance army to harvest some souls." "Ha ha ha." Roy laughed loudly when he heard this. As expected of a succubus, Benaiah could be said to have seen through his thoughts. Roy felt proud of himself and could not help but reach out and pat Benaiah's butt. Benaiah's eyes turned watery as she looked at Roy with a seductive expression. Roy swore that he just could not help it and had no intention of provoking Benaiah. But it's a little bad. Why do I feel that the succubus's pippy is so perky and firm? It feels so good. What if I become addicted in the future? Chapter 296 Sacrificial Ritual. After spreading out the demon eyes, Roy stayed in the camp for the next few days. He did not go out, but his army was causing trouble everywhere in Urhekel. The demons Roy summoned from the abyss had witnessed the strength that he displayed. With a leader like Roy, they naturally held their heads high and were insufferably arrogant. They wandered in groups in the city and unscrupulously snatched the soul food of other demons. Those bullied demons knew who these new demons' backer was, so they either swallowed their anger or resisted and were beaten. If the demons were only bullying them, then Giovanni, his vampires, and the undead of Cassandra were all walking taunts. Demons already hated undead creatures, so as soon as Giovanni and the others appeared on the streets of the city, countless hateful gazes would immediately stare at them from the dark. Although Roy had taught them a lesson by killing some of them before, demons were hot-tempered and easily angered, especially those low-ranked demons. They might have forgotten the previous lesson and attacked Giovanni and the rest. Giovanni remembered Roy's urging. He did not take the initiative to attack, but if other demons attacked them, they could fight back. Therefore, in just a few days, hundreds of fights had occurred in Urhekel. Both sides suffered damage, and the undead troops had lost hundreds of low-level undead. Similarly, many of the low-ranked demons on Ziron's side died. As the headquarters of the demons, the city was naturally very chaotic. But before Roy came, this chaos was not too bad. Ziron and the rest of the demon heroes had always ignored it. Now that Roy was here, many buildings in the city were burned down every day, and houses collapsed. The sound of fireball explosions could be heard in the city at any time, all due to the fights between the two sides. The demon heroes reported this situation to Ziron, and he was also suffering from a headache. He had actually expected this to happen, but he could not do much about it. In the center of Urhekel, in an enormous black hall, Ziron was sitting on a large chair in the middle, listening to the demon heroes report the situation while suppressing his anger. His fierce gaze kept glancing at Graal in the corner. Now, Graal seemed to realize that he had done something bad out of good intentions and attracted a troublesome demon, so he did not dare to say anything. "Your Excellency Ziron, we can't continue like this," a demon hero named Alastair said to Ziron. "We have to send away Osiris and his army as soon as possible." "But where should we send them?" Another demon hero, Nibiros, hesitated. "In order to carry out Sovereign Kabeleth's plan smoothly, all the demons in Ephol are pulling back. There's no war outside." "Since there's no war, create war," Alastair said. "Just send Osiris and his army out. As for whether to fight the elves or the orcs, let him figure it out himself." Beside him, another demon hero, Nimbus, interjected, "Osiris is very powerful, and the troops he leads are definitely not weak. Given his character, he probably won't stop after attacking a couple of cities. It's very likely that he will drive straight in. What if his actions make the various races mistakenly think that we are going to start a new invasion and then gather to deal with us?" The demon heroes remained silent. After a long while, Nibiros asked Ziron, "Your Excellency, how long does the sacrificial ritual need?" 18 days. Ziron sighed. "This is the shortest time I can guarantee. In 18 days, even if Osiris provokes a hornet's nest, the various races might not be able to reach our interior in such a short time, right?" Nibiros said. "I think it's feasible." However, Ziron said with a gloomy expression, 18 days is only the first phase of the sacrificial ritual. In fact, there's a second phase in Sovereign Kabeleth's plan. This second phase. At least 20 years. "What?" The demon heroes present were stunned when they heard this. They exclaimed, "Your Excellency Ziron, what do you mean? Are we going to continue holding up for another 20 years? Ziron nodded with difficulty. "Very likely." "How can this do?" Alastair was stupefied. "You said that the sacrificial ritual required a month before, so it was fine. We can endure it for 20 years, but the demons under us will rebel. There's no blood, no slaughter, and no souls to prey on. No demon can stay in one place for 20 years. "Yes, Your Excellency Ziron. Do you want to reconsider?" the demon heroes echoed. "Shut up. All of you shut up," Ziron said angrily. "Do you think I want to stay here for 20 years? But this is Sovereign Kabeleth's plan. You don't know the specific plan, but I do. I can tell you with certainty that as long as Sovereign Ka-Beleth's plan succeeds, the prison the 7th dragon Sar-Elam used to imprison us 1,000 years ago, Sho will no longer exist. All the powerful demons in Sho will return to the world and completely cleanse it. For this great goal, waiting 20 years is worth it. The demon heroes were dumbfounded. To be honest, they had never been very clear about Ka-Beleth's plan. Only Ziron and Biara, the two main leaders, were carrying out the actual execution. They were only following Ziron's instructions and seizing countless living creatures to carry out the sacrificial ritual. From Ziron's mysterious behavior, they knew that this might really be a big plan and vaguely guessed that it might have something to do with Sho. But what they guessed at the beginning was that Sovereign Ka-Beleth might have wanted to escape. But after unexpectedly hearing this information and confirmation from Ziron, they realized that it was not only Ka-Beleth but also other powerful demon lords. Sho was a prison, and the ones imprisoned were all powerful demons who had followed the Dragon of Chaos, Urgash, to fight. Among these demons, there were many demon lords. But during the war, some demon lords had died, and the rest were all sealed in Sho. Over the past 1,000 years, the demons inside had been constantly searching for ways to escape from the prison. But only during lunar eclipses would Sho's seal weaken. However, even if it weakened, there was a limit to the number of demons that could escape. This was because the seal barrier had a filtering function. The stronger the demon, the greater the influence, and the more they could not escape. In the past 1,000 years, the demons could only slowly seep out. First, some low and middle-rank demons escaped, and then a few high-rank demons escaped. These high-rank demons began to summon companions from the abyss, and gradually, the demon camp regained activity on the surface. However, there was a problem here. The helpers that high-rank demons could summon from the abyss were basically equal in strength, and it was impossible for them to summon powerful demon lords. This was also why demons lacked a unified leader in previous demon wars and often fought separately. However, it was different now. It seemed that as more lunar eclipses occurred, the seal barrier further weakened. In the previous lunar eclipse, Demon Lord Ka-Beleth finally escaped from Sho for the first time with the help of his clone ability. Although this clone only had half of his strength, it had indeed reached the standard for being able to escape. Even with only half the strength, a Demon Lord was still a Demon Lord, and he was still stronger than all the high-ranked demons. Now, there was finally a true leader in the demon camp. It was his appearance that unified the power of the demon camp. However, Ka-Beleth himself knew that even though he could escape, he might not necessarily be able to defeat the alliance of the other races. Therefore, after coming out, he did not rush to make any big moves. Instead, he secretly began plotting to release all the demons of Sho. This might have also been an agreement between Ka-Beleth and the other demon lords. So when the demon heroes heard Ziron's words, they realized that Ziron could not disobey Ka-Beleth's will because what he represented was the will of all the demon lords in Sho. Okay, in that case, we'll obey your orders, Nibiros and the others said. But Your Excellency Ziron, please resolve the issue with Osiris as soon as possible. Since there is no external war, then it shouldn't be a problem to eliminate the enemies in Eafol, right? Didn't a Dark Elf clan infiltrate recently? Why don't you send Osiris to eliminate these Dark Elves? The underground world is complicated, and even if he succeeds, it will take a lot of time. Ziron nodded. This was a solution. But he still felt that Osiris was an unstable factor. Perhaps because of Roy's demon name, Ziron had always been wary of him. So after the demon heroes dispersed, Ziron thought for a while. Then he went to the back of the hall and stood on a pentagram teleportation formation. Purple light flashed, and Ziron disappeared. But what he did not know was that an invisible demon eye had been following him. When he was teleported away, the demon eye disappeared at the same time. Roy, who was far away in the city camp, had been using the demon eye to spy on the discussion between Ziron and the other demon heroes. Their suggestion was not out of Roy's expectations. The operation against the Dark Elves fell on Roy's head as expected. And now, after the demon eye was teleported with Ziron, Roy immediately became energetic. The scene transmitted by the demon eye appeared in front of his eyes. When he saw Ziron in a large secret room, Roy immediately understood that he had found the place where Ziron would perform the sacrificial ritual. Chapter 297 Pitiful Woman. The secret room was about hundreds of square meters. The thick walls were made of hard black bricks, and the four walls had demon characters engraved on them. Several burning magic torches emitted light, but they could not illuminate this secret room at all. There was a weird, dark atmosphere in the room, and a strange force field spread over the room, seemingly protecting and covering this place like a barrier. Roy controlled the demon eye and did not dare to get too close. He found a corner where he could observe and let it hide. The secret room was currently empty. There was only a giant demon skeleton on one of the walls. This skeleton's demon horns were still there, but its face had 3 hollow eyes, and the third eye was at the center of its forehead. Roy did not know what race this demon was before it died. Xeron walked all the way to the demon skull. After arriving in front of it, he stretched out his hand and put it in the skull's mouth. Roy did not know what mechanism he activated, but a rumbling sound came, and the ground in the middle of the secret room slowly opened. Then a circular altar slowly rose from the ground. When the demon eye conveyed this scene to Roy, he could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. The circular altar that rose from below had a pentagram engraved on it, and in the middle of the altar was a rectangular stone bed. A pregnant woman with her forelimbs bound by magic runes was lying quietly on the stone bed. What surprised Roy was this woman. She was dressed gorgeously, seemed of noble status, and had burgundy hair. Roy suddenly thought of a person, Isabel, Queen of the Kingdom of Erathia. Although Roy had not seen Queen Isabel with his own eyes, he had heard that she had signature burgundy hair. He then recalled that Benaya had once said that her sister, Biara, had transformed into Queen Isabel and was in the Kingdom of Erathia. So in that instant, Roy immediately confirmed the identity of this woman lying on the stone bed, the real Queen Isabel of Erathia. No wonder. Since the Queen in Erathia is a fake, then the real one was abducted by the demons. However, according to the information Roy obtained, wasn't Isabel's husband killed by the demons? In that case, what's with her big belly? Could it be? Roy suddenly realized what was going on. The child in Isabel's stomach isn't the seed of her human husband but the seed of a demon. And if I'm right, it's the seed of Demon Lord Ka-Beleth. Roy finally knew what point in time he was at after coming to this world. It was the time when the Dark Messiah was born. After the unpredicted lunar eclipse previously, numerous demons once again escaped Sho, came to the ground, and launched the war to destroy Stedwick. That was when Roy came to this world 4 years ago. Roy had returned to the Abyss after tricking Xeron to his death and leaving the Dragon Balls as coordinates, so he did not know what happened afterward during the war. In fact, in this war, although Erathia had united with its allies to repel the demons' attack and save Stedwick, its queen, Isabel, was secretly replaced. The succubus Biara impersonated Isabel and stayed in Erathia, while the demons captured the real Queen Isabel. All of this was secretly planned by Demon Lord Ka-Beleth. Since there was an imposter, the Erathians naturally did not know the truth, so they could not come to the rescue of their queen. Thus, Isabel was imprisoned for a long time in Neaphol, the kingdom of demons. In fact, in the 76th year after the death of the 7th dragon Sar-Elam, one of his disciples, the prophet named Sarshazar, had prophesied. 10 centuries shall the fortress stand. Walls of spirit wrapped in walls of fire. And horned lords shall bow their heads to one not yet born, of the darkest sire. 1 century of blood and strife. The moon shall darken, and none know why. The resting place at last is found. Of the 7th who soared so high. Last daughter of a forlorn line. Shall guide him into history. Beneath the crypt's prophecies clash. The war of ancient enemies. As Sar-Elam's disciple, Sarshazar was also rather famous, so the prophecy he made had been highly regarded by the world. However, Ashan was a world full of disasters and frequent wars. In the past 1,000 years, the records of this prophecy gradually faded, and not many people remembered it. Only some ancient elders who had survived from that era might still remember this prophecy, but there were already very few of them. Only Sho demons remembered clearly. Most of the powerful demons were imprisoned in Sho and could not come out, so naturally, they would not die in war. Especially for demon lords like Ka-Beleth, their long lives and the unforgettable thought of wanting to escape made them remember this prophecy. They believed that the demons would stay trapped in Sho for at most 10 centuries, which was exactly 1,000 years. And the facts had proven that it was indeed so. As time passed, the power of the seal barrier was weakening. Through their interpretation of the prophecy, the demon lords had realized that demons could not destroy the seal barrier set by Sar-Elam. Thus, they planned to create a half-human half-demon hybrid child and then nurture him so that this child of taboo with demon power but a human body would help them break the seal and completely liberate all of Sho. When Ka-Beleth was finally able to pass through the seal and appear in Ashan with most of his power, the demons immediately realized that the prophecy had come true. Therefore, all the demon lords unanimously decided that Ka-Beleth would go out and carry out this prophecy. To create a demon-human hybrid child, he had to find a human woman to give birth to this child for him. Without a doubt, he chose Isabel. The reason why he chose Isabel was that this woman was born during the 5th lunar eclipse, a woman of the lunar eclipse. When she was born, he controlled the demons to leave a mark on her secretly. After Isabel grew up, the demons took advantage of the 6th lunar eclipse to launch an attack. Their plan succeeded, and they successfully captured and replaced Isabel. However, show demons were still creatures from another world. They stayed in this world only because of their contract with Urgash and the Seal of Sar-Elam. If they wanted to have a child of taboo with a being of this world, they had to find a woman of the solar eclipse. A woman of the solar eclipse was the best choice. The illusion demon Caesar that Roy had hunted down was a hybrid born with the help of a woman of the solar eclipse. Unfortunately, it was difficult to find a woman of the solar eclipse of the right age. In the past 20 years, there had not been a solar eclipse in Ashan, so he could only choose the second best option, a woman of the lunar eclipse, Isabel. However, a woman of the lunar eclipse had a flaw that could not be ignored. Compared to a woman of the solar eclipse, the chances of a woman of the lunar eclipse becoming pregnant with a demon were not high. But this was not a big problem for Ka-Beleth. The quality was not high, so he could make up for it with quantity. Therefore, this period of being imprisoned was absolutely terrible, painful, and desperate memories for Isabel. After Ka-Beleth's hard work and diligent efforts, Isabel finally became pregnant with Ka-Beleth's child. Logically speaking, she should have needed a normal pregnancy time to give birth to this half-human half-demon hybrid. However, Ka-Beleth clearly could not wait any longer. The other demon lords of Sho were constantly urging him, so he chose an unconventional method, extracting the lives and souls of sacrifices through a sacrificial ritual to supply the fetus in Isabel's stomach to accelerate the birth. Of course, even accelerated, it still needed time, and this time was at least a month. This was because he had to ensure that this child of taboo had strong enough talent and physique. From 10 months of pregnancy to 1 month before giving birth, this time was 10 times shorter. Roy combined all the information he obtained and figured out this possibility. So he immediately understood why Ziron had said that it would take another 18 days when discussing with the other demon heroes. In other words, not long after Roy entered the Desert of Death, the demons had just begun the sacrificial ritual. This also explained why the demons did not have information about Roy's appearance. Because from then on, they had shrunken all their defenses and tried to ensure that the sacrificial ritual would not be disturbed. As for what Ziron mentioned, that the second phase of the plan would take 20 years, perhaps it was because it would take 20 years for this child of taboo to reach adulthood after being born. After all, although the child of taboo had great power, he still needed time to grow. Moreover, it was unlikely that Ka-Beleth would be able to accelerate his growth. He might even need to nurture the feelings this child had for demons. The illusion demon Caesar once said that the reason why half-human half-demon hybrids were known as children of taboo was that they would often turn to the side of humanity due to emotional factors and turn around to deal with demons. There was no reason why Ka-Beleth would not guard against this situation from happening. Through the demon eye, Roy looked at the scene in the secret room. His eyes flickered as he pondered and figured out everything. He thought that Ziron had raised Isabel's altar to offer another sacrifice, but unexpectedly, Ziron half knelt in front of the stone bed and placed his hand on the pentagram below. He input magic power while softly chanting in the demon language. Due to the distance, Roy could not clearly hear what Ziron was saying, but not long after, a ray of light suddenly rose from the pentagram. The light of the magic formation enveloped Isabel's stone bed. And above the stone bed, a huge illusory shadow suddenly appeared bit by bit above Isabel's body. It was a half-body illusion of a demon. He was wearing a fiery red armor and a full-face helmet, revealing only a pair of blazing eyes. Just looking at these eyes made him feel a soul-shaking shudder. Ka-Beleth. This shadow is definitely demon sovereign Ka-Beleth. Roy instantly realized. Then he made the invisible demon eye shrink back, hiding in the darkness in the corner. Clearly, Ziron was contacting Ka-Beleth, and the reason he used Isabel's altar was probably that Ka-Beleth was very concerned about her situation, so he had been watching over her closely. In other words, Isabel was now protected by the power of Ka-Beleth. This is a little troublesome. Roy thought. It's not easy to do anything. Chapter 298 The Insecure Ziron. Clearly, Ka-Beleth is very concerned about Isabel, or rather the child in her stomach. In this case, if anything were to happen to this unborn child, Ziron, who is in charge of this matter, will definitely be punished by Ka-Beleth. But Roy thought about it and found that it was indeed not easy to make an issue out of this. Now, in her heckle, there was only Roy as an outsider. It was fine when he was not here, but as soon as he came, the child had a problem. No matter how stupid Kabelith was, he could guess that it was Roy. In other words, if he did this, he might directly face the wrath of a demon lord. So after thinking about it, Roy put aside this thought for the time being. He silently observed the exchange between Ziron and Kabelith through the demon eye, wanting to see what Ziron wanted to do. After the image of Kabelith appeared, a deep and hollow voice echoed in the secret room. "Ziron, why did you call me?" Ziron lowered his head slightly. "Sovereign Kabelith, there's something I need to report to you." "Say it. Be short." "I'm extremely busy," Kabelith said impatiently. "Sovereign, do you still remember the Elder Wars thousands of years ago?" Ziron asked. "Have you heard of a high-ranked demon named Osiris?" Roy was shocked when he heard Ziron's words. What he said earlier about coming from the era of the Elder Wars was, of course, a lie. According to Roy's opinion, after so many years, even a faceless like Rafaro could only resurrect in the form of an undead. Therefore, there were unlikely many people who had participated in the Elder Wars in this world. It was precisely because he knew that Ziron could not verify it that Roy dared to say this. But how could he have expected that Ziron would choose to consult Demon Lord Kabelith directly? And judging from his tone, Kabelith was a demon who had participated in the Elder Wars. If Ziron realized that he was lying through Kabelith, then Ziron might be more vigilant about him. The reason why Roy wanted to sneak into the demon camp instead of directly confronting Ziron was that he currently controlled too many demon troops. If Roy did not think of a way to create chaos within the demon camp and weaken Ziron's forces, it would not be good for Roy to fight him head-on. Just as Roy was feeling uneasy, he saw Kabelith carefully ponder for a while before saying, "Perhaps. There were too many high-ranked demons in the Elder Wars, and I don't remember them too clearly." "Why?" Hearing this answer from Kabelith, Roy heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had been too long. Even though Kabelith had participated in the war and lived until now, his memories of it were probably not too clear. "It's like this, Sovereign Kabelith. A high-ranked demon named Osiris came a few days ago," Ziron said. "He said that he was a demon seal during the Elder Wars, but I always feel that this guy is extremely dangerous. After he and his army arrived, there has been a lot of trouble in Urhekel these past few days." After Kabelith heard his words, he stared at him for a long time before finally saying, "I understand. You came to seek a guarantee from me, right?" Ziron lowered his head and did not say anything. Kabelith said somewhat irritably, "Don't worry. Since I've chosen you as my executor, no matter if that demon named Osiris wants to seize your authority, I won't acknowledge him. Are you satisfied?" After receiving this answer, Ziron breathed a sigh of relief and probed, "Sovereign, whether or not Demon Osiris is a demon who survived the Elder Wars, he is indeed stronger than me. If possible, I hope that you can come forward to deal with him when he is too out of line." "Okay," Kabelith said without hesitation. "No matter how powerful he is, he's only a high-ranked demon. If he dares to affect my plan because of seizing power, I'll kill him myself." "Yes, Sovereign." The corner of Ziron's mouth a pleased smile. "I will surely guarantee the Dark Messiah will be born smoothly." "You'd better do this," Kabelith said as the image slowly disappeared. Ziron stood up and laughed wildly. This laughter awakened Queen Isabel on the stone bed. When she saw Ziron, she immediately stared at him with hatred. Ziron did not mind her hateful gaze at all. He stood by the stone bed, bent over to look at Isabel, and stretched out his claws to pinch her chin. He said proudly, "Give up, little Isabel. No one knows that you've been captured, and no one will come to save you. If you want to live, you'd better obediently give birth to the Dark Messiah. This way, perhaps for the sake of the child, Sovereign Kabelith will spare your life. After all, he still needs you to raise this child." As soon as he finished speaking, Isabel spat on his face. She shouted hoarsely, "Demon! Your scheme won't succeed. Elrith knows everything, and holy light will purify all evil." "Humph! Now that things have come to this, what's the use of shouting this?" Ziron let go of her chin and said disdainfully, "If Elrith really knows everything, then why haven't you seen him come to save you after you've prayed day and night? You can continue staying here obediently until you're in despair." Ziron turned around and placed his hand on the demon's skull. Cracking sounds came, and the stone bed carrying Isabel slowly sank. The closed ground also cut off Isabel's cursing. "Need more sacrifices," Ziron muttered to himself. He activated the teleportation formation and disappeared from the secret chamber. Roy saw from the beginning to the end, but when Ziron left, he did not have the demon eye teleport out. Instead, he got the demon eye to stand by in the shadow of the corner. This demon eye was a very useful coordinate to Roy. He did not intend to come into contact with Isabel for the time being because he had yet to figure out what kind of protection system Ka-Beleth had set on Isabel. What if only Ziron could touch and communicate with Isabel? Roy was not too sure about the power of the Demon Lord rank, so he was being careful and did not want to alarm Ka-Beleth at this time. Roy tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and began to ponder over what Ziron and Ka-Beleth meant. In addition to establishing his status with Ka-Beleth to prevent Roy from usurping power, he was probably still guarding against Roy assassinating him. In a head-on battle, Ziron had many troops and subordinates, so he was not afraid of fighting Roy. But Roy was stronger than him. If Roy were to assassinate Ziron, then no matter how many troops he had, they would not be of any use. Now that Ziron had reported it to Ka-Beleth, it was nothing more than planning to get him to avenge him if Roy really assassinated him. To Roy, using this method to kill Ziron was a little risky. He could not guarantee that after killing him, Ka-Beleth would avenge him or let Roy replace him. Roy thought about it for a while and felt that he could not bet on this possibility. The birth of the Dark Messiah might be the top priority for Ka-Beleth, but it did not mean that Roy would definitely be able to take Ziron's position after he died. Ka-Beleth could completely kill Roy and let another demon lead the demon camp. Soon, Roy made a decision. His original plan did not change. He did not know what Ziron's sacrificial ritual was for before, but after seeing Isabel through the demon eye, Roy figured out many things. Even though Biara was currently impersonating Queen Isabel in Arathia, she was still a demon after all. Her style of doing things was from the standpoint of a demon, so it was easy for others to see through her flaws. The dead Arander had already suspected this fake queen. Roy was certain that Arander was not the only one who had such doubts in Ashan. In that case, the Dark Elf clan that entered Eifel might also be looking for Isabel. Although the Dark Elves tended toward the evil camp, it did not mean that they were all evil, nor did it mean that they were on the side of demons. From the way they attacked Roy earlier, these Dark Elves had their own choice and standpoint. Maybe he could take this opportunity to come into contact with this Dark Elf clan. Roy spent time thinking and knew what he should do next, so he waited quietly. As expected, the next day, Ziron sent a messenger and ordered Roy to lead his troops to eliminate the Dark Elves. Ziron did not even want to see Roy, so he sent Roy out. Roy did not object. After receiving the order, he immediately brought his army out of the city and headed for the city where Graal was. Although the Shadowbrand clan had not disturbed the demons much during this period, it had only become sporadic and did not stop. This meant that although the T-virus that Roy spread had caused immense trouble for the Shadowbrand clan, it did not put them in a desperate situation. They might have used some special means to prevent the spread and proliferation of the virus. In that case, I'll slowly eliminate them. Roy looked back at her Heckle, which was already out of sight, and smiled meaningfully. On the third day after Roy set off, several enormous armies finally arrived at the canyon where Dendera Fortress and Aglin Fortress were. Chapter 299 Power of Nature. The Alliance army consisted mainly of 3 countries. One was the Ovli Elves. They had the largest number, and the main battle force was about 250,000. Perhaps because the news of the death of the Ranger Gelu made the Elves feel great sorrow. Furthermore, the Sword of Frost had been taken away, and they had to find a way to take back this important artifact, so the Elves could be said to have made a big move. Next in number was the troops of the Kingdom of Brikida. Their main force was about 100,000 troops, but there were more than 300,000 puppet troops following them. Strictly speaking, the Kingdom of Mages had the most troops, but the combat strength of the puppet troops was not high. If you were to say which country had suffered the most due to the appearance of Demon Osiris, then it was definitely the Brikida. He had destroyed a city and its territory and a fortress and killed many heroes. Even the life and death of the famous Solmer was still unknown. The Brikidans were determined to annihilate the demon this time. As for the final force of the Alliance army, it was unexpected. It was not the human knights of Arathia but barbarian forces. Barbarians, orcs, stronghold forces, these names were all fine. These orcs with demon bloodlines lived in Ashan, and their way of survival was similar to the Dark Elves. They operated in clans, but unlike the Dark Elves, the orcs had a common chief. The chief was equivalent to the king of humanity and allowed the forces of the orcs to unify during war instead of fighting separately. Don't think the demons were weak because of being sealed in Sho and being forced to live in Eifel. In fact, In the past 1,000 years, the various races of Ashan had basically lost more than they won in the wars against the demon invasions. The demons were always the winning side. In most wars in this world, it could be said that the demon race fought against the entire world. Demons were innately powerful. Not only did they have the talent to grow by devouring souls, but they could also continually summon reinforcements through gates of the abyss. It was a race born for destruction. From the moment they discovered this world, all the races in this world had been enduring the flames of war and devastation brought about by demons. Their fear and frustration toward them had almost become a basic instinct engraved into them. At least, it was indeed like this before the birth of the orcs. In Ashan, orcs had always been recognized as demon hunters. The reason why the mages of Bracada wanted to create these orcs was to resist the demon invasion, the War of the Blood Moon. And the fact was that despite this experiment being inhuman, the practical effects were very good. Their coming to the battlefield was like a tornado sweeping through everything. Unable to use their magic against the savage power of the orcs, the demons were helpless. After inheriting demon bloodlines, and fueled by the power of their blood rage and united by indivisible bonds of clan-like brotherhood, the orcs turned what was to be the demons' finest hour into a nightmare of slaughter and rout. Behind the orc shock troops, the nations rallied. Time was now on the side of the Alliance, who used it to develop defensive and offensive strategies incorporating their new elite orc forces. After the orcs joined, the tides of war swung back in the favor of the Alliance. This was one of the reasons why the demons had not completely destroyed the world. The orcs utterly hated the demons. After the orcs joined the war, the demons, boiling in anger, refused to go down alone. They swore that if their legions would not survive in the war, neither would the orcs. Their solution was one of demonic simplicity: with no orc children, there would be no future for the orcs. This war strategy of severing descendants made the orcs pay an immense price. The demon tactics turned to infiltration and assassination. As their creators drove their orc slaves to the front lines to fight, unprotected orc villages were visited at night by shadowy forms haloed in flames and terror. When the victorious tribes returned to their huts, their future generations and hopes were missing. Even though the orcs later revolted and broke free from the control of the human mages, the orcs would never forget, would never forgive. They would always view demons as enemies. The Alliance army actually encountered this orc army chance. After the demons established a foothold in Eofol, it had always made the orcs feel uneasy. Even though the flames of war between the demons and Arathia had temporarily stopped, the orcs were still tirelessly attacking the demon territory. Every once in a while, they would attack Eofol. Although there were not many troops, they would often reap considerable results. The leader of the elves was heroine Gem. When she encountered the orc army, she immediately realized that the orcs would be powerful support. So she stood her ground against the others' opinions and persuaded the commanding hero of the orc army, Gorshk, to get the orc army to join the Alliance army and prepare to wage war against the demons of Eofol. The reason it was said that she stood her ground against the others' opinions was because of the Bracadans. Not only did the orcs hate the demons, but they also hated these mages. The Bracadans had created them not only to deal with the demons but also to use them as slaves. The oppression and enslavement of the mages lasted more than a century. It was obvious how troublesome it would be for these two forces to be in the same Alliance army. But due to the existence of a common enemy in the demons, they could still maintain the internal harmony for the time being. For this, Gem had invested an immense amount of care and effort. Although the Alliance army was powerful, Gem and the other heroes actually did not have much confidence. If they only had to deal with that demon named Osiris, then there was absolutely no problem with the number of troops. But the troublesome thing was that, according to the intelligence, Demon Osiris had successfully met up with the Eofol demons. A powerful demon joined Eofol's camp, but the demons were low profile during this time, as though they had disappeared. This situation not only did not reassure the various races of Ashan, but instead, they felt increasingly worried because they could faintly smell the aura of a scheme. Anyone knew that unless the demons were beaten back to show, they would absolutely never lie low like this. Their nature did not allow them to do so. In addition, the current situation in the kingdom of Arathia was unclear, and it, which should have dispatched troops, was motionless under Isabel's orders. All kinds of abnormal phenomena gave the various races of Ashan an ominous feeling. They sought help from the seers of the Blind Brothers to obtain some premonitions about the future. But for some reason, the seers could not explain at this time. They claimed that an unknown force had blinded their foreknowledge of the future. Although they could not give specific prophecies and revelations, the seers still told the various races, darkness was seething. Such a revelation was unable to bring much help to the races of Ashan, but it also made them realize that it was highly likely that a new catastrophe was imminent. Therefore, many countries in the Alliance were now preparing for war. The Alliance army led by Jem had 3 missions this time. One was to find a way to eliminate Demon Osiris, who was the culprit that destroyed Ulambus, Dendera Fortress, and Aglin Fortress and spread that terrifying plague. The second mission was to find a way to recover the important artifact, the Sword of Frost. As for the third mission, Jem needed to attack Eophil and probe the situation of the demons through war. If possible, it was best to figure out the true reason why the demons were laying low. When Roy led his troops into the entrance of the underground world, the Alliance army arrived at Aglin Fortress. The Alliance army did not approach the fortress, nor thought of entering it to set camp because they saw the massive number of vultures circling above the fortress in the distance. It was needless to say what it meant for these carrion vultures to appear here. There were definitely corpses all over Aglin Fortress. The scouts reported what they saw and heard in Aglin Fortress, and what they depicted a scene of devastation. The ground was already barren, a stench was in the air, the water source was contaminated, and strange zombie creatures were wandering aimlessly. This situation made the Alliance army realize that Aglin Fortress was no longer worth saving. The reason why Jem became the leader of the army was naturally because of the fear of this terrifying plague of Demon Osiris. The most horrifying part of the plague was that it would reduce the vitality of the Alliance army. And Jem was a famous female druid of the Elves. What she was best at was using the power of nature to heal the army. Although according to the intelligence, Holy Light was not effective against the plague spread by Demon Osiris, the Alliance had confidence in Jem's nature magic. Furthermore, Jem also brought a large number of druids. Of course, the situation in Aglin Fortress was not worthwhile for Jem to waste her magic power. But the scouts had captured some zombie creatures. These zombie creatures were for Jem to test if she could dispel the plague. Jem was a gentle female elf with beautiful blonde hair, wearing a green elven cloak. Facing these zombies, she waved her magic staff, and a green light shining with starlight descended from the sky and enveloped these zombies. This dense green light drilled into the zombies' bodies and began to repair their damaged bodies from the inside out. After a while, these zombies returned to their pre-death state. They all stopped their bloodthirsty roars and fell to the ground when the green light disappeared. Did it fail? The orc leader, the hero Gorshk, asked Jem in a hoarse voice. No. Jem shook her head. It succeeded. The great power of nature eliminated the plague in them, but these infected have been dead for a long time, and their souls have long dissipated or been taken away. I can treat them, but I can't resurrect them. In this aspect, nature power is indeed inferior to holy light. It's good that you can get rid of it. The one who spoke was the leader of the Bricadan troops, the master of elements Zahir. This mustached man was the son of Cyrus, the king of Bricada, the wizard prince of Bricada. The power of you druids is still useful. This way, the most daunting power of Demon Osiris is no longer a fear. But Jem shook her head. I can only guarantee that we can protect our troops in the war, but this plague is too contagious. Perhaps it won't take long for this plague to infect all of Ashan. And our biggest problem is whether there are enough druids and time to stop this spread. This is a catastrophe. Jem sighed and concluded. Chapter 300 Assassin Cookies. In the world of Ashan, it was relatively difficult for demons to obtain intelligence. Due to the fact that most races were wary of demons, they could only use transformed succubi to sneak into other countries. But there were few succubi, and it was impossible to spread them all over the place. This caused the information of the demons to be delayed most of the time. Roy had already discovered this when he first came to this world. If intelligence was lacking, it was naturally impossible for them to use any stratagems in war. So most of the time, demons relied on direct military force to eliminate enemies, which was in line with the style of demons. But Roy knew that it would definitely not be viable long-term. So even though he had entered the underground world to fight against the Shadowbrand clan, he still left enough demon eyes on the surface to help him obtain intelligence. Other than leaving some demon eyes in Hekel, he also spread many of them to other places. In particular, there were demon eyes monitoring in Dendera Fortress and Aglin Fortress. After the Alliance army arrived, although they did not approach the fortress, so many troops naturally could not escape the detection of the demon eyes. So even though Roy was underground, he knew about their arrival. The reactions of the various races were not out of Roy's expectations. Instead, he was happy to see this happen. Once the Alliance army appeared, it meant that war would immediately occur in Neophol, and he could perfectly avoid it. Of course, Roy estimated that it would not be easy for the Alliance army to attack Eifol. Although the Alliance army was powerful, the demons were currently adopting a policy of laying low, which meant that all of Eifol had an unimaginable number of demons. There were more than 1 million in Nurhekel alone. The Alliance army would likely suffer. However, it did not matter to Roy who won or lost. In any case, the final outcome of this war would be what Roy wanted. Ziron had already obtained the promise of Demon Lord Ka-Beleth, getting Ka-Beleth to support him unreservedly. But if the Alliance army's attack on Eifol caused Isabel to be affected and unable to give birth to the Dark Messiah, then Ziron would have to bear the wrath of Ka-Beleth. Of course, there was still the question of whether the Alliance's mighty army could attack Nurhekel. After all, it was remarkably difficult to do so. If attacking Nurhekel would result in too great of a loss, then the Alliance heroes would likely judge the situation and hesitate before eventually giving up on attacking Nurhekel. What Roy wanted to do now was to add fuel to the fire. He wanted to stop the Alliance army's hesitation and force them to attack Nurhekel at all costs. At this moment, Roy had already led his troops into the underground world for 2 days. Eifol's entrance to the underground world was at the foot of a volcano. Benaiah had gotten information about it through captured Dark Elf captives. But this entrance was very narrow, so Roy had to spend a lot of effort to widen it to let the army pass. Speaking of which, Ashan was indeed a strange world. There were many similar underground cavities everywhere under the continent, giving people the feeling that the underground of this planet was like a hollow space. According to Giovanni, there were originally not many of these underground cavities. But because there were many underground creatures, especially creatures like troglodytes, they would continuously dig underground and use the new land to grow edible mushrooms. This was similar to humans reclaiming land for farming. After thousands of years, the scale of the underground world slowly became what it was today. The underground world was dark, and almost all the underground creatures had lost the light sensitivity of their eyes. But the demons and vampires led by Roy had dark vision, while the undead did not need light, so they could still move freely after entering the underground. However, it had been 2 days since entering the underground world, and Roy and the others were still exploring and drawing a map. It could not be helped. The so-called underground world was basically a series of tunnels and large caves. There was no urban planning at all, and the complexity of the paths could drive people crazy. Due to the narrow terrain, the 2 enormous fellows, Rafaro and Fat Tiger, could not pass through many places. So Roy wanted to let them stay on the surface, but Rafaro did not agree. He knew that there were many creatures living in the underground world, and these were all good sources of life force. Moreover, due to the appearance of the Shadowbrand clan, Rafaro knew that there might be many black dragons and shadow dragons among this Dark Elf clan. Even if he did not dare to possess his sister Malzera's body, it was a decent choice if he could encounter a stronger black dragon and shadow dragon. Rafaro was now frantically trying to restore his dragon body and complete the resurrection ritual. He had had enough of the spectral dragon's undead body. Cassandra treated him as a power bank every day, continually absorbing death power from him, but he did not dare to lose his temper at Cassandra because of Roy. Since Rafaro wanted to follow, Roy did not mind adding Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger was addicted to eating dragons now, and Roy felt that he might want to try the taste of black dragon meat or shadow dragon meat. With these 2 big fellows, Roy had to spend more time to open up the path. Giovanni brought his vampires and spread out as the scouts. They would return every once in a while and tell Roy the path they had explored, allowing Roy to draw the map and decide the direction of travel. As they gradually went deeper, the vampires discovered and captured a large number of underground creatures. Among them, the most were troglodytes. These alien-like, green-skinned small troglodytes had a smooth round head and no eyes on their faces. They looked a little frightening, but in fact, these troglodytes were probably the most cowardly and timid race in Ashan. Even without seeing Roy, this demon, vampires could easily make them tremble in fear. Since they did not need prisoners, vampires often chose to kill these troglodytes when they encountered them, and their thirst for blood was also satisfied with them. Among Roy's army, he had distributed several soul-attracting flags. These flags with the Osiris mark continuously collected the souls of the underground world for him. Just the troglodytes encountered along the way had brought him about 30,000 souls. But these souls were relatively weak and a distance away from standard souls, so Roy's actual soul harvest was only about 22,000. But these were just the souls from the troglodytes. There were many other creatures. During the exploration, Roy encountered some harpies and beholders. These creatures could be said to be standard dungeon residents, and they had lived in the underground world for generations. But in the underground world of Eifol, They were basically wild. This place was not in the sphere of influence of the underground kingdom of None, so no one organized them to fight Roy's army. When facing the invasion of Roy's army, these creatures could only be on the weakest side. If they did not escape when they were first discovered, they would be slaughtered. Another 2 days passed, and Roy became a little irritated. The Alliance army on the surface had already started fighting with the demons, but he still did not find any traces of the Dark Elves. "We're moving in the direction to the city where Grawl is stationed. The Dark Elves often move around there, and there are definitely a lot of them, but why haven't we found any traces yet?" Roy asked. "Did they really suffer heavy losses because of the virus infection? I think they're just avoiding fighting." Julia shook her head. "Dark Elves have such character. They rarely fight enemies head-on. It seems like it's best to find their camp," Roy said. "It's impossible for them to avoid fighting after we've discovered their lair, right?" "Indeed. They can still endure it for now, but if we really find their lair, then Giovanni's and the scouts will definitely be attacked," Benaya said. "This is the signal." Roy was about to nod in agreement when he discovered something unusual. Roy, Julia, and the others were currently walking in an enormous cave, surrounded by his army. But in the stalactites on the ceiling of the cave, Roy sensed several different radiation sources. These radiation sources were humanoid and sticking closely to the stalactites. But some of the vampires hovering above the army did not notice the existence of these people at all. In other words, dark vision could not see these people. But in Roy's radiation perception, these people had nowhere to hide. Disguise or invisibility? Roy immediately thought. Are they assassins of the Dark Elves? Roy continued walking calmly, but he found that the hidden assassins did not attack them when the demon army passed under these stalactites. So it's the decapitation tactic? Roy could not help but smile sinisterly. They're coming for me. Perhaps Julia and Benaya are also among the targets. Roy pretended everything was fine and continued moving forward. When he was about to pass under the stalactites, he shouted, "Everyone, move faster." Roy's appearance was very striking. The cold winter armor did not look ordinary at all. And with this order, the assassins hiding above confirmed Roy's identity as the leader, so the hidden Dark Elven assassins finally took action. Several crossbow bolts soaked in strong poison had been painted black, and the bolt heads had undergone special treatment, so they would not emit any whistling sounds when cutting through the air. The Dark Elves shot them out silently, and they headed straight for Roy. Success. The moment the bolts shot out, this thought flashed in the minds of the Dark Elven assassins because they saw that the demon below did not seem to notice at all. However, just as the bolts were about to hit Roy, a large black ice shield suddenly appeared in the air. The poison bolts shot by the assassins hit the ice shield and made clanking sounds, all of which were blocked. Not good. Retreat. The assassins were shocked and quickly wanted to retreat. But at this moment, a strange force grabbed their bodies tightly, making them unable to move. Roy stretched out his right hand toward the top of the cave, capturing all 5 Dark Elven assassins with his psychokinesis. Only then did Julia and the others realize that assassins had attacked. Under Roy's psychokinesis, the Dark Elven assassins found that they could not break free from this force at all. Instead, they were pulled by this force out of thin air and slowly gathered together. They looked at each other and confirmed with their eyes before wanting to swallow the poison sacs in their mouths to commit suicide. This was the awareness of assassins. However, before they could swallow, a purple light shot out from below and enveloped everyone. Turn into cookies. Following these words, not only did all the Dark Elves immediately notice that their bodies were undergoing tremendous changes, but they also noticed their vision suddenly changing. Then they saw their companions shrink in an instant and turn into golden cookies before falling from the air. Their bodies became cookies, but their minds were still there. After they fell to the ground, they saw a demon in front of them. From their current vision, this demon's body was shockingly massive. They realized that they had become a kind of food and might be eaten by this demon directly. Such terrifying magic almost caused the Dark Elves to collapse, but they could not even commit suicide now and could only wait in fear for the fate to come.